Chapter 605. Lu Chun had underestimated the flame demon's old injuries. At this moment, the flame demon's aura was already weak. Lu Chun hurriedly found a lakeside and let the nine-winged beast stop there. Little Green, quickly check on the flame demon. Lu Chun laid the flame demon flat on the grass. Boss, his injuries were already very serious. This time, he forcefully activated the demonic sky soul scorching array, causing a large amount of spiritual energy to erupt in a short period of time. His body is on the verge of collapse. Can you save him? During the joint competition, most of the great medicines were eaten by Little Furball. I still have some high-grade elixirs left for you, Lu Chun said without hesitation. Save him at all costs. Understood, boss. Lu Chun did not know any medical skills. He would only cause trouble if he stayed there. Thus, he left the treatment to Little Green while he sat by the lakeside. Xiaomin, talk to me. Lu Chun handed Xiaomin over. Boss. Xiaomin could also see that Lu Chun was in a bad mood. Her heart ached for him. Xiaomin, I really regret it this time. If I did not have a grudge against the flame demon and acted earlier, the flame demon would not have been injured so badly. Boss, you don't have to blame yourself. Everyone in the Jiuqian says that those who are not of our race are bound to have different intentions. After all, you are not of the same race as him. Furthermore, you were imprisoned because of him. Any normal person would have thoughts. Lu Chun shook his head. Other race? What's the difference? Every race has both good and bad people. From the first heaven to the fourth heaven, Xiaomin had never left Lu Chen's side. She knew that what Lu Chen needed now was not guidance, but companionship. She sat quietly beside Lu Chen and watched the tranquil lake with him. After a long time, Lu Chen suddenly said, "Perhaps we were all wrong. Our enemies are not other races, but those high and mighty forces that control everything." In the evening, Lu Chen set up a simple campsite and set up a bonfire. Next time, I'll have to find a chance to learn fishing and cooking. I've already wandered around the wilderness several times. Without these skills, I'll probably starve to death in the future, Lu Chen complained, shaking his head. I really miss chasing Cloud's barbecue. On the other side, Little Green had fed the flame demon quite a few pills. At this time, the flame demon was still unconscious and was sleeping on the haystack. It's great now. The humans and demons can't stay here any longer. At this moment, the flame devil squeaked. Lu Chun hurriedly rushed over to take a look. The flame demon finally woke up. He opened his eyes slightly and saw Lu Chen's concerned face. Are we all dead? When Lu Chen heard the flame demon speak, he finally let out a sigh of relief. He's not dead. He's alive. And well, Little Green, you've worked hard. Little Green isn't tired. Boss, if he wants to fully recover, he still needs to rest for a month. Also, I'm missing a few medicinal herbs to restore the spirit pill. Send them to me. I'll think of a way to get them. Lu Chun helped the flame demon sit up and fed him some water. How do you feel? Better? My whole body hurts like hell. Lu Chun asked again. Oh, right. How are you in real life? They won't directly cut off your login device, right? Login device. Oh, you're talking about that. We demons don't use it. If you don't use it, how do you get into the game? The flame demon said weakly, Game? We demons enter Jiuqian from level 4. We don't need the Jiuqian's beginner trial. At level 4, we enter the Jiuqian world through divine consciousness. At level 5, I heard that it's directly... The translation software stopped translating the information after the 5th heaven, and it was impossible for Lu Chun to understand the language of the Balrog. Oh, right. It's forbidden to talk about the later stages of the Jiuqian world. You probably can't understand what I'm saying. I can't understand, but it doesn't matter. I'll explore it myself. As long as you're fine in real life. The flame demon thought for a moment. They'll probably put me on the wanted list. Wait for me. I'll go find a safe place to hide. They were friends who had gone through life and death together. The flame demon went offline in front of Lu Chun. After a while, the flame demon came back online. Once the flame demon came online, he looked at the sky and said in a panic, "Oh no, I forgot about the time difference. Let's get out of here." "Ah, why? It's quite safe here. Besides, we don't have anywhere to go." "Safe my ass. Let's go. That thing is about to come out." "What's about to come out?" Lu Chen asked curiously. "Level 4, Heavenly Domain Boss." "Ah." Lu Chen was shocked. Heavenly Domain Boss. This level's Heavenly Domain Boss doesn't stay in Tong Tian Tower. He's wandering around. That guy isn't just strong. He's also cruel. He usually won't kill you directly. He'll make you beg for death. Remember, you definitely can't stay in the wilderness at night. The flame demon stood up. "There's a small town in the northeast. It's full of mercenaries. Let's go there first. That guy won't enter the city." Lu Chen thought that even if the flame demon didn't know his strength, he should at least have some understanding of his strength since he helped him escape from the 10,000 immortal demon army. Even so, he was still so nervous. The level 4 Heavenly Domain Boss must be very strong. "Quick, don't just stand there. Don't use your mount. It's too big of a target." Lu Chen saw that he was so anxious. He immediately called back Xiaomin and Little Green and carried the flame demon on his back. After using Land of Death and Dragon Blood Boil to reduce his HP to more than 10% and shortening the cooldown of his displacement, Lu Chen brought the flame demon and quickly fled towards the northeast. "Quick, faster. Big brother, I'm already the fastest. Do you think I'm a Maserati?" The flame demon wasn't in the mood to joke with Lu Chen. He looked around vigilantly. "Not good. I can already feel that thing approaching us." Just as he said that, Lu Chen suddenly felt a violent tremor under his feet. Looking back, Lu Chen couldn't help but gasp. The mountain range behind him seemed to have come alive and began to move up and down. "Damn, what the hell? It's that guy. Run!" The flame demon shouted. He hadn't seen the thing's true appearance, but to be able to make the mountain range move up and down, the thing underground was definitely not a joke. The earth trembled, making the point where Lu Chen used his displacement skill unstable. "Damn it, how big is a level 4 boss?" Lu Chen gritted his teeth. 9 void steps. He had never thought that he would be able to use the 9 void steps just to escape. Lu Chen was in a floating state, shuttling back and forth in the air. He watched as the ground cracked open and something tumbled underground, chasing after them. Occasionally, Lu Chen saw an eye with a diameter of more than 30 meters. Just the eyeball alone was already a huge monster. "It's over. It's below us. Damn it." Lu Chen finally understood why the flame demon was so nervous. This creature was definitely a huge monster that Lu Chen had never seen before. Its strength was even more unimaginable. "Flame demon, how far are we?" "After 5,000 meters, we will enter Mercenary City. It won't chase us." 5,000 meters. Lu Chen's eyes were about to pop out. 9 infinite void steps. Chapter 606. Lu Chen could not wait to use all his strength, as if he was fighting against a top expert. He did not dare to stop at all as he frantically fled towards Mercenary City. "It's below us." "Shut up, I know." Lu Chen's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He carried the Balrog on his back and pulled out the limitless sword with one hand at the same time. However, there was only a series of immune words on the ground. "This What kind of defense is this? At this moment, 200 meters in front of Lu Chen, at the limit of 19 void steps, the ground suddenly flipped up like a carpet, forming an earth wall. Not good. It's making its move. The Balrog shouted behind Lu Chen. Lu Chen quickly changed direction, but the ground on the other side also flipped up an earth wall. Be careful of being surrounded. I know. Can't you stop for a moment? Lu Chen scolded in annoyance. If he guessed correctly, this should be an earth-type technique. As for the level of the technique, to be able to easily change the landscape in such a large area, it was definitely not low. We can't take a detour, or else we won't be able to escape. Lu Chen gritted his teeth. Balrog, hold me tight. It's already very tight. Lu Chen put away the limitless sword. War god possession, demon transformation, symbiosis of gods and demons, transformation of chaos attack, void break. Several moves were launched at the same time. Lu Chen carried the Balrog on his back and rushed forward with a punch. With a loud bang, Lu Chen's entire body sank into a layer of earth. This layer of earth had just been broken, but it was quickly replaced by new earth, as if it was endless. Lu Chen used all his strength to break through the void, but facing the endless supply of earth, he was unable to break through with one punch. The surrounding stone has become hard. It wants to trap us. Big brother, don't talk. I see it. Spiritual energy storm. Void break. Now, Lu Chen could not stay for even a moment. He repeatedly used spiritual energy storm and void break to break the layer of earth in front of him. With the second punch, Lu Chen moved forward 50 to 60 meters. 500 meters left. After a few punches, Lu Chen's body could no longer bear this kind of intense battle. Your body has exceeded the load limit. The current damage level is 10%. Spiritual energy storm, shatter the void. There were still 200 meters left. Life and death would be decided in these 200 meters. Lu Chen ignored his injuries and madly rushed towards the edge of Mercenary City. For the last punch, Lu Chen felt that the resistance on his fist was much less. After this punch, he finally broke through the layer of soil. Your body has exceeded the load limit. The current damage level is 85%. The Flame Demon was right after entering Mercenary City's territory. That thing finally stopped, and Lu Chen fell heavily from the sky. Lu Chen had just spat out a mouthful of blood, but the Flame Demon was not much better off. Spitting out a mouthful of green blood, the two of them collapsed in front of the invisible dividing line. The Celestial Domain boss seemed to have turned around, but it left behind a shocking path. Wherever it passed, the ground collapsed, the trees fell, and the rocks that were swept up just now formed a small hill when they fell to the ground. Lu Chen gasped for breath. Still in shock, this Heaven Domain boss is too strong. The Flame Demon swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva. Kid, I didn't think you were this strong. I've never heard of anyone being able to escape from that thing, but you actually ran several thousand meters. What exactly is it? Why isn't it in Tong Tian Tower, but in the wild? Lu Chen still did not understand. I've never seen it before. Even those who go to Tong Tian Tower probably don't have the chance to see what it looks like. The fourth layer of heaven is only one layer away from the fifth layer of heaven. The fifth layer of heaven is called the Heaven Domain with a qualitative change. The boss of this layer is not something the Heaven Domain boss of the past can compare to. According to this guy's attack pattern, it was indeed hard to see what it looked like. In the wild, it eats the corpses of the immortal army that died on the battlefield. I don't know how many it has eaten. It's a corpse. Lu Chen could not help but take a deep breath. All right, it was similar to Little Furball. Little Furball did not like to eat dead things, but it did not seem to be picky. No matter what, Lu Chun and the flame demon finally escaped. Ha 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 ha. All of a sudden, the Balrog began to laugh for no reason. His laughter grew louder and louder, and he could not stop himself. Are you scared, silly? No, ha ha ha, look at you now. You're just like me. The two of us came to Mercenary City like this. I'm afraid we'll end up on the streets. Lu Chun looked at his own appearance. His entire body was covered in wounds, and his body was heavily injured. He was indeed similar to the flame demon. The two experts were now as poor as beggars, and they couldn't even fight. You don't have to carry me. Let's go. We'll go to Mercenary City first. I'm about to collapse from exhaustion. The flame demon helped Lu Chun up. The two of them supported each other and walked towards Mercenary City, not far away. What are you doing? The soldiers outside the city were of a strange race. At this moment, they were impatiently sizing up the two people in front of them. They had disheveled hair and dirty faces. There were traces of blood at the corners of their mouths, and they were even smiling foolishly. It seemed like their mental states were not very normal. The most important thing was that these two people, one of them was a human, and the other was a demon. Who knew how they got together? We want to do some errands here. This is Mercenary City. As long as you have the strength, you can do it. But looking at the two of you, I'm afraid you'll starve to death. Then you don't have to worry about it. The soldier thought for a moment. If they were not here to cause trouble, or if their mental states were not normal, then he had no right to stop them from entering the city. Then don't die in the city. I'll have to collect your corpses when the time comes. After mocking them, the person let them pass. Lu Chun and the flame demon supported each other and limped into Mercenary City. Due to the existence of the Heaven Domain boss, there were no battles at night. However, it was especially lively at night. There were people of various races everywhere. There were beauties soliciting customers on the streets. It was unknown what kind of business they were running. Hey, do you want to try a different flavor? The flame demon looked at Lu Chun sinisterly. Go have fun. I'll pay for you. Forget it. I don't have such a heavy taste. Lu Chun shook his head. There are also human beauties, but I can't appreciate them. The flame demon shook his head. If my wife knew that I was here at night, she would probably break my legs. Lu Chun smiled and said, Are you still a tracheitis? We demons only have one wife for life. Even if we lose our spouse, we won't remarry. Can't you humans be fickle? Why are you still so reserved? All right, don't lead me astray. Let's find an inn first. The two of them found a few inns, but they were all chased out. Where did this beggar come from? Get out, get out. Don't dirty our shop. We don't accept gold coins or military merits. Your military merits don't belong to us. What's the use of taking them out? Go, go, go. We don't accept anything. You two are about to die. Don't die in our shop. Get out. In the end, Lu Chun and the flame demon had no choice but to find a shade to rest. I never thought that I, the flame demon, would one day be in such dire straits. The flame demon shook his head. Lu Chun's expression was solemn. Now that little greens pills were gone, it was easy to find some herbs when he was in a good state. However, things were different now. When he was in the third celestial stage, he had Cowherd by his side. At that time, Cowherd was old but strong. Now, he only had the flame demon, who was in a worse state than him. Speaking of which, the strength of a fourth celestial stage boss was far beyond Lu Chun's expectations. With his current strength, he was no match for that guy. Flame demon, what is the currency here? How can we earn money? We have to make a comeback, right? Lu Chun asked. It's spirit stones. That's the real universal currency. Gold coins can only buy some trash here. If we want to earn money, we can go to the recruitment market tomorrow. At that time, the various clans that need mercenaries will come to pick people to clear the beasts in the area under their jurisdiction or do some mercenary missions. There are all kinds of things. I hope that the blind ones will pick the two of us. Lu Chen shook his head. Only a blind person would pick them. Chapter 607. After staying under the tree for a night, the two of them found a small river and cleaned themselves up before dawn. Lu Chen changed into a red outfit. The Balrog glanced at him. So coquettish? I can't. Fine, fine, fine. As long as you're happy. But don't wear the outfit. They'll definitely look at your equipment. If you wear the outfit, you won't be able to see your equipment. Lu Chen looked at the Balrog. This guy's equipment was quite luxurious. There were all kinds of colors. They should all be of the immortal level. No wonder this guy was so strong. He could seriously injure the great generals of the human race. That's right. They'll definitely look at the equipment of mercenaries. Okay, I got it. The recruitment market was already full of mercenaries. The other mercenaries were in groups of tens or hundreds of people. No matter what race they were all well-equipped. There were specialists to bargain with the veiled or masked employers. The Balrog looked at the guy beside him with a hopeless expression. This guy was wearing a beginner's short-sleeved shirt, big pants, and only a pair of combat boots. Big brother, I told you not to wear the outfit. Do you have to strip like this? Look, is there anyone looking for us? I only have this one equipment. I don't usually show my sword. Forget it, forget it. You should put on the clothes. Standing next to you, I feel like I'm a pimp. Lu Chen put on his wild blood sword god outfit again. Old flame, no matter how good your equipment is, we can't fight now. Can we get missions? Lu Chen shook his head. Who said we have to fight? There are many missions here. Wait patiently. I don't want to sleep on the ground again. While the two of them were chatting, a large group of employers came and went. However, when they saw that the two of them were weak and pale, it was obvious that they were injured. They didn't even give them a second glance and walked past them. After standing on the street for more than 2 hours, two people finally looked over. They lowered their heads and talked for a while before walking over. Although they were wearing veils, they seemed to be elves. As for whether they were dark night, nature, or elemental, it was hard to tell. Even the translation software no longer showed the race of the other party after entering Mercenary City. Are you from the demon race? One of the female elves asked. Her voice was quite pleasant. Yes. The flame demon crossed his arms and said, arrogantly, it's rare for a demon to be a mercenary. As for equipment, fire rune breastplate, demonic sky battle boots, Hell's Judgment twin blades, a full set of immortal equipment. However, do you have any physical injuries? Yes, 87% now. Isn't that the same as being crippled? I don't do fights, the Balrog said decisively. Lu Chen shook his head. Was the flame demon really here to be a mercenary? Why was he even more arrogant than a buyer? Well, we don't need you to fight, but if the matter is exposed, you might be in danger. You accept? What commission? You should know what race we are, right? I don't know. I don't want to know. The Balrog said calmly, the rule of mercenaries is to work for money and not ask about anything else. The two women looked at each other and nodded slightly. You're not stupid. How about this? Our commission is very simple. We need you to pretend to be a representative of the demon race and meet some people to get what we need. After the matter is done, we can heal your physical injuries or give you 100 spirit stones. Choose one of the two. However, if you are exposed, you should know the consequences. With your current state, It will be difficult for you to protect yourself. The flame demon frowned and thought for a moment. I can accept the commission, but I have a condition. Bring him along. The two night elf women looked at Lu Chun. He was wearing a red outfit, but they couldn't see any equipment. Most importantly, he was a human. Human? We don't need humans. If you want to bring him along, you can, but we won't pay extra. Lu Chun was very depressed. It seemed that the human race was still the lowest race among the 9 camps. No one even wanted him as a mercenary. For missions from the same camp, they would rather choose half-beastmen, nature elves, and dwarves before considering the human race. The starting point of the human race was too low. All right, I accept the commission. I will bring him along. As usual, this is 30 spirit stones in advance. Of course, if you choose to pay us to heal your injuries, you better not spend these 30 spirit stones. You will have to pay us back in the end. Now, I will give you an hour to prepare and come to the north of the city to find us. The night elves left the 30 spirit stones and left. The flame demon took the money and handed it to Lu Chun. Old Kwang, let's go and buy some herbs first. Lu Chun said, if we use spirit stones to buy herbs, how much would it cost to heal your injuries? If we buy pills directly, it would cost about 500. If we buy herbs to refine pills, the materials, and the payment to the alchemist would be about 200. Lu Chun frowned. The difference between the two payments is at least double. They obviously want you to choose the latter. I think there is a problem. They probably don't want to pay you. The flame demon nodded. Yes, if I'm not wrong, they might kill us in the end. So you thought of it too. Then why are you dragging me along? Lu Chun stared at the flame demon. If I don't bring you along, wouldn't I be dead? You are really my good brother. The flame demon was completely different in front of Lu Chun. In front of others, he was always cold and aloof. Perhaps it was because of the nobility of his race. Even if he was reduced to a disabled mercenary, he was still superior. But in front of Lu Chun, this guy smiled mischievously. Can I not take it? Otherwise, the two of us will starve to death here. Do you think 100 spirit stones is easy to earn? Ordinary missions give a maximum of 10 spirit stones. Our mission reward is 10 times more than others. Lu Chun thought about it. It seemed to be true. It was impossible for the two of them to accept ordinary missions. They could only accept this kind of strange mission. Then after the mission is completed, what about the 70 spirit stones? According to the rules, the remaining 70 spirit stones will be temporarily kept in Mercenary City. When we carry out the mission, we will pretend that we don't know their plan. After the mission is completed, and they confirm that the mission is completed, they will mention the matter of healing. We will refuse it no matter what. If they use force, we will escape. As long as we can run back, we can get the remaining 70 spirit stones. The flame demon put his hand on Lu Chen's shoulder. Last time when we met the Heaven Domain boss, I saw your strength. I have never seen a second person who could escape from the Heaven Domain boss. So use these 30 spirit stones first. Don't you have Miss Green? The cost of recovery is much lower than others. See how much you can recover. Lu Chun nodded. In the current situation, it seemed that he could only take one step at a time. Lu Chun brought Lu Yi to buy some medicine in the medicine store. Within an hour, Lu Yi refined a few pills. Boss, these 7 pills can alleviate your injuries. It can reduce the damage to your body to around 65%. This is an Overlord pill. It is a 3-star pill. After taking it, it can increase the potential of your body for 16 seconds, ignoring the damage to your body. However, after 16 seconds, it will return 70% of the pain. Unless it is absolutely necessary, don't use it. With an alchemist, The cost of recovery was much lower. Lu Yi was also a top alchemist. The success rate of refining pills and the quality of the pills were higher, so the cost was even lower. 30 spirit stones were already able to recover 20% of Lu Chen's injuries. They also refined an additional Overlord pill. Lu Chen took the Overlord pill and nodded. I hope we don't need to use it. Chapter 608. The other party was mainly looking for the flame demon, so Lu Chen followed behind the flame demon. The two of them got on the other party's dragonhawk beast. When we reach the meeting place, follow the signal we taught you and take the item back, the employer instructed. Got it. The meeting place was in a dense forest. After the flame demon was ready, he set off with Lu Chen. Wait, he can't go. Stay here with us. The elf pointed at Lu Chen and said, if a mercenary breaks the rules, there will be no place for him in the fourth heaven. The flame demon said, suspecting that the other party was holding Lu Chen hostage. Of course we know. That's why we came to you. We don't want him to be a hostage. We can't let them see a human. This group of people was ruthless enough to only say it now, but this didn't conflict with the flame demon's plan. You go. I can stay here, Lu Chen said. The flame demon nodded and entered the forest alone. Half an hour later, the flame demon came back with a wooden box. You've got what you wanted. A night elf male came forward to take the box and opened it to take a look. Lu Chen's gaze swept across the box. There was a black item in the box. It didn't look impressive and seemed to be incomplete. The body was emitting black gas. It should be an immortal item. However, Lu Chen couldn't think of what it was. It didn't look like a piece of equipment or a weapon. It could be a magic treasure. Lu Chen felt strange. Although immortal equipment was rare, this was the fourth heaven. Immortal equipment wasn't everywhere, but everyone had at least a few. What kind of immortal equipment was so mysterious? Moreover, that item seemed to be incomplete. There were irregular cracks on the edge. The elf male in charge of inspecting the item nodded to his companion. It's a demon god, Lotus Heart. Lu Chen's mind suddenly exploded. Demon god, Lotus Heart. No matter what it was, it had the prefix of a demon god. Demon god set. However, they were inspecting the item in front of him, and the flame demon? He even mentioned the name of the equipment without any hesitation. After thinking about it carefully, Lu Chen understood. Only the dead could keep secrets forever, so it didn't matter what was said in front of the dead. They would definitely kill him to silence him. The surprise on Lu Chen's face only lasted for a moment. He hadn't forgotten the current situation, and he couldn't let the night elves see any clues. The flame demon walked to Lu Chen's side and said to the person in charge, "The mission has been completed. Please confirm." The dark elf woman nodded slightly. "Yes, mission confirmed. By the way, what reward would you like to choose?" "Spirit stones." The woman frowned. "Spirit stones? Your injuries are so serious. Don't you want to recover as soon as possible? We have the best pharmacists. If you don't want the spirit stones, we can treat you." The Balrog said faintly, "I need money recently. My injuries will slowly recover in the future." "Ha ha ha ha, I don't think you lack money. You're just too smart." The night elf woman laughed. "You know, we won't let you leave here alive." The flame demon sneered. "I didn't expect you to be so direct. We're just two ordinary mercenaries. There are all sorts of people who come to Mercenary City to commission missions. The secrets we've come into contact with should be much more valuable than this piece of broken equipment. Why do you have to kill us?" The woman smiled calmly. "Ordinary mercenaries? Don't be modest. I'll take it that you bought this immortal equipment with money. but there were at least 300 people on the other side. When you came back, you were so calm and composed. Even when you were heavily injured, you were still able to be so calm. This isn't something those cowardly mercenaries can do. The woman raised her head and paced in front of the flame demon. Everyone says that mercenaries aren't afraid of death. Actually, mercenaries are the ones who are most afraid of death. Those who aren't afraid of death are all killing enemies in the immortal army and fighting for their own tribe. But you betrayed your tribe. Isn't it because you're cowardly and afraid of death that you became mercenaries and struggled at death's door? You don't look like a mercenary. I also won't let this secret leak out. If I didn't guess wrongly with your intelligence, you should have already thought of an escape route. But unfortunately, I also thought of it, so you won't be able to escape. The flame demon narrowed his eyes. He had really underestimated this woman. Men, kill the two of them. A group of elves walked out from the surrounding tree trunks. They had already prepared an ambush and were in disguise. At this moment, Luchin shouted, "Stop!" The group of people were also a little confused. The target shouted for them to stop. In this situation, should they stop? N. Human race's lackey? What else do you have to say? Luchin had already been treated as the flame demon's lackey. The flame demon couldn't help but want to laugh. "Hey, I don't want a lackey like you." Luchin rolled his eyes at him. What kind of situation was this? And this guy was still talking nonsense. "What I want to say is there a possibility that you can let the two of us go, you can take your things, and we can go back to being mercenaries? For example, we can give you a 50% discount." The woman was really amused by Luchin. "Kid, you're really too naive. Do you think that's possible?" Luchin touched his nose with his right hand, looking like he was thinking carefully. But the flame demon standing beside Luchin saw this small action of Luchin's. He looked like he was touching his nose, but he had already stuffed a pill into his mouth. Overlord pill. It stimulated the body's potential for 16 seconds. This was originally something that should be used at the last moment, but this guy had already taken it. This meant that the next step was to take action. If there really isn't such a possibility, then there's only one way. Luchen's words were halfway through when he suddenly exploded. Triple door. Splitting Mount Hua. At first, everyone didn't take this human seriously. Not only was he human, but he also looked sick and injured. The key was that he usually didn't talk much, so it felt like he was really the flame demon's follower. However, no one thought that this most inconspicuous human would suddenly make a move at this time. Moreover, his target was actually the person who took the flame demon's wooden box. With a swing of the rod, that person was caught off guard and was immediately hit. Under the dizziness, a figure flashed past and snatched his wooden box. He actually stole the demonic god Lotus Heart. "Quick, kill him." The elf woman reacted at this time, and the surrounding elf warriors quickly pounced on Luchin. "Ghost shadows!" Luchin shouted. "Descend!" The flame demon was also stunned. This guy actually didn't use the Overlord pill to escape. He wanted to kill these elves. A large number of red ghost shadows appeared around them, moving quickly. "Kill him," set up the formation Dark Side of the Moon. Luchin didn't care what kind of technique Dark Side of the Moon was. What he could be sure of now was that he didn't have time to delay. Once the formation was set up, it would take him a lot of time to break it. In addition, the Overlord pill wasn't invincible. After 16 seconds, his injuries would return. At that time, he would be injured on top of his injuries, and he would definitely die. "I'm all ears." Luchin grabbed the air with one hand, and a strong suction force directly sucked the elf woman in front of him. This was the special effect of the new artifact, the Azura Relic. This was the first time Lu Chen used it. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. The elf woman looked at Lu Chen in shock. Impossible. This is the effect of the chant of all Buddha's barrier. This should be a passive effect. Why did you take the initiative to release it? You know quite a lot. Unfortunately, you're wrong. This is the Azura relic. Lu Chen sneered. You want to kill me to silence me? Sorry, that's what I thought too. Place of death. Dragon's blood boil. Tiger descends the mountain. A 30-stage attack fiercely bombarded the elf woman. Chapter 609. Although Void Break dealt the highest single damage, Fierce Tiger descends the mountain's total damage was not inferior to Void Break. Killing the elf woman was not a problem at all. After killing their leader, the other elves were stunned. This fellow had actually killed their leader so easily in front of everyone's eyes. What kind of explosive damage is this? It's over 1 billion damage. He's really a human? I'm afraid he's at least at the heavenly general level. Wait, didn't you say he was heavily injured? Lu Chen naturally would not explain this. He quickly attacked. Infinite 3000 instant slash. Bestowment Liberation's single damage was high, but the 3000 instant slash had more attack times. Moreover, if he killed the opponent's unit during the attack, the remaining attack times could be transferred to others, so the attack would not be wasted. Time was tight, and he also had to consider the damage of the Overlord God Pill in the later stage. Lu Chen chose the most suitable skill and launched continuous attacks. The red figure jumped among the elves, and wherever he passed, corpses were everywhere. This scene made even the flame demon tremble in fear. This guy's damage is so high. After a dozen seconds, the resisting elves were defeated, and the remaining elves fled in all directions. Lu Chen did not chase after them. He pulled the Balrog and used the triple door to flash far away. Old Flame, take me back to Mercenary City. Lu Chen had just finished speaking when he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. It must be the damage of the Overlord God Pill. Hold on, I'll take you back. After returning to Mercenary City, the Balrog first settled Lu Chen down, then went to the commission office to collect the remaining 70 spiritual stones. Old Kwang, are you okay? Lu Chen's face was pale as he shook his head. It's nothing serious. It's just that the damage to my body has increased again. We should have just run away. That way, we wouldn't have been injured so badly. Lu Chen forced a smile. They won't let us run away so easily. Since they don't plan to let us live, we can't just sit here and wait for death. But why did you steal their things? I saw that you didn't use any physical damage skills. After they survive, even if it's for this thing, they will definitely find us. Lu Chen looked at the wooden box. I have to get this thing. Then they opened the wooden box. Old Yen, do you know what this is? The demonic god's lotus heart is a legendary piece of equipment. I didn't expect it to really exist. Lu Chen touched the demonic god lotus heart and obtained its information. Divine Demon Lotus Heart Fragment, 1/9, attributes unlucky, special effect, ominous from the system's prompt. It seemed that he could not see anything. Old Flame, you said that this is a legendary equipment. What else do you know? The Flame Demon thought for a moment before saying, rumor has it that this equipment has the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Its level is unknown, and there are many opinions about its attributes. Moreover, I heard that each of the 9 factions has a fragment of the lotus heart of the divine demon. When all 9 fragments are gathered, the lotus heart of the divine demon can be reconstructed. Lu Chen frowned. It seemed that this equipment was most likely part of the divine demon set. However, if each of the 9 factions kept a fragment, it would be extremely difficult for him to obtain the lotus heart of the divine demon. Indeed, none of the divine demon sets were easy to obtain. Old Quam, what do you want this for? If we can't gather all 9 fragments, it's just a piece of trash. Lu Chun looked at the flame demon and said firmly, then let's gather all 9 fragments. Lu Chun had finally obtained news of a piece of divine demon equipment. There was no reason for him not to fight for it. Old Yen, you don't have to worry about this. If those elves come looking for you in the future, just push it to me. The flame demon's expression was serious. Who do you think I am? We've gone through life and death several times, and we're already friends. Moreover, it's not good for us to separate now. You want the lotus heart of the divine demon, right? I'll help you. Those elves should be the night elves. Although we stole something, I'm guessing that they're doing something shady. At least they won't dare to openly look for us. Right now, we can only continue to stay in Mercenary City. As long as the 2 of us recover, with our strength, we won't have to be afraid of them. Lu Chun nodded. The flame demon's thoughts were the same as his. Those elves who went to the divine demon mercenaries for the transaction were definitely not the real deal. It was because of this that he dared to kill them and steal their treasure. Old Quam will leave 10 of the 70 spiritual stones for expenses. As for the rest, heal your injuries first. Last time, you healed my injuries. This time, it's your turn. Lu Chun said, it's not that I'm being modest, but the main point is that the employer doesn't care about humans. You're a divine demon. If your body's condition is better, you'll be able to earn money faster. The flame demon thought about it and agreed. All right, then I'll go get the medicine. The flame demon's business wasn't too good. After all, they were a mercenary group, and he was alone. Moreover, his body hadn't fully recovered. Occasionally there would be a mission, but they were all spy missions that didn't pay much. After a month, the flame demon earned more than 50 spiritual stones, which was just enough to heal his injuries. During this month, the elves indeed didn't come looking for them. Lu Chun and the flame demon had discussed this matter. The elves' most important target was definitely the divine demon Lotus Heart Fragment, which was snatched by Lu Chun. Therefore, even if they secretly came to Mercenary City, they wouldn't make a move without seeing Lu Chun. Lu Chun simply didn't show his face. Every day, he stayed in the inn and healed himself and controlled his injuries under Little Green's guidance. On this day, Lu Chun had nothing to do, so he cultivated the divine demon mixed element cultivation technique. It's a pity that I can't activate the divine demon symbiosis. Right now, I only have 1 spiritual energy point per minute. Lu Chun sat cross-legged and got Furball to help guard the door. Just as he entered the cultivation state, Lu Chun suddenly discovered that the divine demon Lotus Heart Fragment was acting strangely. Lu Chun immediately took out the fragment. A cloud of smoke spread out from the fragment, forming a floating map. The energy is very unstable. It shouldn't last for long. Lu Chun hurriedly synchronized the map into his personal map panel. The divine demon Lotus Heart then calmed down. Lu Chun put it away and opened his personal map to examine it carefully. He zoomed the map to its largest scale. There were a total of 9 red dots on the map. 5 of them were in 6 of the 9 great camps, while the other 4 were scattered everywhere. 1 was in Mercenary City, 1 was in the Wildlands, and the other 2 were surrounded by a cloud of fog. Could this be the location of the divine demon Lotus Heart Fragment? Lu Chen's brows furrowed. The area in Mercenary City should be the one in my hand. Old Yin said that each of the 9 great factions have a fragment. However, I don't know how many years ago that was. The fragment in my hand has already been used for secret transactions. It seems that some of the factions might have lost their fragments. There's actually a fragment in the Wildlands. I just happened to have the key. Damn. This key was obtained from the Azura world. That means that if I can't enter the Azura world, I'll never be able to gather the divine demon lotus heart. The remaining 2 fragments are in the foggy area. The difficulty is probably not ordinary. It's too difficult to gather the divine demon lotus heart. Lu Chun looked at the divine demon lotus heart fragment that was guarding the mountain. When he had just cultivated the divine demon fusion cultivation technique, this fragment had shown him the whereabouts of the other fragments. It seemed to have some sort of connection with the divine demon fusion cultivation technique. This made Lu Chun even more certain that the divine demon lotus heart was a part of the divine demon set. All right, since you also hope that I can restore you, I'll try no matter how difficult it is. Chapter 610. Although the first month was difficult, after Balrog recovered, making money would no longer be difficult for him. Old Kwang, look what I bought today. Balrog happily returned to his residence. I bought vegetables from an 8-star chef. Didn't you say you liked to eat barbecue? Lu Chun quickly ran over. Oh, it smells so good. You're rich. Hee hee. Today I received an assassination mission. 70 spirit stones. With this money, you don't need me to serve you anymore. Come, I also made some wine. Let's have a drink. Sure. This was definitely the best meal the 2 of them had ever had. There was a lot of fish and rice wine. They ate with relish. Even the little furball was drooling. After getting along for 2 months, Lu Chun and the Balrog had become good friends who could talk about anything. Balrog, what happened to you in the real world? Hey, I'm just wanted. I'm fine. It's just that my wife and my little kid have suffered. Didn't you say they were fine last time? It's not a big deal, but it's inevitable that people will point at us. Lu Chun sighed. Sigh, if I had taken action at that time, you wouldn't have fallen into such a situation. Don't talk about this. If I were you, I would also be careful. I promise to ensure your safety, but you almost died in the demon race. Balrog tore a mouthful of barbecue. Speaking of which, you're my only friend outside of the demon race. I didn't expect that I would actually become a friend of life and death with a human. Sometimes I wonder if I've killed people like you before. The human race is like that. What about the other races? In our demon race, there are also people who deserve to die. Sigh, Old Kwang, if you can really go against the heavens, I, Balrog, am willing to follow you. Lu Chun smiled. What's there to follow? If we have the same interests, then we'll go together. All right, let's not talk about this nonsense. Let's drink. Okay, I'll drink as much as I want. I'm not afraid of you. 1,000 cups were not enough to drink with a bosom friend. The 2 drank until late at night and fell asleep. The next day, Lu Chun woke up in a daze. His head hurt a little, but when he sat up, he found that the flame demon was no longer there. Why are you standing on the streets so early? He can't be that diligent, right? Lu Chun looked at the mess on the table and was about to call the inn's waiter to clean it up when the furball suddenly jumped onto Lu Chun's body. Squeak, squeak, squeak. What? The flame demons have returned to the demon race. Lu Chun was shocked. If the flame devils returned to the devil race now, wouldn't it be sending them to their deaths? Squeak, squeak, squeak. Lu Chun hurriedly opened his mailbox according to the little furry ball's reminder. There was only 1 letter inside, which was left for him by the flame demon. Brother Kwang, I'm sorry, but I have to go back to the demon race. They captured my wife and child. I can't just watch them suffer. Fortunately, I've already earned enough spirit stones. With these spirit stones, you should be able to recover from your injuries. Don't come looking for me. This time, The great heavenly general will personally supervise. If you come, I'm afraid you won't be able to return. I really want to change this world with you. I want to roam the world and go against the heavens together with you. But there are some things that I can't let go of. As a man, you have to take responsibility. You also have people you want to protect. So I believe you can understand. The Dark Elves have been investigating us. They have already infiltrated Mercenary City. You have to be careful. If one day you can change the rules of Jotien, don't let the major races kill each other. We have enough blood on our hands. Killing and hatred will only be endless. Caddis Moker. There were attachments in the mail. Inside were a set of clothes and a cultivation technique. Brat, your clothes are too flashy. Mine is much better than yours. If I give it to you, you'll definitely get a beauty. This is the demonic sky soul scorching formation. I don't know if you can learn it. If you can't, sell it for money. It's still worth some money. Don't get cheated. I won't leave the equipment for you. If they dare to harm my family, I'll still need it when I put my life on the line. The last signature seemed to be the Flame Demon's real name. In the game, very few people would tell each other their real names. And the friendship between the Flame Demon and Lu Chun had already transcended the game. Lu Chun closed the mail window. His eyes were wide open, emitting a faint green mist. The Flame Demon's letter was a farewell letter. Committing a crime against the clan was a crime punishable by death in any faction. If he went back this time, he wouldn't be able to return. The great heavenly general of the demon race was personally supervising. The demon race had many experts. Perhaps even the Flame Demon wouldn't be able to escape this time. Old Flame. Lu Chun frowned. Little Green, follow me to the medicine shop. Lu Chun used the spirit stones that the Flame Demon left him to buy a large amount of medicine. He returned to his residence and had Lu Yi refine it. Boss, don't tell me you're thinking of going to the demon race. Lu Chen's expression was solemn. I have to go, but the demon race is very strong. Moreover, there are great heavenly generals present. If even the great heavenly generals go, there will probably be many middle heavenly generals. Just you alone. Lu Chen took a deep breath. Old Flame should have known long ago that his family members were captured. He didn't tell me because he wanted to earn enough money for me. This guy? If not for the fact that I didn't act in time, he wouldn't have reached this stage today. But boss, you were the one who saved him. It's not the same. If he died in the human race's prison, then he would be a hero of the demon race. His family would also enjoy good treatment. But now, not only has he become a traitor of the demon race, his family members won't be much better off. Even if it's a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, I have to go this time. Lu Yi also understood Lu Chen's temper. Since he had decided on something, he wouldn't change his mind. Family and friends were the boss' greatest weakness. As a ghost pet, the only thing Lu Yi could do was to support the boss with all her might. Boss, do you have a chance of winning? I also don't know how strong the demon race's great heavenly general is. The demon race is the strongest race I've ever met. But if the Four Seas expedition can defeat the demon race, then I might be able to. 2 hours later, Lu Yi gave the last pill to Lu Chen. After consuming it, Lu Chen's physical injuries had already healed. Boss, it seems like the recuperation during this period of time is very effective. Only then can you cure the illness. But boss, it's already late. I'm afraid that before we reach the demon race's territory, we'll meet that thing. Lu Chen shook his head. I can't care about that anymore. If it dares to block me today, I'll kill it. Recalling Lu Yi and Little Hairy Ball, Lu Chun summoned Rhubarb. Rhubarb, see if you can help me avoid the Heaven Domain boss. Woof, woof, woof. Lu Chun nodded. Just do your best. It's not easy to completely avoid it. Just as Luchin was about to leave, he suddenly stopped and took out the set of clothes that the flame demon gave him. Demon Monarch's Descent, a top-notch set of clothes with its own aura. It is said that the demon race's sovereign king once wore this set of clothes and ruled the demon race's millions of soldiers. Special effect, able to float in the air without consuming any spirit chi. Changing out of his wild blood sword god, Lu Chen changed into this set of Demon Monarch's Descent. This set of clothes was completely black with golden ripples on it. On the back, there was a large cape and a hood. Lifting the cape, Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. Rhubarb, let's go. Chapter 611. A 20-meter-tall platform had been erected in the demon fortress. A burly demon looked down from the platform. He was 3 meters tall and wore an immortal-grade armor. His skin was dark purple, and there were black runes on his face. He had a pair of red demonic eyes. The demon race's great heavenly general, Demon Venerable Holy War. Beside him was a female demon and a demon child. The child was hiding in his mother's arms. His red eyes were filled with fear. "Mommy, will Daddy come for us?" The female demon's heart ached. Would he come? She hoped he would come, but she also prayed he wouldn't. "Child, you must be as brave as your father. Do what you think is right." Demons were monogamous. Even if they lost their spouse, they wouldn't remarry. To be able to become husband and wife, the woman understood her husband better than anyone else. At this moment, the demon sovereign Holy War spoke. "I didn't expect the flame demon to be such a coward. He allowed us to execute you too, but he didn't dare to show himself." The woman stood up straight and said coldly, "My husband is definitely not someone who is afraid of death." Back then, he carried out the assassination mission on his own. It was originally a mission with no return. For the demon race, he didn't hesitate to sacrifice his life. The demon sovereign Holy War snorted. "For the demon race? You have the nerve to say it's for the demon race?" For a human, he didn't hesitate to betray the demon race. He's a traitor to the demon race. He only kept his promise. He didn't betray the demon race. Then what about his promise to the demon race? Never betraying is the oath we demons swore when we joined the immortal army. But what if you kill the innocent? If they're not demons, how can they be innocent? Do you think other races will show mercy when they see us? If that's what you think, then it can only mean that the war has made you lose your nature. The war has made us rich. The demon sovereign, Holy War, wasn't just about strength. He also had an incomparably firm belief. The sun set in the west. The red sunlight stretched everyone's shadows. At this moment, the deadline was getting closer and closer. The demon sovereign, Holy War, shook his head. "Unfortunately, the fearless man you spoke of didn't show up on time. I gave him 7 days. In the end, you saw it for yourself. I feel sorry for you." The Balrog's wife took a deep breath and hugged the child in her arms tightly. "I'm very glad that he made a wise choice. Prepare for the execution." The great celestial general gave the order, and 2 executioners walked onto the execution platform with special weapons in their hands. One of them forcefully pulled the child away from his mother. "Mom, Devin, I'm sorry. You have to be brave, okay? I'm sorry. The woman was heartbroken. "Mom, Devin is not afraid. It's just that I miss Dad." Under the same sunset, the man with broad shoulders taught him how to use demonic might and how to fight. Every time, the father and son would train until they were drenched in sweat. They would then sit together on the hillside and watch the sunset. "Devin, we have to keep getting stronger. A man must have the ability to protect his loved ones. Understand?" "Dad, I will protect you and Mom. Ha 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 ha, good child. Daddy doesn't need you to protect him. Your mission is to protect Mommy. Yes, I will work hard. Dad, I'm sorry. Devin can't protect Mom. Will you come? You clearly said that you would protect the person you love. The mother and son were restrained, and their axes were raised high. Even if you die, you will die as traitors. You will not be able to obtain any glory. The Holy War Demon Emperor's voice sounded in their ears. Your clansmen will also be implicated by you. They will be despised by their clansmen for eternity. The flame demon's wife closed her eyes, and 2 large teardrops fell down. Devin's large red eyes looked in the direction of the sunset. Dad, it's a pity that I won't have the chance to become stronger. The red sun hung low, and there seemed to be a black dot there. It was like a sunspot on a star, but it was constantly growing larger. Devin narrowed his eyes. What was that? That black that was very similar to the familiar sight on the hillside every day when he waited for his father to return. A voice came from the distance. The person you want is me. Let go of my wife and son. Suddenly, the flame demon's wife opened her eyes. When she saw that figure, she couldn't stop her tears. Everyone on the execution platform turned to look at that person. It's the flame demon. He's returned. He still has the guts to return. Traitors will be cut into pieces. Traitor! Traitor! Demon Sovereign Holy War looked at that person and narrowed his eyes. He raised his hand, and the executioner put down his guillotine. A figure flashed and stood on the execution platform. Demon Sovereign Holy War, I'm here, according to your promise. Let them go. Demon Sovereign Holy War faintly smiled. Let them go? Flame Demon, don't you know that there's a saying on the battlefield that all is fair in war? If a traitor commits a crime, his family will be implicated. You should know this, right? You are a grand, great, heavenly general, and yet you went back on your word. Flame Demon, I am well aware of your strength. What a pity. If you hadn't made such a grave mistake, you might have become the new, great, heavenly general in the future. Demon Sovereign Holy War sneered. Tell me, do you regret it now? For a human, your future is ruined, your family is ruined, and your name will be forever cursed on your back. Regret? No. Holy War, you don't understand. The one I saved wasn't a human. Not a human? Are you joking? Yes, not a human. What's in his heart is the common people. The great heavenly general sneered. Common people? Are you kidding me? You've lost so much for him. If he can't even save you, how can he save the common people? How can a single person defy the will of the Jochen? Stop deceiving yourself. Since you're here, there's no need for me to lie to you. Today, your family of 3 will all die. I want to tell all demons that this is the fate of traitors. Flame Demon took a deep breath. He looked at his wife and children under the blade, and red tears flowed down his face. Aisha, Devin, don't apologize. I believe in your decision. Father, Devin is not afraid. Flame Demon's neck bulged as he forcefully suppressed his tears. Good. Saying this, he pulled out his twin sabers. Old Kwang, I can't accompany you any longer. You must live on. You must break through the 9 heavens and then tell these people that they were wrong. Tell them that Cuddy, didn't misjudge them. Demonic sky searing soul domain. With a loud bang, within 10 miles of the demon's stronghold, black fog tumbled, and the ground erupted with flames. Demon Sovereign Holy War snorted. You still want to raid the execution ground? Flame Demon, I am personally overseeing this. How can I allow you to be so impudent? Darkness domain. The world was dusky, and the wind howled. The distant setting sun was already covered by dark clouds. The great heavenly general of the demon race had personally taken action. Chapter 6:12. The two super experts activated their demon domains at the same time. In an instant, the entire demon stronghold turned dark. Flame demon, you want to win against me? You're still lacking. I'll let your wife and children see how I'll torture you to death. Holy War Demon Commander took out his weapon, a 3-meter-long axe. When this axe appeared, everyone's weapons buzzed. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the shining white axe in disbelief. It's the demigod sky cleaving axe. It's one of the top 5 weapons in the 4th heavenly layer. The sky cleaving axe can break the heavens and earth. Unless you have another 4 demigod artifacts, normal immortal artifacts can't match it. The flame demon stared intently at the Holy War Demon Sovereign, fully focused. The sky gradually darkened. Rhubarb ran in front, with Lu Chen following closely behind. To avoid the Heaven Domain boss, they had to rely on Rhubarb to lead the way. Lu Chen couldn't use unlimited teleportation. They were still a dozen miles away from the demon stronghold, but from afar, it was covered in dark clouds. It was clearly different from the surrounding environment. It seemed like there were experts fighting there, and they had all activated their domain skills. Woof, woof, woof. Rhubarb told Lu Chen that the Heaven Domain boss was nearby. To avoid it, they had to take a detour. Lu Chen frowned. Damn it, why does it have to be nearby? There's no time to take a detour. Rhubarb, come back. I'll charge straight in. Calling back Rhubarb, Lu Chen activated Land of Death and Dragon Blood Boil and quickly jumped towards the demon stronghold. After less than a kilometer, the familiar scene appeared again. The ground began to roll, and the mountain range rose and fell. Something was moving underground. This guy, Lu Chen couldn't care less. Every second counted. If he was half a step slower, he might have to guard the flame demon's corpse. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The guy underground broke through the earth and chased after them. This time, it was even faster than before. A deep voice that seemed to come from the abyss said, "You won't be able to escape this time." Lu Chen frowned. This guy had recognized him, and it seemed to be still brooding over the fact that he had escaped from it the last time. Lu Chen used the 9 void steps, but just as he reached the next landing point, the surrounding soil instantly bulged up, forming 4 walls. Lu Chen also had an additional debuff. Trapped Beast increases the cooldown of displacement skills by 20 seconds. All of Lu Chen's movement skills were now on cooldown and could not be used. Lu Chen wanted to convert his pure spirit chi into primordial spirit chi so that his skills would not be suppressed. However, in just a short period of time, dozens of earthen walls were erected outside the earthen walls. In other words, even if Lu Chen could use all of his displacement skills, he would still have to break through these dozens of earth walls. This earth wall was not an ordinary earth wall. Lu Chen had experienced it previously. He had broken through the void 5 times and only managed to break through 1 earth wall. Lu Chen's heart was burning with anxiety, but he was still being pestered by the Heaven Domain boss. Suddenly, Lu Chen stopped and stood in the middle of the earth wall. As Lu Chen stopped, the guy underground also stopped. However, Lu Chen could feel that it was under his feet. "Have you given up struggling?" That voice sounded again. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. "I don't have much time now. Come out, let's settle this." "Settle? You don't have the qualifications. The reason why you are still alive is because I like to play with my prey." Lu Chen snorted and activated the divine demon symbiotic form. Eternal Night Barrier. Primal Chaos Domain. And Primal Chaos Domain. You actually have a Primal Chaos Domain. Interesting. Lu Chen pulled out the divine demon limitless sword from the void. "Cut the crap. I will kill the Heaven Domain boss today. However, the Heaven Domain boss did not appear. The surrounding earth wall fell and merged back into the ground. Lu Chen looked at his surroundings in astonishment. What do you mean? Human race brat, you have piqued my interest. Unfortunately, you are too weak right now. Even if I kill you, it will be boring. This is not Tong Tian Tower. Guarding Tong Tian Tower is my duty. However, in the wild, I have the power to kill. I can choose not to kill you. Aren't you in a hurry? Take this poison pill, and I will let you pass. A black pill came out from the ground and floated in front of Lu Chen. This is the black insect pill. I will give you 1 year. After 1 year, come to Tong Tian Tower to find me. If you exceed this time, the black insect pill will explode. Even the gods will not be able to save you. Lu Chen frowned as he calculated in his heart. Although the Heaven Domain boss did not make a move, he could feel how strong it was. If he fought with it, even if he won, he would not be able to save the flame demon in time. However, if he took the black insect pill like this, it would be gambling with his life. What? Afraid that I will poison you? If I want to kill you, why would I need to use this method? Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. Just as he was about to take the pill, Lu Yi's voice came from his mind. Boss, be careful. The black insect pill's level is too high. My goo technique's level is too low. I can't cure it within a year. If you go to Tong Tian Tower and it does not cure you, then you will not be able to beat it. The stone wall fell to the ground. Lu Chen looked into the distance. The black fog seemed to have faded away. It seemed like the battle was about to end. The flame demon's words rang in his ears. For the mother and daughter, I am willing to give up everything. However, in order to save him, the flame demon put the people he cherished the most in danger. Only when he had gathered enough spirit stones to heal himself did he go back to save them. How many friends like this could one have in one's life? Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen shook his head and smiled. Old flame, I am really sorry. Lu Chen grabbed the black insect pill and swallowed it. You told me to be careful, but I have disappointed you. Boss, Little Green, don't feel pressured. It doesn't matter if you can't cure it. I definitely can't watch Old Flame's family die. Boss, I know. I forgot that you were such a person. After swallowing the black insect pill, Lu Chen said coldly, I will go to Tong Tian Tower to find you in a year. Very good. I hope you are not so weak then. Otherwise, the game will be too boring. Go, don't die there. Lu Chen did not say anything. He turned around and used the infinite triple door. In the blink of an eye, he was 1,000 meters away. On the execution platform, the demonic sky blade was stabbed in the chest of the holy war demon Supremacy. He was breathing rapidly. Flame demon, I actually underestimated your strength. You can actually hurt me. The flame demon was lying in a pool of blood. He could no longer move. His arms were cut off by the sky-breaking axe. His tendons were cut off. There were dozens of shocking wounds on his body. The holy war demon, Supremacy, pulled the demonic sky blade out of his chest. His face was gloomy. You actually dared to hurt me. I want you to watch your wife and child die. I want you to die in despair. The flame demon lay on the ground, powerlessly looking at his wife and child. Aisha, Devin, I'm sorry. Devin, Dad is useless. I couldn't protect the people I love. The tiger-headed blade was raised high and quickly fell. No, don't. The flame demon screamed at the top of his lungs. At this moment, 2 black-feathered arrows tore through the air and arrived at the horizon. With 2 clangs, the 2 tiger-headed blades were instantly broken. Everyone looked in the direction of the arrows in shock. On the walls of the demon fortress, a black-robed figure stood there. His black cape fluttered in the wind. Under the hood, his eyes were different from the red eyes of ordinary demons. Instead, they emitted rolling green mist. Chapter 613. Old Quam. The Balrog looked back with mixed feelings. Should he rejoice that this guy had come, or should he be angry that a human like him had come to the demon race's territory to seek death? The Holy War demon sovereign stared at the person on the wall with excitement burning in his eyes. Solipsistic, I didn't expect to not only capture the Balrog, but also lure this brat here. Very good. There's finally a conclusion to the matter of a human escaping the fortress. With that, the Holy War demon sovereign swallowed a pill. The injuries caused by the Balrog quickly healed, and his HP was restored to full. In an instant, Lu Chen was already on the execution platform. Seeing the Balrog's family members still under the butcher's knife, he grabbed the air. I'm all ears. Aisha, Devon, and the badly mutilated Balrog were all sucked over by Lu Chen. Little Furball. Lu Chen summoned Little Furball and had it bite open the mother and son's shackles. As soon as they regained their freedom, the mother and son rushed to the Balrog and cried. Cade, Dad, help me up, the Balrog said. With the help of his wife, the Balrog stood up shakily. Old Quang, why did you come? Didn't I tell you not to come? Don't you know this is the demon race's fortress? Don't you know that the demon race's great heavenly generals have come? There were 8 culmination heaven generals here. You're here to die. Lu Chen didn't look back. He couldn't bear to see the Balrog in his current state. Even if I die, I have to come. Lu Chen's tone was calm but firm. You're really pissing me off. If you want to be angry, wait until I bring you out. I won't watch my brother's family die. You want to take them away? The Holy War demon sovereign looked down at the human in front of him and smiled. Why don't you take a look at where you are? Last time, you were lucky to escape, but this time, the 8 great heavenly generals and I will personally supervise. Do you think you can escape? Additionally, it's already late. I believe you know what's in the theater of operations at night. Lu Chen snorted coldly. Today, even if the Heavenly Emperor comes, I will take them away. You sure talk big. Solipsistic, I've investigated you. Your original world is a place called Earth, right? To be able to make it this far in a world that can't even be considered low-level martial arts, you do have some ability. In your world, there should be countless people worshiping you as the war god. Just in time, I have a tool here that can let them see how their war god is blasted into a pile of mud at the 4th layer of heaven. Furthermore, I want them to see that you were killed for the sake of the devil race. That way, even if you die, they won't see you as a hero. They'll only see you as a spy who colluded with other races. Ha 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 ha, I've been preparing for this day for a long time. I even specially sent someone to the 2nd heaven to contact the leader of your human race. After saying that, Holy War took out a crystal stone. Shadow Stone, project the image to the 2nd heaven. Lu Chen frowned. Holy War Demon Sovereign actually had such a tool, directly broadcasting across 2 layers of heaven. The players of Earth hadn't heard from him for a long time. They probably wouldn't understand that he was fighting for the devil race. With a live broadcast, even if he died in battle, he wouldn't enjoy any glory. He might even be slandered. Holy War Demon Sovereign's intentions were quite sinister. Speaking of which, had the devil race already made contact with the great wall of iron and blood, the shadow stone flew into the air and covered the current area. The image was transmitted to the 2nd heaven. 2nd heaven, Earth United Front Alliance. An item in the Great Wall of Iron and Blood's backpack vibrated. He hurriedly checked his backpack. Just 3 days ago, a mysterious man had given him something called a shadow stone. It could transmit images across up to 3 layers of heaven. The Great Wall of Iron and Blood still remembered that mysterious man wearing a black cloak and a mask on his face. His strength was unfathomable. Under heavy protection, no one noticed that he was already beside him. Fortunately, he didn't have any malicious intentions. Otherwise, killing the Great Wall of Iron and Blood would be as easy as pie. After that person handed the shadow stone to him, he said, "If this shadow stone has any strange movements in the future, it means that there is a battle report from Solipsistic. Don't you guys admire him very much?" The shadow stone will automatically broadcast the video on Earth's official website. Take a good look. I believe it will definitely be big news for you guys. Now, the shadow stone finally reacted. The Great Wall of Iron and Blood quickly spread the news. Quickly go to the official website. There's a live broadcast of Mad God's battle. Mad God should be in the 3rd layer of heaven now. Wow, a battle in the 3rd layer of heaven. I'm really looking forward to it. You can extract attributes from the 3rd layer of heaven. I've always dreamed of going there. Let's see how intense the battle is at the 3rd layer of heaven. Only a few people knew that Solipsistic wasn't at the 3rd layer of heaven at all. As early as 2 years ago, he had already reached the 4th layer of heaven. The Frenzy Wave Guild was under the guidance of a mysterious organization of Nameless. They had repeatedly honed their cooperation in the 2nd layer of heaven. At this time, President Lung Nuo sent a guild message. Everyone went offline to watch the live broadcast of the president's battle. Master's battle broadcast? My God, isn't that crossing the heavens? Brother? Lu, you was a little puzzled. She understood Lu Chun. Brother wasn't someone who liked to be in the limelight. Although he was always in the limelight, that wasn't his intention. Brother had always been low-key. Why would he suddenly broadcast a battle video? Crossing the heavens? That should be the shadow stone. A few mysterious experts looked at each other. That thing isn't easy to get. It has to be at least at the 4th layer of heaven. 10 steps. Your war god has already reached the 4th layer of heaven? 10 steps. One man was dumbfounded. I'm not too sure about this. Anyway, let's go offline and take a look. The strongest guilds of each country also went offline and logged on to the official website. EDS Guild, Xiao Yaofeng and his team members sat in front of the LCD screen in the hall. Everyone is here. Everyone, take a good look. This should be a battle in the 3rd layer of heaven. It will be very helpful for us when we explore the 3rd layer of heaven in the future. Pay attention. Pay special attention to the reactions of both sides. Also pay attention to the differences between the skills now and now, the control of HP, the connection of skills, and other details. In a battle between experts, the details often determine victory or defeat. Sky Dragon, you too pay special attention. In terms of battle techniques, you two aren't too far away from Mad God. However, in terms of the details, you two still need to improve. Yes, leader. Everyone still didn't understand what this battle meant. They didn't even know that starting from the 3rd layer of heaven, Jiu Qian had already introduced a new concept. Physical damage. The damage in the 3rd layer of heaven mostly affected the physical body in the game. However, in the 4th layer of heaven, the damage extended to the real world. In the 4th layer of heaven, if the opponent used a killing move, people would die. At this time, the official broadcast room 001 to 300 broadcast a scene at the same time. Once they saw the situation on the screen, everyone's eyes widened. What's going on? Chapter 6:14. On the screen, Lu Chun was standing in front of 3 aliens, facing 9 terrifying creatures. What is that? The video says that it's the demon race. Oh my God, there's also the demon race? The aliens in the galactic suit are scary enough. Now there's the demon race. Wait, it says that this is level 4. Oh my God, level 4. Mad God has reached level 4. Is the demon behind Mad God also from the demon race? Why is there green liquid all over the ground? Is that their blood and the children of the demon race? Mad God seems to be protecting them. At this time, the demon called Holy War Demon Monarch said to the screen, "Earthlings, your god of war is not on the side of the human race. He has already betrayed the human race. The human race is also looking for him. If you don't believe me, you can ask Solipsistic." Now, in order to protect his demon race friends, he came to our demon race's fortress to die. Remember this, Solipsistic's death today is meaningless to you. These words quickly exploded in the live broadcast rooms. What do you mean? Mad God betrayed the human race. Impossible. Actually, according to Mad God's personality, it's not impossible. Look, he doesn't seem to have any intention of explaining. Didn't the experts who led me say that the human race is in danger? Now it seems that the human race is not the only one in the high heaven domain. If Mad God has such strength, why didn't he help the human race instead of the demon race? Holy War Demon Monarch roared at Lu Chen. Solipsistic, tell me, are you a traitor to the human race? Lu Chun looked coldly at Holy War Demon Monarch and sneered. Childish! Aren't you tired of valuing your reputation so much? I, Solipsistic, do not need to explain my actions. That's because I'm telling the truth. Your death means nothing to your clansmen. Lu Chun snorted coldly. Those who understand me will naturally understand. For those who don't, I don't want to explain. Your fancy words are useless to me. Holy War Demon Monarch smiled faintly. You're still too young. After you die, you'll know how important reputation is. Your friends and family will be cursed. Very good. I like your personality that doesn't explain. It saves me a lot of time. I see that you're also bent on seeking death. Very well. I'll satisfy you next. Nan Feng, Tai Wei, all the heavenly generals of the demon race, listen up. Cut these invaders into pieces and leave no intact corpses. The 8 celestial generals of the demon race stepped forward, revealing their weapons and pets. To be able to become a middle heaven general of the demon race, none of these people were weak. The reason why some middle heaven generals did not become great heaven generals was perhaps not because they were weak. Perhaps it was because of their qualifications, battle achievements, or the quota for great heaven generals was limited. Demon, monarch, demon of the demon, monarch of the demon. The weapons in their hands were all immortal grade weapons, and almost all of them were immortal grade equipment. Solipsistic, the last time we let you escape, it was a disgrace to our demon race. This time, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Did you hear the great heavenly general's order? You dare to barge into our demon stronghold alone. We will skin you alive and hang your corpse outside the city gate to show the might of our demon race. You won't be able to protect the flame demon family. Just die with them. Lu Chen slightly narrowed his eyes. Every one of you is better than singing. Very well. Let me see what kind of ability a 4th layer demon has. Come at me together. Behind him, the flame demon could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. It was unknown whether it was because of its internal injuries or because it had been angered by Lu Chun. What kind of situation was this? Shouldn't this guy be trying to goad them into action? According to the arrogance of the demons, they might have attacked one by one, But this guy didn't play by the rules. In the live stream, someone typed a sentence that immediately resonated with everyone. Whether Mad God has betrayed our race or not, I'm sure that guy is Mad God. As an Earth player, the sentence "come at me together" was too familiar. Anyway, it was not surprising that Mad God would fight, so it was wrong. Yes, it's definitely him. Who cares if he has betrayed our race or not? Anyway, this competition will definitely be interesting. I wonder if Mad God is still that strong in the fourth layer demon realm. The Holy War demon Lord probably did not expect the Earth players to think this way. In fact, their concept of race was not particularly deep. After all, they had not even seen other branches of the human race before. The 8 great heavenly generals were furious, arrogant. I'll let you be arrogant. Have a taste of my god-slaying domain. First, blood demon domain, beast domain. The 8 domains came from various professions. Just the negative statuses alone, Lu Chen's status bar had already been stacked with a long list. This was the first time the Earth players saw a domain-type skill. They were shocked. What skill is that? Look, the area of effect is so big. Is it an area of effect skill? Look at Mad God's status. At this time, someone typed a line of words on the bullet screen. A domain is an advanced version of a barrier skill. In terms of barriers, there is a saying that if you fight in someone else's barrier, you will lose half the battle before it even starts. A domain is even more terrifying. The area of effect can reach a radius of at least 800 meters. At the same time, the effect is even more insane. At the same time, it can weaken the enemy and strengthen the user. If all other attributes are equal, one with a domain and one without a domain, the side without a domain has almost no chance of winning. This person should have been a guide who sent this message. After seeing this message, everyone realized the power of a domain. If they took a closer look at the solipsistic status now, it would be even more clear. After all the domain effects are stacked, Mad God's attack is reduced by 97%, physical defense is reduced by F***CK, 170%, displacement, teleportation, recovery, skill cooldown is increased by 28 minutes, vulnerability, elemental resistance is reduced by 110%, attack speed is reduced, skill success rate is reduced. Oh my God. How can we fight this? Is this a domain? It's too scary. They have 8 domains, and look at their equipment. Those are all immortal grade weapons. I remember that the solipsistic's weapons are the dark gold bow, the dark gold water reverse scale sword, and the devil's blade. At this time, Lu Chen also moved. God of War possession, devil transformation, celestial demon symbiosis. With a boom, Lu Chen quickly entered the demigod and demonic state. His body appeared in the form of an evil child. His body was covered in black fog and golden light. One of his eyes was green and the other golden. What is that? Celestial demon symbiosis? Did Mad God combine his 2 forms into one? F***CK. This is too exaggerated. Is that the combination of the nameless and the solipsistic? Lu Chen said in a low voice, 8 domains? Sorry, it's useless to me. Chaos domain. Sky-grade dark clouds rolled, and everything within a 1,500-meter radius seemed to have spirituality. After a large amount of chaos spiritual energy entered the chaos domain, it formed a whistling wind that swept through the world. At this moment, all the negative statuses on Lu Chen were cleared. The countless spectators on Earth were so scared that their faces turned pale. Oh my God, is the Mad God already so strong? Sky Dragon turned his eyes and looked at the leader, Carefree Wind. Leader, are you sure that the difference between us and the solipsistic is only in the details. Chapter 615. When Earth's players saw Mad God activate the primal chaos domain, they realized that Mad God's improvement was the greatest in these 2 years. And through the mysterious Shadow Stone, humans were fortunate enough to see the battle's strength of a Layer 4 in advance. Just the contest of domains before the battle had already caused a phenomenon in heaven and earth. On the execution ground, the decisive battle was about to begin. Although Lu Chun made the 8 Middle Heaven generals attack together, they clearly had their own arrangements. At this time, a Middle Heaven general wearing a strange suit had already made his move. Countless black beetles crawled out of his sleeves. These black beetles covered the ground or flew in the air, almost filling the entire space as they pressed down on Lu Chun. Old Kwang, be careful. These are spirit-devouring beetles. They can devour spirit attacks and are a type of goo worm. But Jia is a goo master. Flame Demon shouted behind Lu Chun. Lu Chun had planned to use Great Ravager to deal with these disgusting insects, but after being reminded by Flame Demon, he gave up on this tactic. Ha 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 ha, Flame Demon. So what if you tell him your demonic sky soul-scorching formation can block my spirit-devouring goo group? But he can't. Bah, Jia's laughter was sharp and ear-piercing. Your primal chaos domain is only SOSO. It can only eliminate your own negative state, but it can't change the effect of my insect-tied domain. Solipsistic, I heard you are very strong. Your skills almost have no cooldown. Unfortunately, in front of my spirit-devouring beetle nest, no matter how much spirit energy there is, it will be sucked dry by you without the support of spirit energy. Let's see how you can still be arrogant. At this time, a crisp voice shouted, Uncle Kwang, let me help you. Demonic sky soul scorching formation. Lu Chun had planned to do it himself, but after hearing this voice, he stopped. Devon sent out a clone and quickly set up the demonic sky soul scorching formation. Soon after, the surrounding ground erupted with pillars of fire. Unfortunately, Devon's attributes were too low. His flames were far from being as fierce and deadly as his father's. The spirit-devouring beetles were not directly burned to death. Instead, they could absorb spirit energy from the flames, causing the flames to be unable to continue and gradually extinguish. Lu Chun looked at the devil race child in surprise, then said with a smile, Not bad. You can use such a strong array formation at such a young age. You are a bit like your father. Speaking of which, Lu Chun was still in the form of an evil child. Demons were tall and big, so Devon was actually a head taller than Lu Chun. However, height was secondary. The key was his temperament. In this aspect, Lu Chun could be considered a competent, crazy uncle. Devon lowered his head in frustration. I can't stop them. I can't avenge my father. Lu Chun smiled. No, you have a lot of potential. What you need is time. Old Yen, your son is not bad. He's a piece of good material. Lu Chun and the Flame Demon were sworn friends of life and death, so he naturally valued this child. Moreover, Devon was so sensible. Devon, Uncle will teach you a move. If you don't have enough spirit energy, you don't need to fill all 81 array cores. Concentrate all your pure spirit energy in 10 or even 5 array cores. This way, you can erupt with 10 times the damage for a short period of time. As long as you can protect yourself, that's enough. Ba Jia's eyes widened in anger. Solipsistic was actually teaching him on the spot. Before the Flame Demon left, he had left the demonic sky soul searing array formation to Lu Chun. Although he had never used it before, he had seen the Flame Demon use it and had a general understanding of the characteristics of this cultivation method. The demonic sky soul searing array formation was powerful. Besides its high attack power, long duration, and ability to burn the body, It was also flexible and didn't need to fill all 81 array cores. In the past, half of the flame demon's avatars had been killed, but he had still activated the demonic sky soul searing array. As Lu Chen spoke, he lifted his hand, and 5 avatars appeared around him. These avatars were not demon avatars, but avatars used to lay down the demonic sky soul searing array. A moment later, the avatars finished laying down the array. Lu Chen lifted his hand, and pillars of fire shot out from the 5 array cores, shooting straight into the sky. The moment the pillars of fire shot up, the spirit-devouring beetles that were close to the pillars of fire were instantly roasted into dried corpses. Not to mention those that were directly hit by the flames, they had already turned into ashes. Devon was dumbfounded. What powerful damage! This should have already exceeded the upper limit of the cultivation method. Lu Chen faintly smiled. The demonic sky soul searing array uses pure spiritual energy as the price to cause fire damage. Although I have only created 5 pillars of fire, I have poured in even more spiritual energy. This way, the power will naturally multiply. You are still young. In the future, you might encounter opponents that are stronger than you. Study the skills in your hands more. It isn't impossible for the weak to defeat the strong. On this point, Lu Chen could be said to have a deep understanding. Many of his skills were low-level skills, but through variations, they could often achieve unexpected results. Devon was deeply inspired and nodded heavily. The Balrog, who was watching this scene from the side, was astonished. Last time, my avatar was destroyed, so I had no choice but to use half of the array cores to activate the demonic sky soul searing array. He actually expanded it on this basis. By controlling the number of array cores, he can deal with different situations. This guy, to be able to charge up from a place like Earth, he didn't just rely on luck. Aisha looked at Devon with some worry. Cuddy, your friend is teaching Devon. Is it okay? The Balrog ignored his pain and laughed. You don't know how strong he is. I have seen a thing or two. Let's just say one thing. He was able to escape 7 to 8,000 meters away from that thing underground. You should have a rough idea. What? You said he escaped from that guy's hands? I just left the demonic sky soul searing array to him today. I didn't expect that he would be able to think of such a change before actually using it. Even I am deeply inspired. For Devon to be able to receive his guidance, it is also his luck. Aisha had never seen her husband praise someone so much, but after thinking about it carefully, she understood. He is indeed different. In such a life and death battle, he still has the mind to give Devon pointers. Although he hasn't completely revealed his strength, this courage is already admirable. As they spoke, Lu Chen tiptoed and patted Devon's shoulder. You go back and take care of your father. Your Uncle Kwong will handle things here. Devon nodded and obediently returned to his parents' side. Lu Chen was amiable towards Devon, but as soon as he turned around, the killing intent in his eyes reignited. I told you to attack together, but you are still waiting for me to exhaust my spiritual chi. It seems that the 8 Central Sky Generals are nothing more than this. Don't waste your time. If you don't attack, you won't have a chance. Goobug, it should be considered a unit. Little Furball, are you interested? Lu Chen raised his hand, and a little white mouse appeared in his hand. Squeak, 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 squeak. Looking at the countless goobugs, the little furball was more excited than usual. It jumped up and down on Lu Chen's hand, its eyes shining. Okay, then I won't burn them. I'll leave them to you. After receiving the order, the little furball cheerfully jumped down from Lu Chen's hand. Its body instantly expanded, reaching 70 to 80 meters. Roar! Lu Chen shook his head. Your spirit-devouring goo bug eats pure spiritual chi? Sorry, but when it comes to eating, no one can compare to this little fur ball. It eats everything. Chapter 6:16. Facing thousands of spirit-devouring beetles. Little Furball seemed to have fallen into a gourmet pit as it ate frantically. Even Ba Jia was dumbfounded. What kind of monster is this? Balrog's eyes widened. He had seen Little Furball before and knew that it was a glutton. However, he had never seen Little Furball transform, let alone devour parasites. This thing is actually eating parasites. That's a poison that directly affects the body. If it's not digested, the parasites will enter its body and remain dormant for a long time. Lu Chun was not worried. If Little Furball said it could eat, then it could eat. As for whether it could digest, there was no need to worry at all. After all, it was a guy that could topple the Jiutian. The beetle tide seemed to have met its natural enemy. Seeing Little Furball, they did not even have time to escape, let alone attack. Little Furball had caused the entire beetle tide to collapse. Although Little Furball was eating happily, it did not get carried away. It stood beside Lu Chun the entire time. With it around, the beetle tide did not dare to approach. Lu Chun calmly walked to the opposite side. Looks like your plan to eat my pure spiritual energy is going to fail. What are you waiting for? After saying that, Lu Chun pulled out the infinite celestial demon sword from the void. The moment the infinite celestial demon sword was pulled out, everyone suddenly felt their weapons vibrate slightly. It's the power of an artifact spirit. Zhong Tian General was also very knowledgeable and quickly identified this reaction. However, soon, everyone's attention was focused on Holy War Demon Lord, who was watching from the side. At this moment, Holy War Demon Lord had his head lowered. His eyes were wide open as he looked at the Sky Splitter axe in his hand in disbelief. The Sky Splitter axe made a buzzing sound as its entire body trembled violently. What? Even the Sky Splitter axe is affected by the power of that sword's artifact spirit. Impossible! The Sky Splitter axe is a semi-divine artifact, one of the top 5 in the entire fourth heaven. Even if other semi-divine artifacts appeared, it would not have such a reaction. What kind of weapon is that in Solipsistic's hand? On Earth, all the major livestream channels were flooded with all kinds of comments. Mad God changed his weapon. What weapon is that? It's so cool. Have you seen the weapons of the others? It reminds me of Mad God's 9 wings. As long as 9 wings is present, all other mounts will submit to him. I didn't think that even Mad God's weapon would have such an attribute. Could this be the legendary chi of a monarch? This weapon should be immortal grade, right? Moreover, it should be a top-notch weapon even among the immortal grade weapons. After all, the players on Earth were not knowledgeable enough. In their understanding, top-notch celestial weapons were already the best weapons. At this moment, the Holy War Demon Sovereign suddenly raised his head, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. You actually made the Sky Splitter axe volunteer to fight. Ha 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 ha. Solipsistic, you have a good weapon. Lu Chun coldly snorted. Don't worry. Wait until I've dealt with these minions. Then we'll settle our accounts. Having said that, Lu Chun moved. Ghostly shadows. The 8 mid-heaven generals quickly reacted. Everyone, be careful of his weapon. Spread out and restrain him. Ranged attackers. Attack with all you've got. Cripple his ghost shadow first. A golden light exploded in the field. Vast Buddha's light can directly cause ghost, illusions, and doppelgangers to dissipate. At the same time, it increases damage to underworld units by 60% and increases physical defense and elemental resistance by 40%. With a boom, Lu Chen's 300 ghost shadows were instantly killed. Kid, doppelgangers are useless in front of me. I'll make sure you have nowhere to hide. Golden light blinds. Golden body taunt. The golden light battle Buddha quickly moved in front of Lu Chun and activated the taunt skill. Perhaps the golden light blinds had damaged Lu Chen's vision, causing him to be unable to dodge the taunt skill's range, and was caught by the golden light battle Buddha. Golden body taunt. Increases physical defense by 200%, HP by 50%, battle recovery by 30,000 HP per second, body strengthening. Reduces physical damage by up to 80% for 7 seconds. Got him. Attack immediately. At the offline base of the Wild Waves Guild, everyone's hearts were hanging by a thread when they saw this scene. This taunt skills buff is so strong. Who is the guild leader facing? Why are all of them so strong? What does it mean by physical damage? Could it be that this competition will directly affect the physical body in the real world? This is too scary. Not good. The guild leader has been taunted for 7 seconds. It'll be troublesome if he gets focused on. Since they had taunted the solipsistic, it would be strange if they did not focus on him. The other 7 people quickly attacked. Thunder Sky Shaker, Arrow. 7 seconds is enough to kill him. Blade Storm, shatter the mountains and rivers, charge up. Be careful not to kill him directly. The Great Sky General wants us to cut him into pieces and leave him with one breath. Wrath of Wind and Thunder, Sky Thunder Collapse. The culmination General's attack was indeed extraordinary. Their skills once again caused the scene to change. Continuous lightning flashed across the sky, as if it was going to tear the sky apart. It pierced through the clouds from afar, and arrived above Lu Chen's head in a moment, seeing that the heavenly thunder was about to fall and hit Lu Chen's head. At the same time, the Imperial Sword, Divine Descendant, Gu Master, and Elemental Mage charged up their skills and were about to attack. But at this moment, Lu Chen shouted in a low voice, "Put him to death! Dragon Blood Boil! Primal Chaos Attack! Flash Shoot! Rapid Attack!" Lu Chen's HP instantly collapsed, leaving only 1/10. And at this moment, the taunted Lu Chen stabbed at the Golden Light Battle Buddha. -18 million, double critical hit, -2. 23 million, poisoned, -2. 23 million, poisoned, -2. 27 million, earth elemental damage. 1 attack, 4 segments of damage, 24 million damage. But Lu Chen's normal attacks were always 5 consecutive hits, including 1 triple critical hit, causing 140 million damage. At the same time, the opponent was stunned, silenced, slowed, and their pure spirit chi dropped rapidly. The monk who had activated Golden Light Taunt was left with only a quarter of his HP. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. This guy's HP was too high, 170 million HP. Even if this guy was the Golden Light Battle Buddha with the longest HP, his HP was actually 4 times his own. He was really strong. The demon race was indeed worthy of being a race that could directly enter Jiutian from the 4th layer of heaven. Lu Chen was shocked by the opponent's HP, but the others were even more shocked. Ba A's brain short-circuited when he saw this. It wasn't rare for the demon race to deal over 100 million damage. The demon race was very powerful in the first place. Some of them had obtained some kind of opportunity that greatly increased their attributes. Coupled with some powerful cultivation techniques, they could also stack their statuses multiple times. But the difference was, this guy was using a normal attack. He directly insta-killed the Golden Light Battle Buddha, who had activated Taunt. What kind of heaven-defying damage is this? How can a human deal such high damage? Ba A, don't just stand there. Heal him, quick. Although Ba A was a Gu Master, He was a goo master who had changed his profession from alchemist, so he naturally knew how to heal. Great earth rejuvenation. However, not only was Lu Chen's attack high, his attack speed was also extremely terrifying. The moment Ba A raised his hand, Lu Chen's second attack had already landed on the monk. Even if great earth rejuvenation was added, the monk would still die without a doubt. This time, the monk could no longer endure the 5 consecutive attacks. His chest was directly pierced through by Limitless Sword, and he flew backwards, nailed to the stone pillar beside Sacred Battle Buddha Venerable. Lu Chen grabbed at the air, and Limitless Sword of Demonic God shot out and returned to his hand. With a loud bang, a bolt of lightning several meters in diameter descended from the sky, blasting towards Lu Chen and that mage. 9 void steps. Lu Chen hurriedly dodged. This bolt of lightning had already been forewarned, so Lu Chen had no difficulty dodging it. After accumulating strength for so long, it's only at this level, Lu Chen snorted coldly, but when he turned around, he found something wrong. That mage was floating in the air, his body flashing with lightning like a thunder god descending to the world. His divine might was awe-inspiring. Behind him, a large amount of lightning struck his body, but not only did it not kill him, it even caused his body to explode with lightning. Solipsistic, my demon race, is actually a place where you can come and go as you please. Today, I will turn you into dregs. Lu Chen took a deep breath. The demon race was indeed strong. Every heaven general had considerable strength, and this wind thunder was even stronger than Dongfang Ji's Jiutian thunder. Chapter 617. Lu Yi couldn't wait to run to her brother's room, but the last time her brother fainted, she knew in advance the cruelty of the high heavens. Her appearance now might affect her brother's performance. They were only separated by a wall, but she couldn't visit her brother. This made Lu Yi feel like she was sitting on pins and needles. Brother, what kind of monsters are you facing now? Nothing must happen. Lu Yi prayed silently. When the players on Earth saw the battle of level 4, it completely exceeded their understanding of the strong. My God, this is already beyond the reach of human strength. Every opponent is like a god. Thunder God. Is that guy a prophet? Are prophets so strong in the later stage? What later stage? Mad God is only at level 4. Now, not even half of Jiutian. At most, he's at the early stage. But prophets can borrow the power of nature. It's really terrifying. While the players were discussing the battle scene, Solipsistic also moved. 9 void steps. As soon as he took a step, a vortex formed under his feet, and the surrounding electricity was directly absorbed into the vortex. What is that? A vortex? Holy War Demon Master's eyes widened. While moving, he absorbed the opponent's skill damage, dodging and counteracting the damage at the same time. He had never seen such a displacement skill before. The second step, stepping on the void, Lu Chen had already risen into the air. I'm all ears. Lu Chen grabbed the void with one hand. Deep thunder, be careful. Although prophets had huge long-range damage and AoE abilities, their melee abilities were weaker than archers, and they didn't have recovery abilities. Lu Chen had already shown the effect of being all ears before, forcefully pulling the opponent in front of him, which was quite domineering. Combined with his terrifying melee damage, it was definitely not a wise choice to let him get close. At this moment, several long-range attacks came. Lu Chen didn't even look back. He took the third step, 9 void steps, and caused these skills to be severely offset. At the same time, he got closer to Deep Thunder. Does he have an eye on the back? How can he dodge so accurately? The spectators below the stage were puzzled. Lu Chen was no longer using the eye of the gods of darkness. Instead, he was using an immortal grade magic treasure that was even stronger than the eye of the gods of darkness, the heavenly gaze. Dodging those long-range attacks was naturally not a problem. "Don't play maglev with me. Get down." Luchan growled and grabbed at Deep Thunder. "Solipsistic, don't think that I'm a pushover. Do you really think I'm afraid of you getting close to me? You've been tricked. Thunder and lightning forbidden zone." Suddenly, Lu Chun was squeezed by two huge forces, and his body was temporarily unable to move. At the same time, Lu Chen's listen attentively captured the hidden thunder, and it quickly shot toward Lu Chen. "Do you really think that the demon heavenly generals are useless? I'll let you have a taste of the power of a melee mage. Lightning attribute, celestial body. Infusion of heavenly lightning. Countless lightning bolts bombarded Yulei's body. That person had already been struck by hundreds of lightning bolts. His back seemed to be blooming with a flower of lightning. Even the people of the demon race were shocked. Oh my God, what is he doing? Can someone withstand such a terrifying infusion of heavenly lightning? It's already more than 100 heavenly lightning bolts. His lightning attribute celestial body has already reached 2 stars. In terms of the combat strength of his body, Yulei is already worthy of the title of number 1 among the heavenly generals. I can already imagine that the damage of Heavenly General Yulei's next attack will reach an unimaginable level. The lightning bolts had already struck Yulei as a flame demon. At this time, his body gradually lost its physical form. A pair of white eyes stared at his prey, like the god of death. "Solipsistic, go to hell." Thunder God slaying slash. Yulei's body turned into a bolt of lightning. Using the pulling force of his capture, his speed increased explosively, and he shot toward Lu Chen. Bah! Jia frowned. Yulei has already cultivated a lightning attribute celestial body. Combined with the thunder god slaying slash, it's too terrifying. It seems that Yulei is already a strong competitor for the next heavenly general position. Another person said, "This guy hid his strength well. If it wasn't for the battle with Solipsistic, I really wouldn't have known that he's already so strong. Now, we don't need to do anything." Flame Demon's eyes were about to pop out. Under such an attack, Solipsistic wouldn't be able to survive. Old Quang. After all, the demon race was a super strong race. Their foundation was far superior to that of the human race. Moreover, the demon race had been passed down for thousands of years. In reality, they already had an extremely strong physical body. If it were a human race, it would take a long time to cultivate to be able to withstand such a powerful heavenly lightning infusion. Uncle Quang. Devin was so nervous that he didn't dare to watch the battle. Don't die. On Earth, countless people saw this scene and had already forgotten to continue sending bullet comments. A guide suddenly sent a message. Mad God is going to die. In Hua Xia's United Front Command Center, Lin Hai was holding a cup of coffee. Although I don't like to drink this stuff, coffee is still better when it comes to refreshing myself. Lin Hai looked up and saw the scene in the video. At this moment, he was frozen in place. The cup of coffee in his hand had already been turned over, but he didn't react at all. At this moment, his eyes were fixed on the screen. Lu Chun. The lightning forbidden zone wasn't a domain or barrier type skill. Instead, it was an AoE control skill. Under the effects of the primal chaos domain, it could control Solipsistic. Currently, Lu Chun was like a target, suspended in midair and unable to move. Meanwhile, after absorbing an unknown amount of lightning, the mutated race member gathered a large amount of energy and transformed into a bolt of lightning that shot towards Lu Chun. No one doubted that Hidden Thunder would miss this attack. Right now, there was only one thing that everyone doubted. Could Solipsistic survive this attack? Lu Chen's body was firmly stuck, as if some kind of force field was forcefully suppressing his body. Seeing that the opponent's killing move was about to arrive, Lu Chen's dual-colored eyes glowed with a golden-green light, as if they were about to explode. Doppelganger! More than 30 doppelganger suddenly appeared, blocking in front of Lu Chen's real body. Lightning-shocking thunder arrived. Starting from the first doppelganger, deity-slaying thunder silently pierced through their bodies at an extremely fast speed. How much damage can your doppelganger block? Naive. Break for this daddy. In the blink of an eye, the doppelganger was killed. Just as he arrived in front of Lu Chen's real body, he saw a pair of fiery eyes. Void shattering. With a loud boom, the two ultimate skills collided head-on at this moment. A white ball of light exploded in the sky. The surging energy didn't have time to spread out and formed a huge ball of light, engulfing the two of them. The strong light blinded everyone's eyes. Earth's live broadcast room was filled with white screens. Brother! Lu Yi's voice was hoarse. Her brother was just next door, so she didn't dare to shout too loudly. However, she couldn't hold it in any longer. With a clang, the coffee cup in Lin Hai's hand fell to the ground and shattered. Lin Hai blankly said, "Lu Chen, are you still alive?" Chapter 6:18. After the white ball of light accumulated a huge amount of energy, it finally exploded. The surging spiritual energy rushed out in all directions. The storm swept over, and people could not stand steadily. However, the first thing everyone did when they opened their eyes was not to care about the terrifying aftershock. They tried hard to look at the sky. At this time, Yulei's thunder astral body had been beaten out of its original form. Lu Chen's fist had blasted a big hole in his body. His body was already incomplete, and even his internal organs were gone. Why are you so strong? It's impossible for a human to be so strong." Lu Chen did not speak. Yulei's body fell from the sky. Lu Chen was not much better off. He fell at the same time as Yulei. Lu Yi did not care so much anymore. She rushed to her brother's room. When she saw her brother in the gaming cabin, Lu Yi covered her mouth in horror. At this time, Lu Chen was bleeding from his 7 orifices. There were black burn marks on his arms, and his whole body was trembling. In the eyes of others, Mad God killing Yulei was quite amazing. However, only Lu Yi knew how serious Lu Chen's physical injuries were. This was reality, not Jiutian. "Brother!" Lu Yi cried as she rushed out of the gaming cabin. It was this shout that woke up Lu Chen, who had almost fainted. As he fell, Lu Chen saw the flame demon's family. Diwen threw himself into his mother's arms. He could not bear to look anymore. The flame demon's bloody eyes were wide open. He was heartbroken. If he fainted like this, they would definitely die. Therefore, he could not lose yet. "Lu Yi, don't open the cabin door." Lu Chen said weakly, "I can't go offline now. Also, my battle is not over yet." In the Jiutian, Lu Chen's eyes widened. He flipped in the air and landed on the ground. "Please note that your physical injuries have reached 48%. Your maximum health has decreased by 48%. You can no longer use skills such as Shatter the Void, 9 Steps in the Void, Splitting Hua Mountain, and other skills." For Lu Chen, a 48% physical damage wasn't too high. However, because it was caused by a single attack, it was normal for him to faint after suffering such a violent attack. However, it would be troublesome if he couldn't use many of his skills, including Lu Chen's usual skills and trump cards. "Old Kwang, you're not dead." The Balrog looked at Lu Chen in shock. "You crow's beak, I won't die yet." Lu Chen shook his head. With a turn of his head, he had already charged towards the other Central Heaven generals. "You're already in this state. yet you still dare to come and seek death. Just at this moment, a saber light came from afar and cut the several dozen meter tall execution platform in half. At the same time, it stopped Lu Chen. Everyone looked in the direction of the saber light in shock. There, a tall man tore off his cloak. Great heavenly general! The Holy War Demon Sovereign walked up to the execution platform and said to the other 6 Central Heaven generals in a deep voice, "I've already lost 2 capable generals. You still need to command the army. We can't lose any more." Even though the great heavenly general was powerful, he couldn't turn the tide of the battle between the 9 camps by himself. These 8 Central Heaven generals also shouldered the heavy responsibility of command. If they lost too many, even if they managed to take down the solipsistic in the end, the gains would definitely not make up for the losses. Solipsistic, you're already an arrow at the end of its flight. Do you still want to resist? Lu Chen snorted coldly. Great heavenly general, what a scheme. You waited for me to be seriously injured before you dared to come on stage. TSK, TSK, TSK. How brave. Do you think your provocation will work on me? On the battlefield, you have to be unscrupulous. I only have one goal, and that is to win, whether it's the battle between the 9 camps or the battle with you. Only the victor has the right to protect what he wants to protect. What's the use of the defeated, no matter how glorious they are? As a great heavenly general of the demon race, everything I do is for the benefit of the demon race. I don't care what you say to me. Lu Chen originally wanted to mock Demon Sovereign Hallowed, but after hearing these words, he put away his frivolous attitude. Demon Sovereign Hallowed might be his mortal enemy, but he also had the determination to protect the demon race. If he were a demon, then, with such a great heavenly general overseeing him, he would feel incomparably reassured. Solipsistic, the battle between you and me has nothing to do with personal grudges. It's just that we have different standpoints. Demon Sovereign Hallowed said, "What I'm thinking about is the safety of my people. As for you, you're only trying to show off your strength for your own selfish desires. You don't have the qualifications to compare with me." Lu Chen smiled and shook his head. "Although you don't understand me very well, you can at least be considered an opponent worthy of respect. Very good. In this battle, I will do my best." Do your best in your current state. Even if you do your best, you won't have the slightest chance of winning. And if I win, Demon Sovereign Hallowed faintly smiled. Win. Let's not talk about you winning. If you can withstand my attack, then I will admit that Ifrit hasn't betrayed our race. Behind him, Ifrit's eyes widened. To him, these words held far too great a significance. He was originally a person who cared deeply about honor and glory. For Lu Chen, he had given up everything. Moreover, if he could wash away the sin of betraying his race, Isha and Divin would no longer be controlled by others. Lu Chen smiled. He had been waiting for these words. Old Flame, it looks like you have a chance to make a comeback. But anyone could see that Lu Chen was severely wounded, and the great heavenly general's strength was unfathomably deep. In this situation, they could only gamble on a single move. In a frontal collision, Solipsistic would almost certainly die. Old Kwang, don't worry about me. Don't gamble with him. No one can withstand his attack. Not even your shattering the void. Lu Chen faintly smiled. How do you know if you don't try? This is your only chance. In the future, you won't need to wander around with me. Uncle Kwang, don't gamble. The Holy War Demon Sovereign's attack is too terrifying. You can't withstand it right now. Divin looked sadly at Lu Chen. Lu Chen turned and walked over. He took out the Eye of the Dark Gods from his backpack. Divin, I came here in a hurry. Uncle Kwang doesn't have anything to give you. Although this treasure is only dark gold, it's very useful. Uncle Kwong will give it to you. Uncle Kwong, remember skills are dead, but people are alive. You will definitely be stronger than your father in the future. Divin cried sadly. Uncle Kwong, you must go? Lu Chen faintly smiled. Didn't your father teach you that a man should take responsibility for himself? Uncle Kwong also thinks so. Old Kwong, Ifrit's heart was filled with pain. I implicated you. If you hadn't left with me in prison, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Lu Chun faintly smiled and patted Ifrit's shoulder. What are you saying? They want me to join the immortal army, so I'll join? Instead, I should be thanking you. You made me understand that every race has their own beliefs. Every race has people like you who can become good brothers. I'm not fighting for you in this battle. I'm fighting for my own beliefs. Sister-in-law, if I win, take good care of Old Flame. With that, Lu Chun turned around and stood in front of the Holy War Demon Sovereign. The Holy War Demon Sovereign narrowed his eyes. Lowly human, it wasn't easy for you to reach this step. As a sign of respect for the strong, I won't show you any mercy. I will use my strongest attack to end your life. Lu Chun coughed several times and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Raising his head, Lu Chen's eyes shone with a green light. Holy War, you're wrong. Lowly? No, the human race is not lowly. Compromise is the root of lowly, and I will never compromise. Chapter 619. One move to determine the outcome. In this battle, Lu Chun and Demon Venerable Holy War had yet to make a move, but their respective weapons were already restless. The sky-splitting axe let out a rare buzz. The godly demon sword seemed a little displeased by the opponent's provocation, and the weapon spirit's power was even more ferocious than before. What are these two weapons? My immortal weapons attributes are fluctuating in front of these two weapons. We all know that the sky-splitting axe is a semi-divine weapon, but what weapon is that in Solipsistic's hand? Why does it feel like the sky-splitting axe wants to challenge that sword? Could it be a divine weapon? Impossible. There are no true divine weapons in the fourth heaven. Demon Venerable Holy War narrowed his eyes slightly. This was the first time someone could make the sky-splitting axe so excited. He snorted coldly and raised the sky-splitting axe with one hand. Demonic power, primordial awakening. With a boom, Demon Venerable Holy War's body suddenly expanded several times, and he was more than 10 meters tall. Demonic aura surged around him, and his majestic body was like a war god. No way. The great celestial general actually used demonic power. This is the first time I've seen the great celestial general use demonic power. His demonic power can actually awaken the power of the primordial demon clan. The primordial demon clan is the strongest demon clan. Solipsistic is definitely going to lose. At the same time, the sky-splitting axe in Demon Venerable Holy War's hand expanded several times, and his entire body was shrouded in black mist. Holy King Sky-splitting axe, destruction of heaven and earth. For a moment, the sky changed color, dark clouds rolled, and wild winds raged. It was just the charging stage, but this move had already triggered a phenomenon. A thunderous rumble rang out, as if the heavens and earth were enraged by someone using such a disrespectful move. The thunder exploded in the hearts of countless people, making them tremble with fear. My God, using destruction of heaven and earth in the primordial awakening state, is the great celestial general serious? The fortress protective formation is going to be destroyed. I saw this move 30 years ago. Back then, Demon Sovereign Holy War was running for the position of great celestial general. At that time, he was fighting against the heartless, inferior demon who was known as the strongest demon of his generation. Everyone thought that demon sovereign Holy War would lose. However, at the end of the battle, demon sovereign Holy War used ancient awakening and destruction of heaven and earth to instantly kill the heartless, inferior demon. A demigod artifact should be able to evolve. 30 years have passed, and the Sky Splitter axe has been fighting everywhere. It has improved quite a bit. Furthermore, the strength of the Holy War has long since changed. Now that it is using this move again, it is no longer on the same level as before. When Solipsistic fought with Yulei, he almost died. He should have used up most of his trump cards. His body was damaged. I just want to ask, where did he get the courage to agree to a gambling battle with a great celestial general? Seeing the Holy War Demon Venerable's moves, the Earth players were dumbfounded. Is this the strength of a fourth celestial layer? Oh my God! If I didn't have the opportunity to see Mad God in action, I would never believe it. It's like a battle between gods. Where is the pinnacle of strength in the nine heavens domain? In this world, no, in this universe other than gods, who can block such a terrifying move. Mad God, Lu Chen's black robe fluttered in the wind. The great celestial general of the demon race should already be at the peak of the fourth celestial layer. And this move, heaven and earth destruction, proved that the Holy War Demon Venerable was indeed a genuine superpower house. However, Lu Chen's expression was calm at this time. The harsh environment around him couldn't shake his calm heart. He didn't expect that in the midst of a life-and-death battle, he would comprehend another state, calm and collected. His hatred for the great celestial general had faded. The Holy War Demon Venerable was just fulfilling his duty. So why should there be hatred? Wasn't it the same for the entire demon race? Wasn't it the same for the myriad races? Clasping his hands in front of his chest, Lu Chen closed his eyes slightly. Suddenly, the heavenly eye automatically flew out and landed on his forehead. Heavenly eye open. The heavenly eye on Lu Chen's forehead suddenly opened. At this moment, he seemed to feel the spiritual energy circulating in the surrounding wind. After capturing this spiritual energy, Lu Chen took a deep breath and offset it with the opposite spiritual energy. The wind around him stopped. In the storm, only this side was pure land. Nirvana, rebirth 2 times. Lu Chen directly skipped the death stage and took the initiative to waste 2 chances of rebirth. Flames ignited around him. In the flames, Lu Chen's figure became blurry. When he opened his eyes again, the golden light and green fog in Lu Chen's eyes dissipated, and his original clear eyes were restored. The Mad God's eyes have changed. Is he still in the state of celestial demon symbiosis? It should be. It's impossible for him not to use his strongest state in the battle against the great celestial general. It's just that his state of mind has changed. The dual-colored eyes of the celestial demon symbiosis seem to be a manifestation of 2 emotions, but he seems to be controlling his emotions. That person was right. It was impossible for Lu Chen not to use the celestial demon symbiosis in the battle against the Holy War Demon Venerable. The manifestation of the celestial demon symbiosis was not the dual-colored eyes. For example, sometimes when Lu Chen was angry, his eyes would emit green fog, which was actually a manifestation of his emotions. At this time, when his heart was as still as water, he could naturally control his emotions. Of course, this was only a battle state, a state of mind in battle. A calm heart could only help him be more stable in battle, but it could not help him win. Azura doppelganger. Lu Chen's body first turned into a three-headed, six-armed state, and then quickly divided into three identical bodies. What kind of doppelganger skill is that? It doesn't seem to be an illusion. Impossible. How can there be such a doppelganger skill? It should be an illusion. Perhaps only when Yanran and the others were here could they see that this move was Azura's three-headed, six-armed state. Three doppelganger of the real body. After Lu Chen obtained the Azura Sarira, which was upgraded from the Sarira beads, he obtained this rare doppelganger skill. Unfortunately, they did not have the chance to watch this live broadcast. At the same time, the Holy War Demon Venerable finished charging, and the three Lu Chens stared at each other. The final blow was coming. "Break for me," the Holy War Demon Venerable roared, and at the same time he attacked, he used the flash skill and instantly appeared in front of Lu Chen. Whether you are a doppelganger or a real body, you will be turned into dust under the destruction of heaven and earth. Die. The three Lu Chens had almost the same expression. Their nostrils flared, their eyes widened, and their faces instantly turned ferocious. Shatter, the void, triple strike. Wuji's sword was very depressed. He was already prepared for battle, but in the end, his boss actually used his fists. The three Lu Chens punched at each other at the same time. With a collective explosion, the fortress wall 100 meters away collapsed. The shock wave produced by the collision of powerful forces was transmitted from the execution platform under their feet to the ground. The whole ground shook violently like an earthquake. Everyone, including the 6 surviving Central Heavenly Generals, had to circulate their spiritual energy and use their methods in order to stand firm amidst such tremors. Isha used a spiritual power shield to protect her master, Fire Demon, and Devon, but they were the closest to the battlefield and were directly sent flying by the aftershock. The dark clouds in the sky were split in half from the middle and scattered to the sides. On Earth, Lu Yi only saw her brother in the game cabin suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, which completely covered the glass window of the game cabin. Chapter 620. Li Muhua rushed to Lu Chen's villa with a group of military doctors. Li Muhua was also anxious, but he was still calm. "Lu Yi, don't worry. The medical team is on their way, and they have a lot of equipment. As long as Lu Chen comes out, he can receive the best treatment. However, we can't open the hatch now. If we do, it will cause damage to Lu Chen's brain. That would be troublesome. I didn't expect the battle in the 4th layer of heaven to affect reality so obviously. Let's see how Lu Chen is doing in the live broadcast." "Brother, don't let anything happen to you." Lu Yi couldn't help but cry. Now, they could only understand Lu Chen's situation from the live broadcast. The 300 live broadcast rooms were strangely quiet, and the screen was still in chaos. The direct collision between the two superpower houses had already caused the Devil Race's stronghold to collapse. After a full 2 minutes, the image finally became clear. What people saw was only ruins. As for the execution platform, it no longer existed. My God, what kind of destructive power is this? It's too scary. What about Mad God? Is he still alive? Please, you must live. I don't care if you betray the clan or not. I admire you for daring to break into the demon fortress alone to save your friend. Lin Hai's coffee had spilled all over the floor. He put the teacup on the table and walked to the big screen with the others. "Lu Chen, you must live. I believe you won't betray the clan. I know what kind of person you are. Please don't die." Beside Lin Hai, the iron blood Great Wall's heart was in his throat. "You can't die. You are our hope." Old Kwong. Balrog struggled to stand up and rushed into the ruins with his family. "Old Kwong, don't die. You're so tough. You won't die, right?" Balrog, looked around. Aisha and Devon tried to push away the broken tiles. Not far away, a thick arm pushed away the stone. Everyone's eyes were focused on that hand. It's the great divine general. He's still alive. The holy war demon, Venerable, pushed away the stone on his body and staggered out of the ruins. Green blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. His left arm was missing, and there was a huge hole under his left rib. Great heavenly general! Bajia and the others rushed over to help him up, but the great heavenly general pushed them away. He didn't say anything and just stared into the distance. The Balrog's arms were broken, but following Holy War Demon Sovereign's gaze, he seemed to sense something. Aisha, Devon, quick there! Isha and Devon hurriedly rushed over and pulled open a few thick stone pillars on the ground. Sure enough, there was a person lying under the ruins. Uncle Kwong. Devon hurriedly pulled Lu Chen out. Old Kwong. The Balrog rushed over. Aisha, take a look at him. Isha checked Lu Chen's breathing and looked at the flame demon in disbelief. He's still breathing. It's just that his injuries were too severe, and he fainted. The flame demon's chest heaved violently. He stood in front of Lu Chen and glared at the holy war demon sovereign. If anyone dares to come over, the flame demon, will fight them to the death. And me. Devon stood beside his father, clenching his fists. The holy war demon sovereign indifferently looked at the two people. Flame demon, you didn't misjudge him. The flame demon looked at the holy war demon sovereign in confusion. The holy war demon sovereign's condition wasn't good either. His complexion was dim and blood constantly seeped out from the corners of his mouth and ears, especially the wound below his left rib. It was nearly fatal. In order to save a demon, he actually went to such lengths. This already proves what kind of person he is. The holy war demon sovereign's voice was weak, his gaze never leaving the dying demon. From the moment his eyes became clear, I already knew that what this person sees is different from what we see. Perhaps in his eyes, there is no difference between races, no difference between friend and foe. All he has ever done is protect his beliefs. The holy war demon sovereign suddenly laughed, a trace of self-mockery in his voice. In the vast nine heavens realm, we are nothing more than insignificant existences. But I never imagined that there would be someone who wouldn't compromise with the world, and he is actually the weakest human. After saying this, the holy war demon sovereign looked at the shadow stone in the sky. Earthlings, you should be proud to have such a brave warrior. After saying this, the holy war demon sovereign lowered his head, turned around, and staggered away. Flame demon, restore your family's reputation. If you have any medicine, hurry and give it to him. Don't let him die. Flame demon was dumbfounded. How did things suddenly become like this? Holy war, wait. You mean in your battle just now, the holy war demon sovereign stopped and took a deep breath. I lost. He still had a life-locking skill that saved his life, but he deliberately missed and spared my life. The entire audience was shocked. The demons were shocked. The holy war demon sovereign had personally admitted defeat. This man who had never been defeated in a one-on-one battle had actually lost. The earthlings were shocked. Mad God had won. But thinking back, in that moment of life and death, Mad God actually didn't kill him and deliberately spared the holy war demon sovereign's life. Not only did Mad God win the final battle, but he had also won the respect of his opponent. Li Muhua nearly went crazy. Oh my God, this guy actually went easy on him at that time. He's crazy. Why is it that every time I watch him fight, he scares me half to death? Li Muhua turned back to look at Lu Chun in the game cabin. Through the blood-colored glass, That guy's chest was still rising and falling, indicating that he still had signs of life. My God, you brat, you'll feel uncomfortable if you don't give us a heart attack. Lu Yi was still worried about her brother's safety. Then are we going to save my brother now? At this moment, someone hurried in from outside the door. Lu Yi recognized this person. It was the guide of their wild waves. His ID was Xue Guang. Xue Guang? You? Li Muhua was shocked. Lu Chen's house was protected by the military. There were even military personnel guarding outside. How could a stranger enter? He only knew now. Thinking of Lu Chen and Lu Yi's safety, Li Muhua quickly pulled out his gun and aimed at the newcomer. Stop! How did you get in? Looking at the black muzzle, Xue Guang smiled. Since I can come in, do you think that thing in your hand is useful to me? Li Muhua frowned. What do you mean? Don't tell me you're invulnerable? More or less. Xue Guang said leisurely. I'm here to take a look at his condition. I'm also here to tell you that it's even more important not to move him out of the game cabin now. In the game, it's forbidden to reveal information about the high-level heavens. I have no choice but to come offline to tell you. In the fourth heaven, there are a lot of physical damage skills. The Demon Lord's heaven and earth destruction must be the same. However, you don't have to worry. Since Solipsistic is still alive, and the Demon Lord has already admitted defeat in the Joqian, as long as he receives treatment in the game, the effects will be reflected in reality. With Earth's current technological level, you won't be able to heal him. He can recover in the game. Hearing Xue Guang say that Lu Chen was fine, Lu Yi was slightly relieved. However, she looked at Xue Guang again. No, you're here. Could it be that you're an earthling? Xue Guang shook his head helplessly. I'll explain this later. I'm just afraid that you'll move that kid's body. This time, I can only choose to show myself. Remember, you still have to listen to Tianxing's warning. Don't move anyone out of the game cabin. All right, I'm leaving. Put away that gun of yours. Its speed may not be as fast as mine. After saying that, Xue Guang left the room in the blink of an eye. Li Muhua and Lu Yi looked at each other. Is this guy still human? Lu Yi frowned. I don't know either. However, since the game can be extracted, maybe he's human. Chapter 621. In a wooden house in the Nephilim race's territory, the Balrog sat beside Lu Chen and looked at the unconscious Lu Chen. Cade, you're also badly injured. Go and rest, Isha advised. The Balrog shook his head. I'm fine. Why hasn't he woken up yet? Isha shook her head. The heaven and earth destruction in the primal awakened state is too strong. Receiving such a fierce attack in a single time, although it was the same 90% physical damage, the effects were obviously different from the 90% physical damage in a single time. He originally had a high percentage of physical damage. Under such circumstances, he used the void-shattering triple attack and suffered heavy injuries. Even if he has the life lock skill, he won't be able to wake up in a short time. There have even been cases where he didn't die in the game, but his physical body couldn't take it in reality and became a vegetable. The Balrog shook his head and said in a trembling voice, Old Quang, do you know? You won. You won. Even the Holy War said that you're the pride of the human race. Did you hear that? Please, you must wake up. My good brother. On Earth, in Lu Chen's villa, a group of military bigwigs waited anxiously in the living room on the first floor. What's the situation online? They don't know about Lu Chen's current state. Solipsistic's victory has filled them with confidence. Lu Chen's situation must not be leaked. Strengthen the defense outside the district. It's already been arranged. What did Tianqing say? Zhui Guang said that Lu Chen's life is not in danger. Why hasn't he woken up in 2 days? We should at least check his physical condition. Tianqing only said that he can't move out of the game cabin. We've also sent people to try to find the whereabouts of Zhui Guang and the other guides, but there are no clues so far. Some experts even suspect that it's some kind of projection. Impossible. Lin Hai shook his head. Zhui Guang said that we can't reveal information about the higher heavens online, so he specifically came offline to tell Li Muhua. Many families and forces should also know about the higher heavens through offline inheritance. So he should be on Earth. The guides admitted that they are humans, but they did not say that they are Earthlings. The subordinate said worriedly, I know. Fortunately, for now, they have no plans to intervene in Earth's offline affairs, except for Lu Chen's matter this time. It seems that they are also very concerned about Lu Chen's situation. What we can do now is very limited. The key is to see what our demon friend in the Mad God game can do. On the 3rd day of Lu Chen's coma, an old woman came to the Flame Devil's residence, which, when the Balrog saw who it was, he hurriedly stood up. Why? Why have you come? The old woman walked to Lu Chen's side with her walking stick. Demon Lord, let me take a look at this kid's injuries. Demon Lord, don't think too badly of the Demon Lord. He's doing this for the benefit of the demon race. What's rare is that this brat has gained the recognition of the Demon Lord. This is truly unprecedented. In any case, as a famous doctor of the demon race, the flame demon was eager for the witch to check on Lu Chen's condition, so he quickly gave his seat to the witch. He hasn't woken up for 3 days. Yes, I've been by his side the whole time. For 3 days, there was no reaction at all. His physical injuries didn't improve at all. The witch nodded. That's right. His physical injuries were already so serious, and he unleashed such a powerful attack, adding to his injuries, and then being heavily injured by Heaven and Earth Destroyer. He's really playing with his life. Speaking of which, the human race who entered the Zhou from the first heavenly domain actually had the courage to fight like this despite the deepening synchronization with the Zhou reality. His courage is commendable. Witch, do you have a way to save him? If he doesn't wake up, I'm afraid he'll. I'll try. The witch stood up and took out a pill. Don't worry, I won't harm him. I'm a doctor. I don't know how to use poison. A doctor is benevolent. Even if it's a foreign race, I'll treat them equally. The Flame Devil was naturally aware of this, and the witch had won her current position purely as a doctor. This made people admire this old woman even more. No, what I mean is that this pill looks familiar to me. The witch smiled. Did all the theory lessons you took when you were young go to waste? You don't even recognize this pill, and you've come so far. Ancient demon blood pill. Demon blood? This is an immortal pill that contains the bloodline of the ancient demon race. Although its effects are amazing, isn't it only effective on demons? The witch explained. I've seen his battle footage, the 9 transformations of demons and gods. He should have only grasped the 6 transformations of demons and gods. He needs to have a demonic nature to cultivate it. Since he can use it, I'm sure his body is different from ordinary humans, so he should be able to accept the effects of the ancient demon blood pill. Are you sure? I'm not sure, but do you have a better way? The Flame Devil was speechless. When it came to treating illnesses, he was an amateur as an array master. This time, the Flame Devil didn't stop the witch from feeding him the pill. She fed the ancient demon blood pill with a mouthful of water into the solipsistic's mouth. The witch quietly watched the solipsistic's reaction. Not long after, the solipsistic's fingers twitched. The witch faintly smiled. Fortunately, I didn't misjudge him. This fellow really can absorb the ancient demon blood. Now, let's see what percentage he can absorb. What's the difference between percentage and absorption? If he absorbs 30% or more, he'll wake up. After that, you can take care of him normally and his injuries will slowly recover. If he can absorb 50%, his recovery speed will be very fast. If he can absorb 60%, what am I saying this for? An ordinary demon can only absorb 40%. Only those with special talents can absorb 50% or more. In the end, he's still a human. Even if his mortal body is different from others, he'll thank the heavens if he can absorb 30%. The ancient demon blood pill was extremely precious. He never thought that the holy war demon lord would have the witch bring him this immortal pill. The flame devil thanked her profusely and sent her out. At the door, the witch took out a wooden box. After opening it, there was a long silver needle inside. It was about 2 or 3 centimeters long and had markings on it. That's right, this is the demon blood silver needle. Insert this needle into the skin of his wrist at regular intervals. It will be able to detect the absorption of the demon blood pill. If he can't absorb 30% in 2 days, come find me at the fort. Yes, witch. The flame devil respectfully and carefully put away the wooden box. Now we can go back and test him. I still have to look at the demon lord's injuries. The demon lord's injuries are also quite heavy. Farewell, witch. Returning to his room, the flame devil hurriedly called over Isha. His arms hadn't grown back yet, so he had his wife test him. The silver needle was inserted into Lu Chen's wrist. A black gas rose from the needle, rapidly rising. 20%, 30%, 50%, 80%. Isha looked at her husband in shock. Are you sure you didn't hear wrong? An ordinary demon can only absorb 40%. The flame devil moved closer to the demon blood silver needle. He placed his face in front of it and carefully examined it. Did I insert it wrong? Do you want me to insert it again? Of course it's wrong. If it's not the silver needle, then it's your brother. Chapter 6:22. The next day, the results of the demon blood silver needle test reached 87%. Cardi, what did witch say would happen if he absorbed more than 60%? She didn't say. She didn't think old Kwang could absorb such a high percentage. Then, should we tell witch? Flame demon pondered for a long time. Although old Kwang hadn't woken up yet, his complexion was much rosier than before, and his breathing was even. Besides not waking up, everything else showed that old Kwang was much better than before. If I'm not wrong, old Kwang might have profited from this disaster. Flame Demon said. If he resisted the ancient demon blood, then he would have had an adverse reaction from the start, and it would have been impossible for him to absorb so much. Now that he has absorbed 87%, it means that his compatibility with the ancient demon blood is excellent. From his current situation, this isn't a bad thing, which doesn't just serve the Holy War Demon Lord. She also serves those in power. If others were to know that old Kwang's absorption rate was so high, there might be trouble. As Flame Demon's wife, Isha naturally stood in her husband's position. After the two agreed, they decided to observe for another day. If old Kwang hadn't woken up, then they would go find witch. Surprisingly, Lu Chen woke up that night. As soon as he opened his eyes, Lu Chen saw old Flame's bloodshot eyes. It was quite frightening. Old Kwang, you're awake. Damn. Lu Chen weakly said, You're really scary like this. I almost fainted. Flame Demon laughed through his tears. Ha 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 ha. You brat. It seems you're quite spirited. You even know how to mock me. Old Flame, cough, cough, cough. What medicine did you give me before? Do you feel anything? A little. I felt the medicine quickly dissolve into my blood. And then I felt a lot better. It's good that it's effective. It's good that it's effective. That is a special pill of our demon race, the ancient demon blood pill. I didn't think that a human like you could absorb it so well. Do you feel any discomfort? No, I feel quite good. The flame demon let out a sigh of relief. Then he told Lu Chun about the ancient demon blood pill. Considering that your absorption rate is too high, your absorption rate just now has reached 93%, which is far beyond what the witch said. I was afraid that this would cause trouble, so I didn't tell the witch for now. Lu Chun narrowed his eyes slightly. Had the ancient demon blood pill saved him? Sure enough, the flame demon was on his side, always thinking about him. His worries were not without reason. After all, he was currently in the demon territory. Although the demon sovereign of the Holy War had not killed him, the demon race still had other great celestial generals. They might not let him go. In that case, if there were no abnormalities for the time being, he would suppress the current situation. Speaking of which, why was his absorption rate so high? Was it related to his dual cultivation, or was it related to his monstrous body? Lu Chun couldn't figure it out for the time being. He didn't even know how such a high absorption rate would affect him. Old Kwang, it's good that you woke up. Although I can't obtain the ancient demon blood pill, I can still obtain other pills. I will heal you as soon as possible. Old Yen, your own injuries. These injuries are nothing. Our demon race's mortal bodies are strong to begin with. Recovering is only a matter of time. That's right. Are your friends in the real world, all right? Earth is a primary world, so they probably don't know the rules. I was afraid that they would mess with your body. Lu Chun thought for a moment and decided to tell them. The game pod opened. Lu Yi and Li Muhua were lying on top of it when they were suddenly pushed open. Big brother, Chun, are you awake? Lu Chun was still lying in the game pod. His voice was very weak. I'm awake. Muhua, you're here too. Of course I'm here. You've been like this for several days. Last time you hid in the game pod for over a year, but at least your vital signs were normal. But this time you're so heavily injured. I'm fine for now. Don't touch my body. The fourth heavenly layer will have a greater and greater effect on my body. As long as I can recover in the game, I'll be fine in the real world. Don't worry. Big brother, I'm so worried about you. You're the only one in the fourth heavenly layer. I'm worried about you, Lu Yi said as she cried. Lu Chun smiled at his sister. I'm fine. Big brother, Lu Yi, Muhua, you have to become stronger too. This is what all of us have to do. Lu Chun did not say anything. That was the Earth that he saw 17 years later. Although the original Lu Chun did not come out of the whirlpool, Lu Chun came out after being sucked into the whirlpool. The development of the two worlds had deviated because of this difference. In simple terms, Lu Chun had changed part of his destiny. But at least Lu Chun understood one thing. If the final battle did not change the outcome, everything would be in vain. All right, someone is healing me. I'm going back to the game. Big brother, you haven't eaten or drunk for a long time. Lu Chun could not help but laugh. If you have the chance, come to the fourth heavenly layer to taste the food here. The cooking skills of the advanced master chef are really not for show. In any case, Lu Chun had finally woken up and sent news. Lu Yi and Li Muhua heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Yi, your brother should be fine. I'll go back and report to the higher-ups. They are all paying attention to his situation. You don't have to worry too much. Lu Yi nodded. After 3 or 4 days, the Balrog's right arm had grown out, and Lu Chun had completely recovered. Little Green personally checked Lu Chun. After confirming that there were no problems, Lu Chen was about to leave the Nephilim race's territory. Old Kwang, I might not be able to go with you. Lu Chen smiled. I understand. Treat sister-in-law well. Also, Devon is a promising talent. His future achievements may be above yours. The Balrog wanted to make it up to his wife and son. The Balrog's eyes were full of reluctance. Where are you going next? I made a 1-year agreement with a certain guy. He said that I'm too weak now. It seems that I have to quickly improve my strength. At your level, it should be very difficult to improve. The Balrog seemed to be thinking about something as he replied. Lu Chen originally wanted to say that he had come to the 4th heavenly layer because he had the opportunity to play dungeons in the immortal Apex sect and bought a batch of equipment during the Alliance tournament. The rest of the time, he had been wandering. He still had a lot of room for improvement. In the human race, Lu Chen did not have much motivation. Even if it was an expedition, he was confident in fighting. However, there were too many experts in the 4th heavenly layer. Their strong Tao had caused Lu Chen to fall into desperate situations several times. The Vortex, the heavenly domain boss, the Holy War Demon Sovereign, and even Dark Thunder were all very powerful. It seemed that the 4th heavenly layer was indeed terrifying. Suddenly, the Balrog stared at Lu Chen with wide eyes. The 1-year agreement you mentioned, it can't be that you made it with that guy, right? Lu Chen curled his lips. With the Balrog's intelligence, it seemed that he had guessed it. Even the Holy War Demon Sovereign did not dare to challenge that guy. You made a 1-year agreement with him. How much can you improve in a year? You're crazy. Lu Chen shook his head. There's no other way. If I don't agree, he won't let me come. Only now did the Balrog remember that when Lu Chen came to save him, it was already evening. That guy should have already come out of the cave. Thinking that Lu Chen had actually signed a 1-year agreement with a heavenly domain boss to save him, the Balrog's heart felt uncomfortable. Old Balrog, don't think too much. I have been in the 4th heavenly layer for a long time. 1 year later, even if there was no such agreement, I would still go find him. You should work hard too. Do you still remember that you said you would bring me to your house to play? The Balrog took a deep breath and nodded heavily. Don't worry, I won't fall behind you. The 4th heavenly layer. The 2 brothers who had gone through life and death together many times clapped their hands as an oath. Chapter 6:23. When Lu Chen left the demon stronghold, Demon Sovereign Holy War and the 8 Midheaven generals were looking down at that figure from the watchtower. The monk and Yulei also had different degrees of physical injuries. At this time, like Demon Sovereign Holy War, they were wrapped in bandages. Great Heaven General, are we really going to let him go? This person is very dangerous. Yulei said, such a powerhouse has appeared in the human race. If he is allowed to return to the human race, he will definitely become a formidable enemy in the future. He has many secrets on him, especially that rat that can devour my spirit-devouring parasites. If I remember correctly, it should be the legendary heaven-devouring rat. No one knows what that thing will become in the end. Demon Sovereign Holy War's black cape fluttered in the wind. The heaven-devouring rat is secondary. No one can predict what that fellow will become in the end. Great Heaven General, if that's the case, shouldn't we not let him go? Demon Sovereign Holy War took a deep breath. This is the reason why I let him go. He can bring more variables. Besides, he has already recovered. If I want to capture him, I will have to pay the price of at least 4 Midheaven generals. The war is imminent. Each of you is extremely important to the war. The city gates opened. Many people watched as Lu Chen left. He was probably the first human to leave this stronghold alive. After bidding farewell to the flame demon, little Devon walked in front of Lu Chen. Now, that Lu Chen was in human form. He was finally taller than Devon. "Uncle Kwong, will you come back?" Lu Chen patted Devon's head. "I don't know, but if you become strong enough, we will definitely meet again one day." Devon nodded heavily. "Uncle Kwong, I will work hard. Little brother Lone Kwong, since you are leaving, I don't have anything to give you. Here are some spirit stones. You can always use them when you go out." Isha handed over a bag of spirit stones. "Sister-in-law, I appreciate your kind intentions, but I won't accept the spirit stones. I don't think old Yin wants to earn money. If Diwan wants to grow, he will need to spend a lot of money. You can keep these spirit stones for yourselves." Lu Chun pushed the spirit stones back. Look at you. You risked your life to come back and save us. You even gave Devon a treasure. We didn't even give you anything." Lu Chun smiled faintly. "Old Yin gave me the demonic sky searing soul array. That array is very useful. I only gave Diwan a dark gold magic artifact. Speaking of which, I've already profited." The Balrog smiled and patted Lu Chen. He then smiled and said to Isha, "I told you that he wouldn't accept it. Keep it. With my brother's ability, it's easy for him to make money." "Whose side are you on?" Isha glared at Balrog. "You two are the same. You don't know how to manage money at all." Lu Chun and the Flame Devil looked at each other and laughed loudly. If they weren't like-minded, they wouldn't have become life and death friends. Looking at the Flame Devil and the Solipsistic laughing, the Holy War Demon Emperor's eyes actually became a bit dazed. After a long time, he muttered, "Solipsistic, I hope that one day you can really make the various races put aside their grudges and stop fighting. Everyone will be like you, without any distinction between races." The Flame Devil sent Lu Chen very far away, but they had to part in the end. Finally, they parted at the edge of the demon race's territory. "Old Yen, I'm leaving." Live well." Lu Chen smiled and turned to walk into the distance. "You live well too." During the day, there were often battles in the war zone. Lu Chen didn't want to get involved in these battles, so he walked into the forest. There was a lake not far ahead. Lu Chen was tired of walking and found a place to set up a temporary camp. After the camp was set up, he called out Rhubarb, Little Green, and Furball. Furball was the trio security guard. Rhubarb was the treasure hunting expert, and Little Green could go around to see if there were any herbs nearby. "Don't go too far." "Got it, boss." With Rhubarb around, Lu Chen felt more at ease. When he had some free time, Lu Chen opened his backpack and checked his resources. "I only have 3 one-star grade materials. I'm missing 2 high-grade materials. It's a bit of a waste to change. There are basically no wild monsters in the 4th heaven. I have to go to dungeons, and the normal dungeons are in the sects behind each faction. It's very difficult to sneak in." Lu Chen even suspected that the distribution of the factions was actually based on the wild monster areas. There are so few wild monsters. Will there be no wild monsters in the 5th heaven? Lu Chen was pessimistic about this. "The only dungeon I can go to now seems to be the Wildlands." Lu Chen had asked the Balrog before. They had never heard of the Wildlands dungeon, but there was an area in the 4th heaven called the Wildlands. The Wildlands dungeon came from the Azura world, so it was normal that the Balrog and the others did not know about it. Lu Chen guessed that the dungeon was most likely in the Wildlands area. "I've been in the 4th heaven for 2 years. Lu Chen shook his head. In the end, he still had not figured out the situation in the 4th heaven. The Wildlands is an unguarded area, but the Balrog said that there are some wild monsters there. The dungeon might be there. Looks like I can only go there." In the afternoon, Little Green returned gloomily. Boss, there are no herbs in this place. I saw that the roots of many herbs have been dug out. How can these people be like this? They're not particular about picking herbs at all. Lucien laughed. Many people have limited sources of income. Even if this is a war zone, they still have to take risks. As for the future, it would be strange if they thought so much. It doesn't matter if they didn't pick anything. We'll buy some in the future. Let's eat something first. We still have to hurry on tomorrow. Okay. I found a lot of wild vegetables. I'll cook first. The matter of cooking was left to Little Green. Lucien just had to wait for the meal to start. At night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The surrounding ground faintly trembled. Lucien shook his head. It seemed that guy was restless again. Boss, that guy won't come looking for us, right? Little Green was a little scared. He hugged Rhubarb and Furball tightly and hid behind Lucien. Lucien did not dare to be careless, although they had a 1-year agreement. Who knew if that guy would keep his word? Why would a stage 4 boss appear in the wilderness? Lucien frowned. How strong is it? Fortunately, that guy did not come looking for trouble with Lucien for the next few nights. The wilderness had become the safest place. Along the way, Lucien had seen many battles. He had also seen many chaotic battles. Every battle was extremely tragic. The dead bodies would only be picked up, but no one would bury them. At night, that guy underground would come to clean up the battlefield. The so-called cleanup naturally meant swallowing everything in one gulp. Lucien did not take part in the several wars of the human race. He just hurried all the way to the northwest. Gradually, Lucien left the war zone. A stone tablet in front of him indicated that he had entered a new map. Wildlands. Damn, I'm finally here. Lucien had just let out a sigh of relief when he walked into the tall grass. A dozen people had already surrounded him. Humans? How dare a human come to the wildlands? Brothers, teach him a lesson. Tell him that only the strong have the right to come here. Chapter 624. Lucien frowned slightly as he looked at these people. They came from different races and were equipped with luxurious equipment, but they all looked fierce. Behind them was a wooden cage with a human woman locked inside. It seemed that this group of people had already succeeded once before. Hey, this place doesn't belong to you. Why are you still blocking the road and robbing us? The leader was a female dwarf who looked quite sturdy. This big sister, the human race, and the dwarf race seemed to be allies. Lucien frowned. Why do you pick on the human race? When the woman in the cage saw Lucien, she immediately rushed to the edge of the cage and shouted at Lucien, "Save me!" Lucien's straight nature determined that he wasn't very interested in saving the beauty, so he didn't pay attention to the woman. "Shut up!" A male alien with a long nose knocked on the cage with his weapon. "One more word, and I'll kill you." Alliance? Boy, it seems that you still don't know what the Savage Land is. Here, there are no alliances, only interests. The female dwarf roared fiercely. "Don't talk about robbing. Even if I kill you here, no one will care. Here, you can do whatever you want with strength." Lucien nodded. "So that's how it is. It's indeed the Savage Land. Then what do you want me to do before you let me in?" Lucien wanted to know what was the most valuable thing in the Savage Land. The things that this group of people robbed should be more valuable. Who knew that after the female dwarf signaled to her subordinate actually took out a strength testing stone and placed it in front of Lucien. "If your single attack can reach 10 million, you are qualified to join us. If not, I'm sorry, but if you want to live, everything on you is ours. You also know that we have a way to make you die in reality. Lu Chen frowned slightly. This group of bandits was quite cautious. They first tested the attack before deciding whether to rob or not. This trick was really perfect. Speaking of which, the minimum requirement was actually 20 million damage per attack. Shifeng had never thought that the players in the Wildlands would be so strong. The Immortal Apex sex test was 30 million per 10 seconds, but here it was 20 million per attack. The difference was huge. Boss, isn't our minimum requirement 25 million? Why do you only want him to play 20 million? Don't tell me you've fallen for him. The facial features of the dwarf race were very similar to those of the human race. Interestingly, from the aesthetic point of view of the dwarf race, they seemed to prefer tall figures. Therefore, in the eyes of the dwarf race, the human race was quite good-looking. The dwarf elder sister snorted coldly. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart. It's already rare for a human to deal 20 million damage with a single attack. As long as he can deal 20 million damage per second, it means that he's a genius among the humans. At the very least, he's smarter than all of you. That woman only struck out 8 million. The woman in the cage said angrily, "I'm injured. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to catch me. You don't have the right to speak here. If you keep talking, I'll cut off her tongue." The female dwarf snorted coldly. When the human woman heard this, she was so scared that she quickly shut her mouth. Everyone thought about it and felt that it made sense. A genius of a race wouldn't be bad in any aspect, even if their attack was a little weaker. Their other qualities wouldn't be bad. Kid, consider yourself lucky. Our boss only wants you to hit 20 million damage. As long as you hit 20 million damage, you'll be qualified to join us. In the Wildlands, you should know the consequences of not having a backer. Lu Chen curled his lips. Sorry, I don't like to team up with people I'm not familiar with. Kid, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Do you really think we don't dare to kill you? Every one of us here has blood on our hands. Lu Chen smiled. That's none of my business. I just don't want to team up with you. Since you've brought out the strength testing stone, then I'll test it. Lu Chen was too lazy to meddle in other people's business or fight. He only wanted to increase his strength as soon as possible. Just as the others were about to step forward, the dwarf lady stretched out her hand and stopped them. Let him test it. Lu Chen smiled and nodded at the woman, then walked to the strength testing stone. The strongest single attack was void-shattering. Lu Chen used Death's Land and lowered his HP to 20% before punching the strength testing stone. The quality of this strength testing stone wasn't as good as the one from the Celestial Peak sect. Lu Chen's punch dealt at least 400 million damage. After the strength testing stone showed 100 million damage, it exploded into pieces. In this chaotic world, the group forgot to dodge and stared at the person in the middle of the field. Looking at his preparation just now, he definitely didn't use his full strength, but with a single punch, the damage exceeded 100 million. It should be far more than 100 million because the upper limit of the strength testing stone was 100 million, but that guy smashed the strength testing stone, so the damage should be several times higher. This guy's damage is so high. What the hell? Isn't he a human? How can a human's damage be so high? I didn't see it. Could it be that the strength testing stone was fake? The previous test was very normal. How could it be fake? This person's strength is probably at the great heavenly general level. Boss, we can't afford to offend this person. The most shocked person was the human woman in the cage. Her eyes were wide open, and her eyeballs were about to pop out. Hundreds of millions with one punch? Is he still human? Lu Chen didn't have any intention to make a move. He brushed the dust off his hands and shook his head. Sorry, I broke your strength testing stone. The female dwarf's voice was trembling. It's okay, it's not that expensive. Boss, this strength testing stone costs 500 spiritual stones. Shut up, idiot! Mister, it was a misunderstanding just now. Sigh, actually we just happened to pass by. Pass by? Lu Chen frowned. Your excuse is a little fake. I'm not blind. You obviously caught other people. The female dwarf glanced at the woman in the prison carriage and hurriedly said, This person, she couldn't make up any more lies. Idiot, why aren't you running? The female dwarf used her movement technique and turned around to escape. The others usually weren't that smart, but at this time, they all ran faster than the other. In an instant, there was only Lu Chen left and the woman in the prison carriage. Lu Chen was also depressed. He only questioned the other party's lies and didn't have any intention to make a move. In the end, they all ran away. Sigh, the wilderness seems like it's still a place where strength is respected. Lu Chen shook his head and was about to leave. Hey, don't go. Let me out. Behind him, the woman shouted, her hand reaching out of the cage. I'll die here in the wilderness. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Although he didn't intend to save her, since they kept the woman, he should at least open the cage. Walking to the front of the cage, Lu Chen unlocked the door. Thank you. Lu Chen didn't say anything and turned around to leave. Hey, where are you going? Can you take me with you? Lu Chen didn't even turn his head. Stay away from me. I don't want to bring a burden. I'm not a burden. I'm strong. Strong? Can a strong person be locked in a cage? Lu Chen retorted bluntly. I'm injured. Moreover, I'm a Frost Clan mage. My main role is to support. Hey, don't go. I can take you to the Tomb of God. Lu Chen suddenly stopped. What did you say? I can take you to the Tomb of God. The woman repeated reluctantly. I can't go in alone. I need a strong helper. If you're willing to help me, most of the treasures inside can be given to you. I only want one. Not this sentence, the previous sentence. The previous sentence? I'm a Frost Clan mage. The woman said strangely. Lu Chen frowned slightly and suddenly asked, Do you know Frost Dance? Chapter 6:25. Sister Shuang Wu. The woman looked at Lu Chen in surprise. Her blue eyes were filled with questions. You know my cousin? She's your cousin? Yes, my second uncle passed away early. We grew up together. Are you my brother-in-law? Lu Chen frowned slightly. He didn't expect to meet Shuang Wu's sister. Come to think of it, the two of them really did look a little similar. Since she was Shuang Wu's sister, Lu Chen would take care of her for Shuang Wu's sake. Brother-in-law is your brother's head. Shuang Wu and I were teammates in the third heaven. You can follow me. Haha, that's great. Brother-in-law, I promise I won't be a burden to you. If you call me brother-in-law again, you can leave by yourself. Oh, then what should I call you? I can't always call you, hey. Solipsistic, Lu Chen said indifferently. You're solipsistic? The fugitive wanted by the human race. Lu Chen thought she knew him, but it turned out that was not the case. She only knew about Lu Chen's jailbreak in the fourth heaven. Well, it saved him a lot of trouble to explain. What's your name? My name is Shuang Ling. Well, let's go. Let's find a place to stay. Along the way, Lu Chen learned that the so-called Tomb of the Gods was very likely related to the map Shuang Wu gave him. It seemed that Shuang Ling was also looking for the treasure for the Shuang clan to rise. Do you Shuang clan like to act alone? I see that many big forces have their own families and organizations. Only you guys are scattered. Lu Chen said, Brother Kwang, there aren't many people left in our Shuang clan. Our strength is also many times weaker than before. There aren't many who can enter the fourth heaven. The situation there is so complicated, we have to split up to find them. Lu Chen nodded. Shuang Wu also told him that the Shuang clan was declining day by day. You said you're a support magician? Why haven't I heard of you before? As you know, the skills provided by the class trainers are becoming more and more useless. The truly powerful skills are obtained through special means. Our Frost clan used to be good at ice spells and was known as the strongest ice clan. Unfortunately, our main combat skills have been lost. However, there are still a few support spells that are quite powerful, so I'm better at support. Lu Chen nodded. So that's how it is. All right, let's find a place to stay first and heal your injuries. Then we'll go to the Divine Tomb to have a look. There were no major cities in the wildlands, but there were many small towns. Lu Chen and Shuang Ling settled down in a nameless town and finally found an inn. 2 earth-ranked rooms for 3 days. Lu Chen was negotiating with the owner when he felt Shuang Ling tugging at his sleeve. What? Brother Kwang, I don't have any spirit stones on me. You don't have to pay for it. The earth-ranked rooms don't cost much anyway. The shopkeeper calculated the amount and said, that's a total of 18 spirit stones. Please pay up front. Lu Chen choked on the second half of his sentence. You want 18 spirit stones for 3 days? I want the earth-ranked rooms, not the heaven-ranked rooms. One had to know that the value of spirit stones was very high. 18 spirit stones could already buy a lot of ordinary pills. Is this the first time you 2 humans have come to the wildlands? The shopkeeper said impatiently, I'm the only inn nearby. Go and ask who my backer is. If your backer isn't strong enough, why would you dare to open an inn here? There's a cost involved. Let me tell you, you can also stay outside. Do you know that there's someone poisoning the water outside? Do you dare to close your eyes at night? If you close your eyes for 10 minutes, you won't even know how you died. Lu Chen thought about it and felt that it made sense. There were no laws in the wildlands, so it was normal for people to be squatted outside. We operate with integrity. You can take a look at the residents here. 80% of the rooms are full. Even if you don't believe me, you should at least believe in their choice. The shopkeeper was quite good at talking. Although it was a bit expensive, it seemed to be very safe here. There were more than a dozen people patrolling around. Brother Kwang, in the wildlands for outsiders, I'm afraid that the only safe place is a listed inn. Shuang Ling also said. Lu Chen nodded and quietly opened his backpack. There were a total of 2 spirit stones inside, which were the leftover from the last time he treated his body. Cough, cough, that. How many spirit stones do you have? Lu Chen looked at Shuang Ling. Brother Kwang, I didn't have any chance to make money along the way. I only have 3 left. Although Shuang Ling was poor, she still won against Lu Chen. Brother Kwang, how many do you have? Lu Chen didn't seem to hear the question and said to the shopkeeper, what about the human room? 12 spirit stones. Lu Chen suddenly regretted that he didn't take the spirit stones from Isha. As if seeing Lu Chen's difficulty, Shuang Ling said, how about we stay in the human room and squeeze into a room? Lu Chen felt that he was saved and immediately said to the shopkeeper, the human room costs 2 spirit stones a day, right? We want a room and stay for 2 days. That, Shuang Ling, give me your spirit stones first. The shopkeeper put away the 4 spirit stones and looked at Lu Chen contemptuously. Poor bastard, you still brought your girlfriend out to get a room. The second room on the 2nd floor. Lu Chen sighed. He was despised because he was poor. Now, there was only 1 spirit stone left. They still had to eat and get some pills for Xuanling. The house was quite big. After all, the wildlands was vast and sparsely populated. Opening the window, they could see that, at this time, there were still patrols patrolling. Little Green helped Xuanling look at her injuries. Seeing Little Green for the first time, Xuanling said in surprise, "Brother Kwong, is this a ghost pet?" Ghost pets were indeed rare, but most people wouldn't be so surprised. "You seem to have just arrived in Jiutian." Lu Chen said, "Not really. I've been in Jiutian for about 2 years, but I've been in the 4th heavenly layer for the last 1.5 years. I didn't join a sect and went directly to collect information about the wildlands, so my real experience is a bit short. I've only seen ghost pets in the books of my family." Lu Chen nodded. It's not easy to be in the 4th heavenly layer alone for so long. "It's okay. Little Green is my friend. She's a very good pharmacist. Let her take a look." After the examination, Little Green frowned. "Miss, your injuries, in addition to the 17% physical injury, there are some other special injuries." "Ah, you can even see this?" Xuanling was a little regretful. She underestimated Little Green's medical skills. Now that she had been found out, she no longer hid it. "Our Frost clan doesn't have much time left. Before entering the Jiutian, I planted the black ice worm. Although it can strengthen the ice attack, it will also cause damage to the body after a long time." Lu Chen was a little moved. What had happened to the Frost clan? Why did they use this kind of method to strengthen Xuanling's strength? Chapter 626. Xuang Wu also has that black ice worm on her. Xuanling hesitated. "Brother Kwong, don't ask too much. This is actually our Frost clan's secret. But as long as you heal my injuries, I promise I won't drag you down." Lu Chen thought for a while and didn't ask anymore. "And got it. Rest first. And there's only one bed here. You're injured. You sleep. I'll sleep on the floor. Is the floor too hard? Why don't we squeeze? The bed is quite big. It's enough for both of us." Hearing this, Lu Chen's mind raced 180 kilometers per hour. Is this girl too naive? Or is the Frost clan that unrestrained? Speaking of which, Xuang Wu is very reserved. "Come on, you sleep beside me." Xuanling was very enthusiastic as she pulled Lu Chen. Lu Chen wanted to refuse, but there seemed to be a voice telling him that maybe she did it on purpose. "In Jiutian, it seems like it's possible. Brother Kwong, I promise you'll feel good later." This, after wandering for so many years, he finally waited for this day. "That's not too good. We've only known each other for less than a day. Isn't it a bit too fast? What's there to be fast about? It's fine." Xuanling pulled Lu Chen to the side of the bed, while she went around to lie down on the other side. "Brother Kwong, quickly lie down." "TSK, the other party seems to be very anxious. Do you want to take a bath or something?" Lu Chen asked. "Up to you. I'm a bit tired. I'll need to use some spirit power later. I don't want to take a bath." Using spirit power. Wouldn't it be too intense? Lu Chen was getting more and more curious. After lying down, Lu Chen was a bit nervous. "Speaking of which, Lu, you wouldn't enter my room at this time, right? She wouldn't see something she shouldn't see, right? Are you done lying down? And then I'll start." Lu Chen took a deep breath. "If I use spirit power, the movement won't be too big, right? It's not good to disturb others. Then I'll control it. And, okay, frost barrier." Suddenly, the entire room was filled with frost and water vapor condensed. The guest room had turned into a sparkling palace. The temperature of the surrounding air suddenly dropped, completely isolating them from the heat waves of the outside world. But they didn't feel cold. At the same time, An ice wall was erected on the bed between Lu Chen and Shuangling. Lu Chen almost collapsed. Why was it like this? Could it be that what Shuangling said was true? On the other side of the transparent ice wall, Shuangling knocked on the ice wall and smiled at Lu Chen. She put her hands together and placed them beside her head. She was going to sleep. Lu Chen nodded. Sleep, sleep. Sigh. That night, Shuangling slept soundly. Lu Chen did not sleep well at all. He could only lie on the bed and cultivate his primordial chaos spiritual power. The next day, Shuangling also got up very early. After putting away the frost barrier, the two of them went out. Although it was called a town, it was just that there were more people here. There were no walls, no guards, and even the roads were made by people. Everyone was very vigilant as they walked on the road. Other than their own people, they kept a large distance from others. Is this the wildlands? Lu Chen shook his head. Why do these people want to live in such a place? Isn't it very tiring? Shuangling said, Brother Kuang, some of them are wanted people who have nowhere to go, so they stayed here. Some of them are former mercenaries who got tired of the mercenary life, so they moved here to join a force to survive. However, these two types of people are not the most terrifying here. Shuangling was worthy of being someone who had collected information about the wildlands for a long time. Although it was her first time here, she knew a lot. Wanted criminals and mercenaries who only wanted money were not the most terrifying. Lu Chen asked with interest, Oh, who are the most terrifying people here? The natives of the wildlands and the super powerhouses who are preparing to enter the heaven-reaching tower. Do not provoke these two types of people. Even if I know that Brother Kuang is very strong, it is still very dangerous. The natives and the people who are going to enter the heaven-reaching tower. Yes, the heaven-reaching boss is extremely powerful. Those who have the confidence to enter the heaven-reaching tower are naturally not weak. This place is relatively close to the heaven-reaching tower, and you can find powerful monsters here to make the final preparations for entering the tower. As for the natives here, it is said that the blood of the origami flows in their bodies. It is just that they do not want to leave this place and will not enter the tower. Lu Chen was quite shocked. In fact, the Protoss also claim that they have the blood of the gods, but it is too long ago. Even the proof of their ancestors' existence is difficult to obtain. However, the natives of the wildlands are different. According to my information, the tomb of the gods is in the wildlands. In other words, they have lived in the territory of their ancestors for generations. The inheritance they have obtained is more complete than the Protoss. The blood of the gods should not be the same thing as the blood of the gods. It seemed to be closer to Lu Chen's blood. Brother Kuang, if there is anything you want to know, just ask me. Lu Chen nodded. Now was not the time to delay. It was better to help Shuangling recover from her physical injuries. Where can I make money? Well, it is generally difficult for outsiders to make money. If you have valuable things that you have not sold, the chances of being robbed are higher if you casually trade with other forces. I know two more stable methods. One is to barter with the natives. Although they are rude and unreasonable, they are very trustworthy. Unfortunately, it is difficult to gain the trust of the natives. They will not trade with unfamiliar people. If you enter their territory rashly, you will be killed. There is another method. Let's not talk about it. It is too dangerous. Lu Chen smiled slightly. You are still keeping me in suspense. What is it? Tell me. I will act according to my ability. If you don't tell us, how can we not go to the tomb of the gods? Speaking of the tomb of the gods, Shuangling gritted her teeth and said, The second method is actually the most common. People who have just arrived usually use this method to accumulate their first funds. What is it? The Caged Beast Arena. Xuanling pushed a document over. It was a screenshot of a picture on a stone tablet. The Caged Beast Arena is an entertainment project for the rich here. In the past, the rules were that they would put 100 contestants in the Caged Beast Arena. These contestants would fight each other in the Caged Beast Arena and have to deal with powerful beasts, traps, and so on. Those who last until the end of the allotted time will be rewarded with spirit stones. If they are lucky and perform well in the competition, they will be appreciated by the leader of a tribe and have the opportunity to exchange items with them. He didn't know why this competition system was quite familiar. How long do you have to last? 3 hours, or until the last person is left? In fact, the contestants have learned to be smart. Many people often don't take the initiative to fight with others in order to preserve their strength. So in more cases, they can receive the reward when the time is up. Lu Chen frowned slightly. It doesn't feel that difficult. At the very least, I can survive for 3 hours. However, perhaps it is because of this situation that the viewing value of the competition is reduced, Xuanling said. The current rules should be to put 100 people in the Caged Beast Arena. In addition, they will put in 30 map-level bosses above level 200 and add some special domain barriers. Most importantly, there will be 5 to 10 more hunters in each Caged Beast Arena. The hunters will be greatly enhanced, and they are all super powerhouses. It is almost impossible to defeat them. They will kill the contestants in the Caged Beast Arena while they have the full view of the Caged Beast Arena. As far as I know, the current Caged Beast Arena basically ends when there is only one person left because no one can last more than 3 hours. Chapter 6:27. Xuanling did a sufficient investigation and continued. About 10 years ago, the Caged Beast Arena had always been the main way for outsiders to earn money. However, with the change of the rules, it seems that many people prefer to form gangs and rob others. Lu Chen nodded. When he first came to the barbarian land, he encountered a small group of bandits. Their strength was not enough to form a large local force, so they could only wait for newcomers to make a living. Brother Quang, although the income of the Caged Beast Arena is high, it is too dangerous after all. If we encounter a ruthless hunter, it is possible to be killed. It is safer for us to join other forces. With your strength, it should not be difficult to find a powerful organization. Lu Chen smiled slightly. Didn't I say that I don't like to team up with unfamiliar people? Let's go to the Caged Beast Arena to take a look. The Caged Beast Arena was in the wild, but there were recruitment notices in all the nearby towns. Lu Chen and the others soon found the recruitment notice on the town's bulletin board. Caged Beast Arena, number 6742. Sponsors: Holy Maiden Tribe, Kazan Tribe, Graceful Snake Legion, Death Legion, Tyrannosaurus Guild. This was the first time Lu Chen had seen an army in the fourth heaven. From the second heaven onwards, guilds which were free to join had been replaced by clans and even tribes. They were all groups of people who had close ties with each other offline. Perhaps the barbarian land was full of desperados, so this kind of organization appeared again. He continued to read. Winning prize, 20,000 spirit stones. Outstanding performers. Number of participants, 100. Number of hunters, 10. After many efforts, we have finally facilitated this purgatory-level arena. The 4 top forces are sponsoring, and the prize is as high as 20,000 spirit stones. The prize is unique. There are already many strong people who have applied to join this competition. There is also a hunting team formed by mysterious strong people. It will definitely be a battle between the strong. This competition will be held in the top division of the Barbarian God Palace. There are only 3,462 tickets left out of the 10,000 tickets. If you want to buy them, hurry up. At the same time, we are recruiting participants. Due to the strength of the hunters, it is recommended that strong people who have the combat power of a heaven general or above apply. For some races, such as the human race, the strength requirement is higher. Currently, there are 22 spots left. Perhaps it was because the scale of the trapped beast arena this time was indeed very large. There were also many people looking at the recruitment notice. They kept a safe distance from each other and looked at the notice board from afar. The safe distance did not prevent them from chatting. The Saintly Maiden Tribe is sponsoring it. That's 20,000 spirit stones. If you win, you'll really be rich. Generally, the prize for a small-scale beast trap arena is only a few thousand. It's been a long time since the last purgatory beast trapping ground. I heard that the entrance fee is 10 spirit stones. Just the tickets alone can be sold for 100,000 spirit stones. That's a huge profit. Don't be jealous. It takes a lot of preparation work to set up an arena of this level. The venue, the fame of the sponsors, and the cost of the hunters are also a lot. I heard that the hunters this time are all super strong. It seems that there is also that butcher. Butcher is here too. That guy didn't become a hunter to make money at all. His hobby is to slaughter. He is definitely a homicidal maniac. There will always be brave men when there is a big reward. If there is not such a big reward, who would participate in such a dangerous competition? Everyone wants to be one of the 1%, but they forget that most people will only be one of the 99 people. Although money is important, life is more important. If you don't have some skills, don't go to your death. The notice board looked old, but it still had a projection function. Lu Chen walked to the notice board and clicked on it. A feeble menu was projected in front of him. Sign up. The people around looked at this human in surprise. Human? Humph, he's a newcomer. He probably doesn't know how terrifying the barbarian land is. There are always people who don't know their own strength when they just come. Who cares? Just let him die. Shuangling ran to Lu Chen's side and hurriedly pulled Lu Chen's sleeve. She whispered, "Brother Kuang, what are you doing? Are you crazy?" Lu Chen smiled slightly. "You heard it too. It's rare to have such a big reward. It's a loss if you don't sign up. A loss. But at this time, new content popped up on the window interface. Please enter your ID, race, and previous military rank in the Immortal Army. Solipsistic, human, military rank. I've never joined the Immortal Army." Lu Chen directly answered. When he finished speaking, there was a burst of laughter around him. This human hasn't even joined the Immortal Army. He couldn't have come out from some sect to gain experience, right? Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. A human who hasn't even joined the Immortal Army actually came to play the Caged Beast Arena. Kid, don't be so scared that you'll pee your pants. Human kid, after you die, I'll take care of your woman for you. Rest assured that you can die. A dwarf wretchedly looked at Shuang. Shuangling had a sickly look on her face, but she was still very beautiful. Moreover, dwarfs were looking at humans, so it was natural for them to have extra points. Seeing Shuangling's appearance, the dwarf couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Lu Chen turned his head and looked at the dwarf coldly. "If you have any crooked thoughts, I don't mind killing you now. What did you say?" "You humans don't have any special skills, and you dare to be arrogant in front of me." Shuangling hurriedly pulled Lu Chen. "Brother Kuang, don't do anything here. I don't know how many people are behind him." Lu Chen was just about to make a move when a new message popped up on the window. He had to fill in the registration form first. "Your personal information has been entered. Click OK to register for the competition." Yes, registration successful. There are currently 17 places left. Your participation number is 83. The competition will be held at 7 p.m. tonight. Please be prepared in advance. The window retracted back to the bulletin board. When Lu Chen looked back again, the dwarf had been pulled away by his companions. Not only him, but the people around him also left. And why did they all leave? They should be ready to bet. Shuangling shrugged. The ticket income of the Caged Beast Arena is only a small part. The gambling business is the big part. Shuangling said with some embarrassment. There are many kinds of gambling. They can bet on the champion or the survival time of each contestant. I guess they went to bet on you. Lu Chen shook his head. Damn it, we only have one spirit stone now. Our capital is too little. Brother Kwong, you still want to bet? Of course, where's the betting point? One spirit stone is too little. Let's bet on it too. Shuangling took Lu Chen to the betting point in the town. The person in charge looked up at Lu Chen and said lazily, How much? 5-card stud. How much is that? 1 spirit stone. The person stopped registering information and looked up at Lu Chen again. Seeing the other party's serious look, he shook his head. 1 spirit stone could also be bet. What are you betting on? Number 83. Number 83, human? You bet on this person just now. You also bet that he can't last 10 minutes? I bet on him to be the champion, Lu Chen said lightly. Chapter 628. Later on, Lu Chen found out that most people wouldn't bother the contestants. After all, the competitions were organized by some big forces, and they relied on the contestants to make money. At noon, Lu Chen found some dry food from his backpack. After eating, he went to the desolate god palace. Shuangling looked very uneasy, so Lu Chen casually chatted with her. Where is the tomb of the god of sin? I only know the general direction. When the time comes, we'll have to look for it carefully. Lu Chen nodded. You said that all the treasures in the tomb of the god of sin belong to me, and you only want one. What is it? This is related to the fate of the Frost clan. Brother Kwong, it's not convenient for me to say. Lu Chen smiled. He and Shuang Wu had gone through life and death several times, and that was how they built trust between each other. Shuang Ling was more or less wary of him, which was normal. However, he could roughly guess that what Shuang Ling was looking for must be related to his unknown map. In addition, there was a piece of the demon god's lotus heart fragment in the barren land. He didn't know if it was in the tomb of the god of sin. By the way, Shuangling, when I heard them talking, I felt that they were in awe of the Saintess tribe. Oh, it's like this, Brother Kwong. After many generations of reproduction, the original tribes were divided into various small tribes. However, in order to ensure that their strength wouldn't decline, the leaders of each tribe were once important figures in the desolate god tribe, and their bloodline was pure. The ancestor of the leader of the Saintess tribe was once the Saintess of the desolate god tribe. She was the strongest under the desolate god, so the strength of the Saintess tribe can be seen. Next is the high priest, the great wizard, and then the 8 great warriors. The strength of these tribes is the strongest among the original tribes. By the way, the Kazan tribe is the descendant of the 2nd great warrior, Kazan. They are also very strong. By the way, what kind of race are they? It is said that the desolate god is lustful, so his descendants are mixed. However, he seems to prefer a human woman. Among his descendants, humans make up the majority. Lu Chen couldn't help but frown. Although humans are weak, it seems that many races are quite envious of their appearance. In the past, when I went to the Shifter territory, they liked to transform into human appearance. Shuangling sighed. That's true. Many races are envious of the human race's appearance, but all that's left of the human race is their skin. Lu Chen nodded, and then suddenly thought of a problem. The demonic lotus heart was stored in the 9 camps a long time ago, and then 4 of them were lost. This should be a long time ago. Then, according to the strength of the barren land, the fragment in the trance land may fall into the hands of the origami. After many years of evolution, it was not impossible for it to be passed down to a native tribe. My initial guess is that the heart of the god fiend's lotus heart fragment might be in a hidden dungeon or in a native tribe. Thinking of this, Lu Chen could only shake his head. The power of the godly demon set was shocking, but the difficulty of completing the godly demon set was similarly daunting. The two chatted as they walked, and in the afternoon, they arrived near the desolate god palace. Lu Chen learned from Shuangling that the desolate god palace was not the desolate god ruins. It was originally a semi-abandoned building complex. The buildings were quite tribal. They were all mud houses, and the highest one was only 2 stories. Because of the large-scale beast trap arena, almost every time the Purgatory Beast Trap Arena was held, the organizers would transform the terrain here. In order to increase the difficulty of the Beast Trap Arena, the organizers would not announce the new layout of the Desolate God Palace before the competition began. At this time, the Desolate God Palace was full of people. There were contestants, spectators, and patrols. During the competition, fighting was prohibited, so the people here finally did not have to keep such a safe distance. It's rare to see so many people in the barren land. Hasn't the hunter come yet? It is said that the butcher is also here. It would be strange if the butcher didn't come to such an exciting competition. This time, I'm afraid many people will be dismembered. That guy is addicted to killing. The prize money is high enough. Otherwise, who would participate in the competition? There are many people who can't survive. What's the point of worrying about this? I bet on the right thing. This time, I will definitely win back all my previous losses. Not long after, a flying dragon mount landed not far away. When the people around saw who it was, they suddenly quieted down and consciously made a path. Lu Chen pulled Shuangling and watched in the crowd. Brother Kuang, do you see the symbol on their chest? A spear. This is the Kazan tribe. No one from the Kazan tribe was wearing clothes. They were all wearing equipment. 30 to 40 people ignored everyone around them and walked straight into the desolate god palace that had not been officially opened. Lu Chen noticed that when these people walked, one person was protected in the middle. That person should be the leader of the Kazan tribe. After the Kazan tribe arrived, the 4 major forces mentioned in the advertisement, Graceful Snake, Death Legion, and a group of small and medium-sized forces, Tyrannosaurus Guild, Dripping Blood Guild, and so on, arrived. At this time, there was a commotion in the crowd. Many people looked up at the sky. A huge white bird flew across the sky and circled above the desolate god palace for a few weeks before landing. Then, a dozen women in luxurious equipment walked down from the white bird, each wearing a helmet. In the middle of them was a woman who was not wearing any equipment. She was wearing a translucent white veil, showing off her graceful figure. Unlike most of the natives who had dark skin, her skin was exceptionally white. A string of silver bell anklets hung on her bare ankles, jingling as she walked. She wore light silver accessories on her head, and half of her face was covered with a veil, revealing only a pair of bright eyes. They were as clear as water, making people's hearts beat faster. What clear eyes! Lu Chen also sighed. Just this pair of eyes was enough to make Lu Chen feel like he was a celestial being. However, just as Lu Chen was in a daze, Shuangling hurriedly pulled him back. Brother Kuang, don't look. That's disrespectful to the saintess. Only then did Lu Chen come back to his senses. He found that almost all the people around him had their heads down. Even the dwarves who coveted the beauty of the human race did not dare to look at her more. Only he foolishly raised his head, which seemed a bit different. Gazes were always mutual. Immediately, 4 or 5 of the Saintess' subordinates pushed aside the people around Lu Chen and grabbed Lu Chen's shoulder. "How dare you look directly at the Saintess? Dig out his eyes." Xuan Ling hurriedly explained, "Sorry, we're new here. He doesn't know the rules." "Then we'll help him remember." Lu Chen frowned slightly. This group of people was really tyrannical. Seeing that the other party was about to make a move, Lu Chen suddenly said, "Hey, you dug out my eyes. Are you trying to cheat in the competition?" "What competition is cheating? I'm a contestant." Lu Chen smiled. "If you dig out my eyes now, won't that disrupt the balance of the competition?" These people didn't expect this guy to be a contestant. "You, a human? I see that you're only in your 20s. How could you have been a great general?" The recruitment advertisement said that if a human signed up for the competition, their military rank would be higher than that of other powerful races. This way, they wouldn't die so easily. Lu Chen smiled. "Number 83, solipsistic. Check it out yourself." At this moment, that pair of clear eyes also looked over. "Human, are you sure you're not here to die?" Lu Chen shook off their hands, looked at the Saintess, and said calmly, "I hope you pay more attention to me. If I can last until the end, I want to talk to you about a deal." Chapter 629. Under the Veil. He could vaguely see the Saintess smiling. "Interesting." Then he retracted his gaze, called back his subordinates, and went straight into the desolate god palace. Walking far away, the Saintess' sweet voice suddenly sounded. "You want to make a deal with our Saintess tribe? Let's survive first." Seeing the people of the Saintess tribe leave, Xuanling finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother Quang, you're too bold. You actually negotiated with the Saintess." "Sigh, it's my fault for not telling you clearly at the beginning." Lu Chen smiled. "It's just a business deal. What's there to be afraid of?" At this moment, Lu Chen suddenly felt a stench getting stronger and stronger. He looked up and found an ugly creature about 4 meters tall walking towards him. When the surrounding people saw this guy, they scattered in panic. It's the butcher. It's said that because he likes to dismember corpses, he's poisoned and smells rotten. It's true. Keep your voice down. Do you want to die?" Lu Chen frowned and looked at the butcher. The guy's skin was white, but it was completely different from the Saintess. The butcher's skin was like dead meat that had been soaked in water for a long time. Under the equipment, he could still see a large area of necrosis on his body. The stench was probably caused by muscle necrosis. He didn't seem to have eyelids. His eyes were very round and couldn't blink. Only his eyeballs could move. This guy was tall and had a big belly. He had an exaggerated smile on his face. Coupled with his special eyes and rotten flesh, it made people feel creepy. His shoulders and waist were wrapped with dark red chains, and there were 2 hooked knives on his waist. They were also shining with blood. Lu Chen frowned more and more. Was this guy the butcher? From the 1st heaven to the 4th heaven, Lu Chen had encountered many demons who killed people like flies. However, they all had their own reasons. But this guy, it was said that killing and dismembering was just a hobby. The butcher walked straight to Lu Chen as if there was no one else around. His eyes were full of excitement. He licked his lips. "A human contestant? Ha 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 ha. I like this skin very much. Leave it to me." Just now Lu Chen said that he was a contestant. This guy should have heard it. Everyone's faces turned pale. That human has been targeted by the butcher. He can consider himself unlucky. He must have been dismembered on the spot. I heard that the butcher doesn't even wait for the victim to die. When he dismembers them while they're still alive. I think that kid will be scared to death before he even gets on the stage. However, Lu Chen raised his head to look at the butcher and said indifferently, "Get lost. I'm here to make money, not to kill pigs." Everyone's jaws dropped. Ha 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 ha. Interesting, interesting. I don't like prey that can't resist. I like people like you who aren't afraid of death. The more you struggle, the more excited I am. That's how fun it is to play. Lu Chen sneered. Is that so? Then you must find me as soon as possible during the competition. Don't make me wait too long. Xuanling was so scared that her face turned pale. She desperately tried to pull Lu Chen away, but Lu Chen didn't care at all. All right, don't worry. I'll find you soon, my little baby. Ha 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 ha. After the butcher left, Xuanling was sweating profusely. Brother Kuang, why don't we forfeit? You've been targeted by the butcher before you even get on the stage. What should we do? Lu Chen smiled. Don't think too much. Trust me. Seeing Xuanling's hands still trembling, Lu Chen felt sorry for this girl. The appearance of the saintess and the butcher had scared her, but she wasn't a particularly brave girl. However, for the Frost clan, she had consumed the black ice worm and collected information in the 4th layer of heaven. She was braver than many people when she came to the wildlands. Xuanling was like that, and so was Xuangwu. They worked hard in the 3rd layer of heaven. They both wanted to change the fate of the Frost clan. All right, I promise you that I won't make you so worried next time. How about it? Lu Chen smiled and looked at Xuanling. Xuanling nodded sadly. Next time? Hopefully, there will be a next time. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the audience seats of the desolate God Palace were finally opened, and the contestants could enter the preparation area. Contestants could bring one person into the preparation area, and Lu Chen brought Xuanling with him. Human, are you here to die? The guard checked Lu Chen's information. There really is one. Go in. Lu Chen didn't know how many times he had heard this kind of words, and he was too lazy to argue. The preparation area was closed, and the contestants couldn't know the new terrain of the desolate God Palace in advance. Lu Chen read the rules of the competition. When the competition began, they would be teleported to various parts of the desolate God Palace through the teleportation door in the preparation area. After familiarizing themselves with the environment for a short time, the hunters would enter, and the hunt would begin. Of course, the contestants could attack each other, and to encourage this behavior, killing a contestant could also make them disappear from the hunter's map for 5 minutes. Although it wasn't certain that they wouldn't encounter a hunter, it greatly increased their chances of survival. As for the other methods in the competition, there was only one principle, and that was no principle. Any method, health damage, physical damage. And whether the method was cruel or not, there was no limit. The contestants only had one goal, and that was to survive until the end. There were still 2 kinds of winning conditions in name. Either holding on for 3 hours or being the last survivor would be considered a victory. There were many races in the preparation area, and some of them were races that Lu Chen had never seen before. Looking at their restrained eyes and even breathing, it wasn't hard to guess that they were all very strong. Many of them saw Lu Chen, and their eyes would stay on him for a short time. Human, are you kidding me? At least there's already one to fall back on. We can kill this person first and fight for 5 minutes of hiding time. This time, the hunter is extraordinary. If we can hide for 5 minutes, we might even change the outcome. Lu Chen shook his head. The human race was too weak, and he was treated as a soft persimmon as soon as he arrived. Brother Kuang, I don't have any supplementary pills. It's okay. You just stay here and wait for me to come back, okay? Okay. The preparation time soon came, and at this time, waves of cheers could already be heard outside. In a place like the barbarian land, the trapped beast arena had become the most important window for people to vent their emotions. Everyone became very excited. In the preparation area, there was a broadcast. The trapped beast arena will officially start in 5 minutes. Contestants, please enter the portal within 2 minutes. All the contestants got up and walked to the 5 portals. Luchan also stood up. Brother Kwong, you have to be careful. Okay, I know. Wait for me to come back. After entering the portal, Lu Chen's vision was temporarily dark, and he randomly appeared in an area of the desolate god palace. Lu Chen looked around and waited for a moment. He could see 2 contestants refresh not far from him. The 2 of them seemed to have noticed Lu Chen's position from their excited eyes. Lu Chen seemed to have understood that this time he might not only have to face the defenders. In the number 1 VIP room, the environment here was in sharp contrast to the noise outside. The room was spacious, and there were all kinds of fruits and drinks on the coffee table. The people of the Saintly Maiden tribe were watching the game through the projection. Where is the position of number 83? Under the veil, the saintess's sweet voice sounded. Her subordinates immediately pulled up Lu Chen's position. At this time, the average contestant was looking for a place to hide. Only he was still foolishly standing at the spawn point, looking around. The saintess's clear eyes glanced at him and shook her head slightly. I'm afraid he will be the first to be eliminated. Chapter 630. There was still a minute or 2 before the start of the match. Lu Chun seized the time and took a look at his bets. Number 83, solipsistic. The number of bets placed on him was far ahead. 220,000 spirit stones bet on him not being able to last for 10 minutes, and 40,000 spirit stones bet on him not being able to last for 20 minutes. Too many people bet on him, causing the odds of these 2 events to be very low. Among the many betting messages, one message was particularly eye-catching. Number 83, solipsistic, human, 1 spirit stone bet to win the championship. This message stood out from the rest and was displayed all by itself, and its odds were also extremely terrifying. If he won, he would get a reward of 10,000 spirit stones. Sigh, the capital is too little. Lu Chen shook his head. If I had 10 spirit stones, it would be great to get 100,000 spirit stones. While Lu Chen was lost in his thoughts, the match officially began. The 3 domains have been opened. The hunter will enter in 5 minutes. The system prompted. Lu Chen looked at his status. Attack weakened. Displacement increased by 20 seconds. Stamina consumption. Pure spirit energy consumption increased by 500%. The recovery effect of pills was completely ineffective. Elemental resistance decreased by 70%. And the effect of all enchantment skills below heaven level was reduced by 30%. Lu Chen didn't care about these statuses. In any case, as long as he was willing to open the chaos domain, these statuses would disappear. The 2 people not far away had already hidden in the dark. Lu Chen thought for a moment and roughly knew their strategy. They would definitely keep an eye on him, but the reason why they hadn't made a move yet was probably because they were waiting for the hunter to enter. After figuring out the hunter's position, they would definitely not let go of the opportunity if they had the chance. Lu Chen didn't hide. He found a shade and sat down. Someone immediately noticed the strange behavior of this guy. Damn, look at that human number 83. What is he doing? Isn't he hiding? Although the hunter has a full view of the desolate god palace, he doesn't have the ability to go through walls. So hiding in the house is better to avoid the hunter. That guy is actually sitting in the shade of a tree. Does he think that the hunter won't spawn around him? I think he has given up struggling. How strong can a human at his age be? Participating in the caged beast arena is the same as courting death. 5 minutes later, the hunters entered the arena. 10 super experts randomly appeared in various locations of the desolate god palace. As soon as they appeared, they entered the surrounding houses. A few moments later, several towers exploded, and the contestants who were found fled frantically. Ha 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 ha, my little baby, don't run. Let me dote on you. The game is finally starting. I'm so excited. You want to escape from me? Dream on. Come on, I'll let you run for a while. Find me a few more people. Each hunter's means were different. Some deliberately kept a distance and didn't chase. They knew that in order to survive, these people would not run aimlessly. They would deliberately run into other people's hiding places. If he could drag one more person down with him, he might have a chance to escape. In this place, everyone would do anything to survive. However, there was another person who was very different. In VIP Lounge 1, the Saintess narrowed her eyes slightly. Contestant number 83 was leaning against a tree, resting with his eyes closed. He looked as if he was so bored that he was about to fall asleep. This guy, sleeping in the caged beast arena, a guard at the side couldn't take it anymore. Isn't his heart too big? I think the more you want to die, the harder it is for you to die. His luck is really good. As long as there are hunters around him, he will definitely die. In the end, he didn't encounter any hunters. Shuang Ling had just heaved a sigh of relief. As a spectator, she could see the position of the hunters. They were still quite far away from Brother Quang. Those hunters now had targets, so they shouldn't come looking for him. However, Brother Quang actually didn't find a place to hide. Instead, he just leaned against the tree and rested. My big brother, you are. I'm really going to be angered to death by you. Hurry up and hide first, please. Lu Chen seemed to have heard Shuangling's call. He turned around and changed into a comfortable position to continue resting. In just a short moment, 7 people had already been eliminated, all of them dead. The other 2 were playing cat and mouse. The most miserable one was still the butcher's target. At this time, the butcher's fat and stinky body was pressing down on the contestant. Ignoring his pleas, the butcher cruelly dismembered him. The scene was too bloody, but there were many people cheering. When the butcher stood up, that person's body was left with a pile of blood and bones. Ha ha ha, fun, too fun. The butcher laughed wildly. Right, where is my number 83 baby? Where are you hiding? I must find you. When the hunters entered the arena, they completely stirred up the entire desolate god palace. The contestants were either directly discovered or framed by others. In short, a large number of contestants fled for their lives. The atmosphere of the audience was getting more and more intense. In such an environment, Lu Chen was still lying under a small tree to rest. 20 minutes, Lu Chen still hadn't opened his eyes. No way, that guy just leaned against the tree and held on until now. I bet that he would be eliminated in 10 minutes. But my blood pressure, did you see that just now? The Kazan tribe's hunters passed by him not far away, but they didn't notice him. Sigh, if it were me, I wouldn't notice it either. All the contestants in front of me were running for their lives. A normal person wouldn't do such a thing. Who would have thought that he was lying there motionless, almost merging with the tree? The Saintess was amused by Lu Chen. She covered her face and laughed, only revealing her curved eyes. That number 83 is a bit interesting, the underling disdainfully said. Saintess, I think he is just lucky. I really admire him. Just now, Dipa didn't even see him. Is she blind? Another person said, luck is also a part of strength. He made us earn a lot of money from the bet. Speaking of the bet, this guy had indeed contributed his strength. Almost all the people who bet on him were focused on the 10 minutes and 20 minutes elimination options. Now that he had lasted for more than 20 minutes, the people who bet on him had already lost. The arena became more and more bloody, and the number of people who were eliminated continued to rise. At this time, the hunters couldn't find Lu Chen, but a contestant who was in a hurry saw the guy who merged with the tree. No way, that is a human? That person couldn't believe his eyes. The caged beast arena had been going on for almost 40 minutes, and there was a person sleeping under the tree. This simply subverted his understanding. It's that human. At this point, if someone could completely hide himself for 5 minutes, it was absolutely crucial. Thinking of this, that person didn't say anything and rushed towards Lu Chun. Thank God, I can still meet this kind of idiot at this time. Human, become a stepping stone on my road to becoming a king. Chapter 631. Finally, someone discovered the person hiding under the tree. The Saintess ordered her men to zoom in on Lu Chen's location. Her subordinates were shocked. Generally speaking, the most exciting fight would be from the perspective of the hunter. The hunter was powerful, while the contestant was trying his best to survive. That was the most exciting fight. However, this time, the Saintess was actually interested in that human. She didn't even look at the other hunters. It was really rare. Saintess, don't you need to pay attention to the number of people killed by the halberd? It doesn't matter. If she can't get first place, let her come to me to apologize. I think this kid is a bit interesting. At this time, the ambusher had already appeared in front of Lu Chen. The two immortal sabers in his hands were aimed at Lu Chen's face. At this time, a furry little thing drilled out from behind Lu Chen. It jumped up and bit the man's eyes. No one noticed that this human had a pet with him. Furthermore, this seemingly harmless little thing could move so quickly. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The furry little thing bit the ambusher's eyes. The man was also very strong. He reacted quickly and quickly withdrew his attack. At the same time, he turned his head. However, the furry little thing was even faster. It was hard to get rid of it once it climbed onto the man's body. The furry little thing didn't bite the man's eyes. Instead, it bit the man's nose. Ah, what the hell is this? Or is it physical damage? Not only physical damage, but it also had a lot of debuffs. The man felt pain on his face. He wanted to roll on the ground to get rid of it. However, the furry little thing drilled into his back and bit his shoulder. It was a bloody mess. What is this thing? The furry little thing turned into a white shadow and shuttled back and forth on the man's body. Saber, sword, tyrant body domain. The man forcefully activated his skill. His whole body was covered in tyrant body chi. He finally managed to send the furry little thing flying. However, in just a few seconds, his body had been bitten in many places. His physical damage was more than 30%. Damn it, The man wanted to attack, but he changed his mind. If he fought with an unknown little monster, he might be seriously injured again. He still had some medicinal pills. His current injuries could still be treated. If he was seriously injured again, it would be troublesome. 5 minutes of concealment was no longer worth it when compared to the serious injuries on his body. The man covered his nose, and his hands were covered in blood. However, he also realized that the little monster did not chase after him. It seemed to be protecting the sleeping man and would not stray too far from him. After thinking for a while, that guy narrowed his eyes slightly. I won't waste my time with you, but don't think you'll have an easy time either. Water-splitting whirlwind blade. After saying that, the man brandished his two blades, drawing out several sword chi. He didn't attack Lu Chun. Instead, he released several streaks of sword chi towards Lu Chen's vicinity, destroying several houses before quickly disappearing. The underling of the Holy Lady snorted coldly. That fellow sure is a coward. To think that he wouldn't dare to fight with that human. Another subordinate said, "It's not that he doesn't dare to fight. The most important thing for the contestants is to preserve their strength. That human's pet is quite strange. He didn't act rashly when he didn't know what was going on. That was a wise choice." Moreover, releasing a skill before leaving can also attract hunters. It's a way to kill with a borrowed knife. The Holy Lady nodded slightly. "Pearl hair clip, you should learn more from your sister. Don't just look at the surface of things." Yes, Holy Lady, Pearl hair clip will remember. But why hasn't that man woken up yet? This is too abnormal. The Holy Lady shook her head. He woke up a long time ago. Or rather, he didn't sleep at all. He just didn't make a move. On the screen, Little Furball was lying on Lu Chen's shoulder. Lu Chen raised his hand to let Little Furball jump onto his palm. He didn't open his eyes, but lightly said, "Great, I won again." Squeak, squeak, squeak. Are you afraid that hunters will hear the sound and find me? Come on, I've been bored for a long time. The sneak attacker was moving towards the direction where there were fewer hunters. Just as he was about to flash away, dozens of chains quickly shuttled through space, blocking his path. Iron chain traversing. High heaven rank teleportation skill cannot pass through. The chains rolled like pythons and immediately sealed the man in the middle. Seeing the blood-red chains, the man's face suddenly turned pale. His eyes were filled with horror. Butcher. It's Butcher. All the contestants, if they couldn't avoid encountering hunters, the last thing they wanted to encounter was Butcher. That guy was so cruel that it made people tremble in fear. Sure enough, a fat figure leisurely appeared in front of the chains. His lidless eyes seemed especially deranged. "Ha ha ha ha, I caught a little baby. Now, I have something to play with. This time I'm going to skin you alive." The contestant's legs trembled. In his mind, the scene of Butcher peeling off his skin and pulling out his tendons appeared. With a plop, the man knelt on the ground. Butcher, don't kill me. Please don't kill me." Butcher's smile didn't change. As he spoke, he approached. "Oh, are you afraid? I can smell the fear on your body. I like it." At the critical moment of life and death, the contestant's mind turned quickly. Suddenly, he remembered an important clue. That human just now had a conversation with Butcher before the competition. Butcher also said that he would take special care of that kid. "Butcher, I'll tell you where number 83 is." You let me go." Butcher actually stopped in his tracks. "You said you know number 83? That young human?" "Yes, that's him." Butcher thought for a moment and removed the chains. "Take me there." Okay, I'll lead the way." That guy's luck was surprisingly good. Lu Chun was still there. "Butcher, it's there. I didn't lie to you, right? Can you let me go now?" "Yes, scram." The man hurriedly fled, but suddenly a sickle-shaped iron hook pierced his body from behind. The tip of the hook poked out from his lower abdomen. -3 for million. This was the damage to his health bar. At the same time, it caused 28% damage to his body. A strong pulling force came from behind. The man was directly pulled back by the chain. Didn't I tell you to leave? Why are you back?" The man was speechless for a long time. Wasn't he pulled back by Butcher's chain? You went back on your words. We clearly agreed that if I help you find number 83, you will let me go? Yes, I let you go. However, I didn't say that I won't catch you again. Butcher's smile was abnormally terrifying. You want to escape from my hands? You must be dreaming. That human kid dares to be arrogant in front of me. I will let him see my means with his own eyes. Then I will let him enjoy my special treatment in fear. With that, Butcher carried the chain and dragged the contestant in front of Lu Chun. At this time, more and more people were paying attention to this scene. Xuan Ling's heart was in her throat. Solipsistic didn't meet any hunters in 40 minutes. However, the first one he met was actually Butcher. The saintess elegantly raised her wine cup and gently took a sip. She smiled and said, "Kid, it seems that your luck has run out. Butcher's special treatment, TSK, TSK, TSK. That's really disgusting." Chapter 632. Butcher stood in front of Lu Chen. "Hey, kid, I'll let you watch a good show first. I'll let you have a good taste of fear. Ha 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 ha. Have you ever seen someone skin and pull out tendons while they're still alive? That's too wonderful. Coupled with the screams and pleas, I'm excited just thinking about it. I've specially prepared this good show for you. Ha ha." Seeing Butcher's almost deranged state, many of the audience could not take it anymore. This guy was really a perverted demon. In front of his prey, he can only watch as others are tortured. This is murderous. Damn, really? With Butcher as the hunter in the future, I really can't participate in the battle of trapped beasts. It's too scary. The psychological pressure on the enemy is unimaginable. Thinking that he will die even more miserably in a while, I think that human guy will collapse before the fight even starts. And at this moment, Lu Chen spoke. "I'm not watching." The group of people almost collapsed. What kind of trick was this? Closing his eyes and pretending that nothing happened, even the noble saintess spat out the wine in her mouth before swallowing it. She could not help but laugh hysterically. "This guy, I'm dying of laughter. He actually, ha ha ha, he doesn't play by the rules." Butcher's arrogance seemed to have been doused with a bucket of cold water. His brain short-circuited, and he did not know what to say. You. The carefully prepared show was completely useless. This feeling was too sullen. Of course, this feeling quickly turned into an even more intense anger. "You dare to make fun of me." Lu Chen also stood up. "Are you sick in the head? Your eyes are on me. I can see whatever I want to see, and I can't see whatever I don't want to see. Why do you care? Every day, isn't it just dismemberment? You make it sound like it's some kind of technical skill. Do you think anyone can do it? What's there to see? If you turn into a pig, I might find it interesting. Let's see." Butcher was known for his cruelty, not his glib tongue. Lu Chen was not a talkative person, but when it came to rebuking people, he was not ambiguous at all. Butcher had never met such an arrogant contestant. Most people would run when they saw him, but this person directly scolded him. "You stink from head to toe. Can't you take a shower? Do I have to kill people by suffocating them to death first before I can win? What did you say?" "I said you stink. You're obviously a pig, but you like a pig. If it wasn't for your stink at the entrance, I would have killed you. You're a disgrace. You're looking for death. You, as butchers. Butchers, butchers, butcher. Butcher, butcher, butcher. Butcher of butts. Would it kill you to take a bath? I'll kill you." In the VIP lounge, the saintess was laughing so hard that she was hugging her stomach. "Ha ha ha, I can't take it anymore. This guy is too funny. Butcher has never met such a person in his life." Ha 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 ha. Lu Chen shook his head. You said you were going to kill me a long time ago. I've been waiting for you here for 40 minutes. As a result, I can't find you like a pig. Are you stupid? I'm just lying here, and you still need others to lead the way to find me? Sorry, I shouldn't have called you a pig. Even a pig is smarter than you. The guy who was hanging on the chain was stunned. Someone dared to talk big in front of Butcher? How big was this guy's heart? Who in the wildlands didn't know Butcher? Who didn't fear Butcher? Even if it was a super expert, they would at least be a little afraid of Butcher. But this guy didn't have a trace of fear, and directly scolded Butcher as a pig. Seeing Butcher speechless for a long time, some people already felt that Butcher was a little pitiful. Butcher swung his hand and flung the person on the chain away. He didn't care about skinning a living person now. Even if he wanted to skin someone, it would be this human brat's skin. Very good. I've never seen such an arrogant guy like you. I'll make you regret it. I'll definitely make you regret it. I'll make you wish you were dead. For the next 2 hours, I'll slowly torture you. That's all you can say. Your knowledge is really lacking, but you're a pig after all. It's normal that you can't speak human language. Lu Chen sneered. What are you standing there for? Do you only know how to talk and not do anything? Butcher was about to explode. It was clearly that brat who had been talking, but he ended up being ridiculed for only knowing how to talk. Okay, then I'm coming. Iron chain crisscross. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The chains in Butcher's hands shuttled through the air, forming 4 iron chain walls, trapping him and Lu Chen in this narrow space. There was no way to dodge in this mere area of a dozen square meters. The two of them had to engage in close combat. This place isn't big. It just so happens that I like this kind of narrow space. Games like this are more interesting. When it came to games, Butcher finally revealed a cruel and evil smile. Corpse poison deep sea domain. Within the chains, corpse poison exploded, filling up the entire space. Infinite lock, shredding platform. A large number of chains shot toward Lu Chen from all directions without any pattern. The edge of the chain had already turned into a sharp blade. This skill was called shredding platform, and it lived up to its name. If one was trapped by these chains, they would probably be cut into pieces. Brat, don't worry. I'll leave you with one last breath. Butcher swung the chain in his hand, spinning the hook, and suddenly threw it out. Moon-plucking heart, gouging hook. Butcher finally made his move. The Saintess had also finished laughing. It was finally time to make her move. She sighed slightly. Such an interesting person is going to die in Butcher's hands. I actually feel that it's a pity. As the only person who truly cared about Lu Chen's life and death, Xuanling was so nervous that she had difficulty breathing. Brother Kuang must win. At this moment, he was completely different from his previous sloppy appearance. It was as if he was a different person. Lu Chen's eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. Lu Chen said coldly, "You want me to be afraid of you? Sorry. I'm afraid the one who should be afraid is you. I don't like to kill people. However, Butcher, you can be an exception. 6 divine transformations." With a boom, Lu Chen's body erupted with a dazzling golden light. However, this time, his eyes didn't change color. They were still clear. Ever since the battle with the Holy War Demon Reverend, Lu Chen could control his emotions better. He raised his hand. The limitless divine demon sword slowly rose. The countless chains around him actually trembled. For a short moment, a king has appeared, and only I am supreme. Place of death, dragon blood boiling, infinite grace, liberation. Chapter 633. Lu Chen's figure was so fast that it could not be seen clearly. He flashed past, -3,200,000, -3,600,000, -3,400,000, -3,500,000. For bestowal release only dealt 13 million damage. What surprised Lu Qin was that the butcher's HP was as high as 400 million. This HP was even higher than the Holy War Demon Commander. The Holy War Demon Commander was the demon race's great celestial commander. The demon race was strong, but the great celestial commander was even stronger. However, the butcher's HP was 100 million higher than his. Perhaps this guy liked to dismember for some special reason that could strengthen his attributes. However, the butcher's biggest mistake was that he trapped himself and Lu Qin in this small space. Lu Qin was not afraid of anyone in melee combat. 10 million damage was completely negligible to the butcher. However, being counterattacked by this human made him furious. "Little bastard, you actually have some moves. If you can't kill me, you're dead." Lu Qin snorted coldly. "Can't kill you? You think too much. Isn't it just a domain that reduces the attack? Then try this. Shura, Doppelganger, Triple Void Shatter." These 3 punches caused the entire desolate god palace to rumble. Countless surrounding buildings collapsed. The people hiding inside inexplicably found that the buildings collapsed just like that. Their faces were filled with horror. What's going on? Which hunter is it? What a terrifying aftershock. Which hunter is it? In the entire audience area, the audience only felt the seats shake violently. A gust of wind blew in their faces, carrying fine sand and gravel. The most shocked were the staff of the desolate god palace. Why did the domain lose its effect? What's going on? It seems like number 83 did it. I'm looking at his image. Impossible. How can he shatter all the domains and barriers? That attack has to be more than 1 billion. At the same time, the iron chain was completely shattered. Half of the butcher's fat body was missing. His right arm, right chest, lower abdomen, and right thigh had a big hole in it. Organs could be seen in the bloody hole. With a clang, the wine glass in the saint's hand fell to the ground. She involuntarily stood up from her seat, her eyes filled with shock. He broke the domain, barriers, and the iron chain. How much damage did he do? 1 billion or 2 billion? This guy is actually so strong. Zhu Hua's eyes were filled with shock. Is he really a human? He insta-killed Butcher? This is too unbelievable. Shuang Ling was alone in the preparation area, staring at the screen in shock. She knew that Lu Qin was strong. After all, she had seen him shatter the strength testing stone with her own eyes. The upper limit of the strength testing stone was 100 million, so he had to shatter at least 300 to 400 million. But the shock of shattering the strength testing stone last time was completely different from this time. The combined effects of multiple domains and barriers rendered all the contestants powerless. However, Solipsistic had shattered all the rules and restrictions with a single move. Even the 400 million HP Hunter Butcher was instantly killed. All of a sudden, Shuangling understood. Why would Brother Kuang so leisurely close his eyes to rest during the competition? He might even have fallen asleep. Because he was really strong. Hunter. It turns out that Brother Kuang is the real hunter. He's waiting for his prey to take the bait. In the battlefield, an area of 100 meters had been cleared. The buildings here had all been cleared, leaving only Lu Qin and Butcher, who only had half of his body left. Lu Chen's 3 doppelgangers had returned to Lu Chen's body. If he didn't explain the difference, others might think that the 2 Azura doppelgangers were the same as ordinary doppelgangers. Butcher wasn't dead. Lu Chen's 3 punches had shattered the void. One punch had shattered the iron chains, and one punch had shattered the barrier. Only one punch had truly landed on Butcher's body. He had left Butcher with a single breath, but it was only a single breath. Butcher looked at his mutilated body in disbelief, then raised his head to look at Lu Chun. The fear in his eyes couldn't be concealed. Lu Chun shook his hand and raised his head to look at Butcher. "I see fear in your eyes." This sentence was simply Butcher's opening statement. However, at this moment, it was indeed Lu Chun who was saying this to Butcher. How did you do it? I don't believe it. I don't believe that I didn't even have a chance to retaliate." Lu Chun looked at Butcher with a smile that wasn't a smile. "You want to retaliate in front of me? What are you thinking? Do you know why I left you with a single breath?" Butcher stared at Lu Chun. Lu Chun smiled and walked toward Butcher step by step. "Don't you like to dismember others? Don't you like it when others beg for mercy? Since you like it so much, I'll let you have a taste too." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Butcher's face turned even paler. What do you want to do?" Lu Chun held the infinite demon god sword and smiled at Butcher. "Actually, if we're talking about cruelty, I'm crueler than you." With that, Lu Chun used triple door and arrived next to Butcher. He adjusted his attack ratio to the lowest. Even if Butcher didn't have much HP left, he could still hold on for a long time. "Don't worry, I'll dismember you one part at a time." "Oh, right, you're more experienced. Which part should I dismember first? Do you have any suggestions?" Butcher's eyes were filled with fear. This fellow actually asked him which part he wanted to start with. Just how crazy was this? Even he didn't think of it. I'm a hunter. You can't kill me?" "There are no rules here." Lu Chun smiled. He raised his sword and cut off Butcher's left forearm. Now the show begins. 2 minutes later, Lu Chun looked at Butcher on the ground and shook his head. He didn't really dismember Butcher into 8 pieces. He felt that it was a bit too cruel, and he couldn't do it. It seemed that not everyone could be a pervert. Lu Chun had killed countless people, but he had never dismembered a corpse like Butcher. However, Butcher didn't live up to expectations. Under the great fear and the damage to his body, he quickly lost all signs of life. His consciousness must have fainted, since there was no way to scare him anymore. It didn't matter whether the corpse was dismembered or not. Lu Chun bestowed the Butcher with the gift of release, completely granting the Butcher freedom. This time, Lu Chun directly used physical damage. If nothing unexpected happened, Butcher should be dead in the real world. Standing up, Lu Chun shook his head. "You've killed countless people for fun. Why did you faint when it came to yourself? It seems that you're not much stronger than others." The person that Butcher had captured earlier was hiding far behind a house to observe the battle. Seeing Lu Chun insta-kill Butcher, that guy's jaw almost dropped. F***CK, how can that human be so strong? Fortunately, I didn't fight him in the beginning. Otherwise, I'd be finished. Is this all he's got? That's too scary. Even hunters aren't his match. He actually scared Butcher to death. That's unbelievable. Lu Chun looked at that person from afar and didn't bother to pay attention to him. His gaze swept across the distance. Sighing, Lu Chun stretched and yawned. "I've rested for almost an hour. It's time to move around. What about the other defenders? You want me to find them?" Chapter 634. Lu Chun woke up, but the entire audience was silent. Did you guys see that? Contestant 83 scared Butcher to death. What scared him to death? He wanted to dismember Butcher, but Butcher couldn't hold on and fainted first. Didn't you say it the other way around? It should be Butcher who dismembered the contestant. No, You didn't feel the violent shaking just now, right? The desolate god palace's domain was rearranged. The previous one was already destroyed by that guy. He deliberately left Butcher with his last breath. When he was about to dismember Butcher's corpse, Butcher died first. Everyone who heard this news felt their worldview collapse. This matter was too hard to understand. At the same time, in VIP Lounge 1, the Saintess was still in shock. Her subordinates whispered, "That guy is not only strong, but he's even more vicious than Butcher. Look at how gentle he is. He's really vicious." At this time, Zhu Yi whispered to the Saintess, "Saintess, should we inform Piercer to avoid that contestant 83? The Saintess finally recovered and nodded. "Let's remind them. That guy's strength is above Piercer's, and he's vicious. He's not someone Piercer can deal with." "Yes, Saintess." Hearing the conversation between her sister and the Saintess, Zhu Hua's brain short-circuited. Hunters had to avoid their prey. There was such a thing. It wasn't only the Saintess tribe that made this decision. The other factions also informed their hunters to avoid contestant 83. "Piercer, pay attention to contestant 83. Avoid him. That guy is a homicidal maniac. He's currently looking for hunters to kill. Demon Tomb, avoid number 83 as soon as you see him. A super expert has appeared and killed Butcher's physical body. He's still looking for more hunters. Deepa, don't touch contestant 83. That guy is very strong. That tremor just now was caused by him breaking the domain and killing Butcher." The news was passed to the hunters, and everyone was shocked. A contestant chasing after a hunter to kill him? What the hell was this? Of course, this was a matter of face. There were still many people watching their performance. Even if they received the news, they couldn't show it in front of so many people. As long as they paid attention to the map, they could easily avoid number 83. In short, the hunter had determined that he couldn't provoke contestant number 83. Lu Chen walked between the scattered houses. Just now, he had clearly heard the sound of fighting. Why was there no one here when he rushed over? Strange. Where is he? Right now, there are still 48 participants. Although the desolate god palace is not small, it shouldn't be to the extent that we can't meet a single person, right? If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to reveal too much of his strength in front of so many people, he would have opened his heaven's eye to look for those hunters. On the way, Lu Chen encountered several big bosses, but compared to the hunters, it was obvious that these bosses' IQ was too low. It was not too difficult to avoid them. There are still 45 people. Lu Chen was depressed. There were clearly so many people, but he hadn't met a single one. Suddenly, a loud sound came from not far away, and the ground shook. Lu Chen excitedly used his movement technique and rushed over. This time, their luck was good. A female hunter had just killed a contestant. The halberd pierced through the contestant's body and threw him far away. His body was probably seriously injured. At this time, Lu Chen was standing opposite her, and he could see it clearly. The saintess' heart was in her throat. Lu Chen had met none other than her tribe's halberd. What's going on? Didn't I tell her to stay away from contestant 83? Why is she still so careless? Saintess, halberd and devil tomb killed the same number of people. Halberd probably wanted to kill a few more people. Among the major forces, there was also competition. That was to see who could kill more hunters. There was even a bet between the major forces. It was just that this kind of thing wasn't made public, so others didn't know about it. As a result, in order to kill one more person, she encountered contestant 83. At this time, Halberd looked at Lu Chen. Her luck was good. A stupid guy actually ran in front of her, but she immediately received a message from Pearlflower. This person was contestant 83. Contestant 83? No wonder he dared to take the initiative to appear. He was here to kill her. At this time, what should she do? Fight. The Saintess had personally said not to touch that guy. The Saintess vision would never be wrong. She shouldn't be this guy's opponent. Run. Running in front of so many people, wouldn't that be a loss of face for the Saintess tribe? At this time, Halberd suddenly covered his eyes with one hand and shouted, "Ah, it hurts. This guy's blinding effect is so strong. After such a long time, I still can't recover my vision." Lu Chun was stunned. What was going on? The other party was blinded. Halberd took a few steps back. Leaning on the ground, she sighed, "Forget it. Let's take a rest first. Wait for the blinding effect to disappear. Then we'll kill the other contestants." After that, Halberd teleported and ran away. Lu Chun frowned. What was going on? It wasn't easy to catch a hunter, but that guy was blinded by a contestant. Blinding was blinding, but why did he run so fast? Lu Chun shook his head. After thinking about it, he decided not to chase. The desolate God Palace had rearranged the restriction domain. It would be very troublesome for him to catch up with the other party. Lu Chun found several hunters, but these people either didn't see him or they were blinded. Those who had no spiritual energy had to restore their spiritual energy, and those who were in a bad state wanted to restore their spiritual energy. In short, Lu Chun didn't have a chance to make a move. Lu Chun was also a sly person. He thought about it and decided to take the method of waiting for the rabbit to appear and hide in a house. Sure enough, not long after, a hunter flattened the house with a knife. There is no one here. What luck! Where did the rest of the contestants go? I must hurry up and kill a few more. The hunter stood 4 or 5 meters in front of Lu Chun and left with a regretful face. "Hey, I'm not a human. Are your eyes blind? I'm standing here and you can't see me?" Lu Chun collapsed. That guy didn't wait for him to speak and had already left. It's not that I want to say this, but with your eyes, you really don't deserve to be hunters. Didn't you say that you have the full map? You can't even see this. You're too weak. Lu Chun angrily complained. In the end, Lu Chun also gave up. With an hour left, he began to kill the bosses in the desolate God Palace. The bosses here didn't drop equipment, but they dropped leveling materials. This was Lu Chun's exclusive drop and had not been canceled. I can only level up. In the end, they will find me the most. However, Lu Chun killed all 30 bosses. No one came to disturb him. Congratulations to contestant number 83 for becoming the only survivor of the Trapped Beast Arena. A voice sounded in the desolate God Palace. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The 9 hunters stood together. Everyone had a tacit understanding. Everyone knew that it wasn't contestant number 83 who survived, but it's finally over. I've never participated in such a frightening trapped beast arena in my life. Deepa wiped the sweat on his forehead. Yeah, we had to kill players and hide from that guy. It wasn't easy for us. Fortunately, there were some bosses for him to kill. He finally found something to do. Otherwise, what would we do if he really chased after us? Chapter 635. Lu Chun was called to the open space in the middle of the desolate God Palace. As usual, the host was going to interview the winner. At this time, the hunters were also standing opposite Lu Chun in a row, giving off a strong sense of oppression, just like when they appeared. The host walked to Lu Chun's side and said, "First of all, congratulations to contestant number 83. With his extraordinary wisdom, strategy, and strength, he survived from the hands of the 9 powerful hunters and became the only surviving contestant. The hunters' faces were not looking good. What kind of wisdom did this guy have? What strategy did he have? He slept in the arena for an hour and spent the rest of the time fighting bosses to level up. The host also avoided talking about the butcher's matter. 10 hunters had now become 9. Next, let's take a look at Mr. Solipsistic 83's bet. The host opened the betting panel and zoomed in. The amount of money bet on number 83 is still very large. 63% of the bets were eliminated within 10 minutes, and 99% of the bets were eliminated within an hour. There is also a spirit stone bet on number 83 winning the championship. Friend, you're really lucky. You earned 10,000 spiritual stones with just one spiritual stone. Is this friend here? If so, please come to the stage. Lu Chen shook his head. Don't look for it. This spirit stone is my bet. Don't waste time. Hurry up and give me the prize money. The host's heart skipped a beat. This demon seemed to be a little impatient, although he looked gentle. The scene of him killing the butcher just now could not help but make people feel afraid of him. Even the hunters did not dare to look into this guy's eyes, and the host was even more so walking on thin ice. Oh, that's no problem. Then, congratulations to Mr. Solipsistic for winning the huge prize. Someone immediately brought up a box of spirit stones. In addition to the 10,000 spirit stones that Lu Chen won, a total of 30,000 spirit stones filled a box. The real thing was like cash, giving people an even greater shock. Wow, I'm really rich. 30,000 spirit stones. It's already comparable to the assets of a small force. With so many spirit stones, I won't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of my life. Lu Chen only casually glanced at the spirit stones, kept them in his backpack, and then turned to leave the desolate god palace. In the preparation area, Shuang Ling was the only one left. When she saw that Lu Chen had returned to the preparation area, Shuang Ling threw herself onto Lu Chen in tears. Brother Kuang, you scared me to death. What's wrong? Lu Chen asked softly. Shuang Ling's eyes were red and swollen as she looked around. At this moment, Lu Chen noticed that the ground of the preparation area was covered in blood. A few people were dragging a few corpses out of the area. Out of 100 people, he was the only one who survived, which meant that 99 people had been defeated. Among the defeated, many of them had died. The preparation area hadn't been cleaned up yet, and the blood on the ground had yet to dry, giving off the smell of blood. One could imagine how much pressure Shuang Ling must have felt when she saw the corpses being sent back one after another. Lu Chen smiled and patted Shuang Ling's head. Silly girl, do you think I'm silly? If I didn't have confidence, I wouldn't have participated in this kind of competition. Do you want me to tell you the truth? Lu Chen looked at Shuang Ling in surprise. What truth? You're really silly. You're still sleeping during the competition. That time when someone attacked you, I was almost scared to death. And the butcher, you deliberately provoked him. I thought you were dead. Lu Chen smiled and shook his head. This girl didn't understand him, and she didn't understand Harry Ball either. I wanted to defeat a few hunters so that I could leave a deeper impression on the major forces. There are some things I'm looking for in the wildlands. If I can establish a relationship with the natives, it should be twice the result with half the effort. As for the butcher, I don't like that kind of bastard. This time, I'll let him have a taste of what it's like to kick a steel plate. Well, I'm back now, and we have money. Let's heal your injuries and go find the tomb of the god of sin. Shuang Ling looked at Lu Chen in astonishment. Silly? No, she now understood that Brother Kuang was smarter than anyone else. Lu Chen seemed to be careless during the competition, but in fact, he already had his own plans. He didn't put the ordinary contestants in his eyes. His goal had always been the hunters. When he came out of the preparation area, Lu Chun was stopped by two women. Solipsistic, our saintess wants to see you. Shuang Ling froze for a moment. The saintess actually wanted to see Brother Kuang in person. Brother Kuang's plan was successful. She turned her head and saw Lu Chun smiling. Okay, let's go. Only you can go. This woman stays. The person said with an inviolable tone, This is my sister. I don't feel at ease leaving her here alone. If you don't let her go, then I won't see her. Lu Chun didn't budge an inch. Don't think that just because you have some ability, you can go against the saintess. Lu Chun coldly snorted. His eyes revealed a trace of killing intent. So, you want to take her away by force? Facing Lu Chen's gaze, Zhu Hua slightly narrowed her eyes. In a one-on-one fight, she wasn't this guy's opponent. But behind her was the saintess tribe. In the wilderness, no one dared to be rude to the saintess tribe. At this time, she received a message. The message only had one sentence. Agree to him. In the first VIP room, Lu Chen and Shuang Ling entered the hall under the guidance of Zhu Hua. The hall had a compartment. Outside the room, there were 20 to 30 guards wearing all kinds of equipment. Among them, there was also a hunter. The saintess is inside. She wants to see you alone. Lu Chen didn't let go of Shuang Ling's hand. He didn't feel at ease leaving Shuang Ling here alone. At this time, a sweet voice came from the inner room. Our saintess tribe has always been fair. With our strength, even if we are enemies, we will declare war in advance. Your sister's life, compared to the reputation of our saintess tribe, which one do you think is more important? Lu Chen slightly frowned. At this time, Shuang Ling gently pulled Lu Chen's sleeve. Kuang Ge, the Aborigines are very honest. Not to mention, this is the saintess tribe. Since they have guaranteed my safety, there won't be any problems. You can rest assured. Lu Chen nodded and entered the inner room. Opening the bead curtain, he saw a white figure with her back, facing him. There was no one else around. Lu Chen was slightly surprised. This saintess' courage was quite big. She actually dared to see him alone. Was she not afraid that he would kidnap her? Solipsistic, didn't you say that you want me to pay more attention to you? Do you have a deal with me? Come here. Lu Chen walked to the opposite side of the saintess. Please sit down. The saintess stood up and personally poured a cup of tea for Lu Chen. As soon as he saw the tea, Lu Chen's mind thought of the plus 50 spiritual power. Without any hesitation, he drank it. However, the plus 50 spiritual power didn't appear. The saintess didn't see through Lu Chen's mental activity. She poured another cup for him, and then sat opposite to Lu Chen. Your performance has indeed attracted my attention. So, I want to ask you, what do you want from me? With that, the saintess lifted her jade finger and took off her veil. Chapter 636. Lu Chen was a little excited. The saintess was going to take off her veil in front of him. From those eyes, that pleasant voice, and that enchanting body. Even if her facial features were slightly lacking, the saintess was definitely a beauty among beauties. After taking off her veil, Lu Chen was shocked by the saintess' delicate facial features. A pair of clear eyes, a high nose bridge, fresh and tender lips, and a slightly angular jaw. Although her facial features looked perfect, why did it feel a little weird? The saintess looked at Lu Chen's stunned expression and did not mind. She smiled and said, "Do you feel weird looking at my face?" Lu Chen spat out the tea in his mouth. The saintess' voice was low and magnetic. A man. The saintess was a man. He was an extremely beautiful man. Even though Lu Chen was a resourceful person, when he saw the saintess, his mind was still in a mess. The saintess smiled. Her movements were still elegant as she poured Lu Chen another cup of tea. Don't be surprised. Our saintess tribe has been passed down for many years. Other than the previous saintesses who were real women, almost all the descendants are like me. Why? Lu Chen asked. The Aragami are men. Usually, men can better inherit the Aragami's ability. When the Aragami fell, there were still many men in our tribe who inherited the Aragami's ability. However, as time passed, those men died or left the saintess tribe. This kind of inheritance is getting harder and harder. So, in order to preserve the Aragami's bloodline as much as possible, the saintess became a man like me. This way, she can better inherit the Aragami's ability. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. He did not expect the saintess tribe to have such a secret history. The Aragami's ability can only be inherited by men? Yes. Lu Chen nodded. Well, this was someone else's family matter. It had nothing to do with him. You don't have to tell me this, right? Lu Chen frowned slightly. People say that the more you know, the faster you die. You're burdening me by telling me so much. The saintess smiled. Our saintess tribe has always been honest when dealing with others. Of course, we rarely deal with outsiders like you. That's why you're so shocked. If you feel uncomfortable talking to you like this, I can put on a veil. Lu Chen shook his head. It's okay. I don't mind. The saintess smiled. All right, can you tell me what you want from me now? Fiend God Lotus Heart Fragment. The saint's eyes widened. This fellow was truly honest. A fragment of the demonic lotus heart. Do you know what that is? Lu Chen nodded. I know. That's why I want to find it. Then do you know that the fragments are distributed among the various factions? It's impossible to gather all of them. Moreover, even if you can recover the fiend god Lotus Heart, the equipment's effect will be very ordinary. Lu Chen obviously knew that the fiend god Lotus Heart's true power could only be unleashed with the fiend god mixed cultivation technique. Others didn't have the cultivation technique, but he did. Unfortunately, Lu Chen couldn't be honest with the saintess about this topic. How do you know the effects of the fiend god Lotus Heart? I also obtained some information from ancient books. All in all, the treatment that this equipment enjoys is actually far beyond its own ability. Perhaps its existence is more of a symbolic meaning. It's also because of this that some fragments are scattered all over the place. Lu Chen finally understood this point. If everyone knew how powerful the fiend god Lotus Heart was, they would definitely treat it as a treasure. The various factions wouldn't lose their own fragments. It was precisely because people didn't know the true power of the fiend god Lotus Heart that people would secretly trade it or simply lose it. You don't have to worry about that. I just want to know if you have any fragments of the fiend god Lotus Heart. Lu Chen asked. No, but I know where the savage land is. The holy maiden smiled, faintly. What's the price? Lu Chen went straight to the point. 20,000 spiritual stones. Also, I need you to do something for me. 20,000 spiritual stones is fine. What do you need me to do? Lu Chen looked at the saintess. Break the curse of the savage land. Lu Chen frowned and waited for the saintess to continue. The natives of the savage land are very strong. You should have heard of that. However, we can only live here for generations. The people outside can come in and out, but we can't. We can't leave the savage land at all. This is a formation that the desolate god left behind to protect his descendants. This protection, after thousands of years, became a kind of restriction. We can't leave the savage land and can't enter the higher heavens. Lu Chen frowned. Shuang Ling once said that the natives were very strong, but they never challenged the heaven-reaching tower. So, this was the real reason. Why don't you break the curse yourselves? Only outsiders can do it. Firstly, we are not allowed to do so in name. We are suspected of disobeying our ancestors. Secondly, we can't do it. The curse is hidden in our blood. As long as we are natives, we more or less have the desolate god's blood. The stronger we are, the purer our blood. In front of the desolate god's curse, we are powerless. Luchan frowned. That's not right. I help you break the curse. And you tell me the location of the fiend god, Lotus Heart, and you're charging me an extra 20,000 spiritual stones. That's too much. Ha 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 ha, solipsistic. You just said the fiend god, Lotus Heart fragment. You didn't say you only wanted information. Luchan was stunned. The Saintess meant that if he could help them break the curse, the Saintess tribe would help him get the fiend god Lotus Heart. Solipsistic. I have already told you the effect of the fiend god Lotus Heart, and you still want to find it. This means that it is very important to you. So, I believe that you won't refuse my offer. I refuse. Luchan said directly. I can find it myself. You can't find it. Only we can enter that place. Is it related to the desolate god's blood? Luchan asked. That's right. Even if people from the higher heavens come down, they can't enter that place. This time, it was Luchan's turn to be silent. If what the Saintess said was true, Luchan knew that he wouldn't be able to get the fragment in a short period of time. The curse and the fragment were things that both of them wanted, but it just so happened that only the other party could get it. It seemed that it would be difficult for this deal to not go through. Luchan took a step back. I won't waste any more time. If I can't get the fiend god Lotus Heart, it's only my problem. But the curse is related to your entire tribe and the fate of all the natives. These two things aren't even on the same level. How about this? Save the 20,000 spiritual stones. Give me an extra 5 million spiritual stones. Also, you need to provide me with all the materials, time, and information. Okay. The Saintess smiled with satisfaction. Luchan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The seller agreed so quickly. It usually meant that the price wasn't cut well. He thought that this condition was already very excessive, but he was still cheated. What a profiteer. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.